The South.
Edinburgh.
Glasgow.
North and Mids.
Scottish exiles.
His spirit is unbroken, his passion or his pride. It will be our victory when he is by our side. Tomorrow is a bonus point, the future is a try. We'll win this game, we'll fight this pain, he's the reason why.
Hello everyone from beautiful New Zealand, Happy New Year. Big Jim Hamilton and Johnny Beattie got in touch with me to ask me if I'd support the Dotty Wear Challenge for this January. I didn't even have to think twice about it because the work the great man is doing is making a huge difference to so many people around the world. So I even took it that seriously that I joined the Scottish Exiles to get as fit as I can during January to hopefully raise as much money as we can for Dotty 8. So please sign up, get involved, and I'm sure Dotty and all the Dotty 8 team will do everything they can to make a difference. So cheers Dotty, take care, and as we say in New Zealand, kia kaha.
Good luck to everybody taking part this Saturday in World in a Day for Dotty Aid, and I gather you are on track to raise £1 million for charity. Many congratulations.
Hi everybody, just want to say the best of luck and wish you every success as you cycle your World in a Day in support of Dotty Aid, supporting the great man Mr Doddy Weir in the campaign to raise awareness and funding for MND. Now, if you're looking for some musical accompaniment, perhaps some musical motivation, then why not get on Doddy Weir's very own playlist, which he recorded with me a couple of years ago. You'll hear music from the likes of Amy MacDonald, Stereophonics, and also Meat Loaf, but best of all, Dignity by Deacon Blue. So, get on the bike, get the tunes on, and let's do this for Doddy Weir. Best of luck, everybody.
The South.
Edinburgh.
Glasgow.
North and Mids.
Scottish exiles.
Anders Wayne involved me into the real albatross. You know?
Can I talk to that? I mean, you're both sitting down right now, but I know that you do tower over your brother. Tom, how tall are you?
6'8".
6'8".
And size 17 feet as well.
It's brutal.
There's certain things you can train, and there's certain things you're born with.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah. No, genetics-wise, Tom's the evolution of strong men or strong man is certainly for the taller guys. You know, you've Hafthor Bjornsson, 6'8", Brian Shaw, 6'8". All these guys are kind of monsters, and Tom's the breed. You know, he's got that genetics certainly. So
when you're trying to get heavy weights off the ground, you know, I can imagine that having long levers can also be a disadvantage.
It's off. I mean, for deadlifts and stuff. I mean, it's. I don't really know. Pressing is a disadvantage, obviously, with the long arms above your head. But going from deadlifting and stuff, I mean, my arms are longer than my torso, I think it is.
Yeah.
So that means my range of movement isn't as long as a shorter person sometimes. So yeah, so like that's why Eddie Hall was so good at deadlift, because his arms are so long. But no, the only disadvantage I think we've got is pressing. But it's like someone at 5 foot is not the best at stones, because they have to do this foot of stone. But no, it's we've all got our disadvantage and we've all got our advantages.
It's funny, Tom says he's not the best at pressing, but he won the event, the world's strongest man. So
humble.
He's doing himself an injustice. But I think with that, it's a good point though, because I think it's amazing how your body adapts to what you do. So, and maybe science terms or whatever, it might not be. Tom shouldn't be as good at pressing because he's got these long arms, and you know he's got that massive kind of movement to get it from the floor to overhead. Whereas someone like me at 6'3", I'm a lot shorter than Tom, and I should be a lot better. But with your body, the way it adapts over time, it's amazing. That's what's so fascinating. It's when Tom started out, maybe his pressing wasn't as good, but then again, that drive and that want for him to become better, he's really put in the work and kind of smashed his training and listened to his coaches. And now Tom's one of the best, if not the best, kind of log pressers in the world.
When you say listen to his coach, do you mean listen to his big brother?
Aye, right.
It'd be a first if Tom listened to me. He's not going to start doing it now.
Do you know something I'd like to know? We were doing a ride for Doddy Aid last Sunday, every Sunday with Sir Chris Hoy. And for those that can recover in time, we're doing it again tomorrow morning, 9:45 a.m.
Wow.
And that amazing athlete at his peak put out 2,500 watts on a sprint. So like a 6-second sprint. I'd love to see what you lads could do on a watt bike, just that explosive strength. Because I think, okay, you might not be able to do 240 miles, but maximum power, I think you could do some damage.
Be quite interesting, actually. That would be a good video to do, actually. That's it.
So get on a watt bike, just set a 6-second test up, and your challenge is to see if you can get anywhere near the legendary Sir Chris, because I think you've got some power in those legs.
Yeah, well, we'll do okay. I mean, Sir Chris is pretty powerful. He's got some chunky quads in him. Be interesting to see. If that's a good point. We never thought about doing something like that. Because it's quite interesting, I suppose, to see we can squat a lot, so see if that explosive strength kind of carries over to the kind of explosive power on the bike. And you'd like to think it should.
What sort of figures would you be squatting now? Sort of
just close to 400 kilos. So I think repping kind of 10, 12 reps with 300, and you were doing, was it 315 kilos at Worlds, I think, for reps. So yeah, not too bad. I mean, some guys kind of squat 500 plus, 500 kilos plus, but they're different breeds, you know. Us mere mortals only squatting near 400. We'll take that for now, yeah.
Guys, I've got a couple of shout-outs. I've got a shout-out for Ian Stanger. He was at 160 miles, and then I think something happened with his Zwift. He's back on now, and he'd love a shout-out from the Stoltmans. So that's Ian Stanger.
Ian Stanger, here we go!
You're doing well, mate. Keep going, mate.
I've got another question that came in. I knew this would come in. Eddie Hall boxing match. You must get asked that all the time. I think I asked you last time you were on. You're mates with both Eddie and Thor. So you've never given me an answer, and you're not going to probably give me one now. Who's going to win? But that's a big one. You know, two massive men going to Las Vegas.
Yeah.
If COVID allows it, and all these sorts of things. But it's an interesting event, isn't it? Two sort of former world's strongest men going after it.
It's going to be pretty cool. I mean, Thor, he just did a boxing match. It was in Abu Dhabi or Dubai.
Dubai
a couple of weeks ago. So it was an exhibition kind of match against an Irish lad, Stephen, I forget his name. So that was good, training for him, good practice to get in the ring in that environment. And the thing is, like, Thor's so big, you might not be as skilled maybe as Eddie is. Eddie probably has a higher skill level than half Thor, but I mean, Thor's just a 6'8", 6'9", his reach, I don't know. I can't.
Eddie will beat him on skill and kind of endurance, but if Thor gets one clean hit, Thor will knock him out. Because it's like if you've got that reach in boxing and you use that to your advantage, no one's going to come near you. And it doesn't matter what anyone says. It's like Tyson Fury. He's not the prettiest of boxers, but that guy can reach and he does damage. He just dangles his arms like that, But,
unorthodox.
But the good thing is, I mean, it's putting strongman securely on the map, and I mean, there's transformations as well they've done. Those respect for them. Like Eddie was that 500k deadlift. He was close to like being had problems for life with his heart and everything. But then to change it around, now he looks like an unbelievable athlete and doing something that he's passionate about. He takes it all sports serious, and I think he's already. Oh my days! He'd probably be living, breathing boxing right now as well. And Eddie, he's obsessed with stuff, so he'll be there to kind of. He wants to rip Forrest's head off, and he's told us that. So.
Guys, I'm not going to keep you much longer. We've had a request for a gunshot with Ron Burgundy out of Anchorman.
Right.
There's the boys. There's the request. Then you're on your lads.
You can't see Tom's tiny pipe cleaners behind these bad boys. Mount Everest and Mount Fuji right there. Boom.
Where's Rob Wainwright? Rob Wainwright? He's been tops off all day.
I've put my top back on very quickly.
Oh, here he is.
So I've got a challenge for you, Luke. It's something I saw some of the sprinters do. If you're thinking about the watt bike, is see if the two of you can generate enough electricity to toast a bit of bread. It's quite a challenge, that.
I can imagine.
You've got to produce a lot of watts. Right. But I've seen a sprinter do it.
Really?
And so they put a dynamo on the wheel and took all the power straight off onto the toaster. So anyway, you're thinking about funny. You got an electrical pal. Just get a dynamo and connect it to your wheel.
That's a good shout. Yeah, definitely have to do that. I don't like my toast that toasted, so it's more warm bread.
And they prefer a loaf at a time, Rob. A loaf for these boys.
Yeah.
Guys, a quick shout out and hello to everyone that's just joined back in Facebook, Twitter, social media. We're all live. Thank you for joining back in. I hope you have caught most of the Stoltmans. Guys, I'm not going to keep you any longer. We've got more guests to come on, and you guys have been brilliant. Thank you for coming on, inspiring the riders and telling your story.
Awesome.
It's been great.
Awesome, guys. Thanks for having us on. And
good luck.
Good luck.
Smashing it.
Good luck to all the guys cycling. You're doing awesome.
And well done, Tom. Let's get the #1 spot this year.
Yes.
Good man.
Well done.
Cheers, guys.
Thanks, boys.
Catch you later. Cheers. Bye-bye.
Great. I can take my top off again now, Nashi.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. That's Stephen. We had a hand up there. If that was for a question, I do apologise if it was for the Stoltmans. If it's not, Stephen, and you just want to have a chat, just unmute yourself and come and say hello.
No worries.
What is
the
Stoltmans
are a wee message
on social media. So if you didn't get a chance to ask them a question, follow them on social media, but fire them a question. They're really good at getting back and interacting with people. So, and they're, as you can see, always entertaining. So worth a follow, even if you're not into strongman. They're
brilliant, top bloke. Sorry, Stephen, I cut you off there.
No, you're all right. It was just a wee message for Rob, to be honest. I've literally just received an email to say the snip is on its way. So there's perhaps progress on that front for you.
Well, that cheered me up. I know that Brian got cloth from Spain finally. I've been talking about the China stuff, but I didn't even take you through all the import problems we had getting cloth from Spain. But he's got it now, and he's been He was all prepped as soon as it arrived. He was printing off. Well, I think he said Exiles, but what type of snowd you ordered, Stephen?
Edinburgh.
Edinburgh. Well, he's obviously doing Edinburgh and Exiles. So that's great that he's already printed them off and they're in the envelopes already then. So that's cheered me up.
What you'd like to know.
Thank you very much.
They're an interesting, colourful pair of brothers, or set of brothers, the Stoltmans, and a big shout out. They're maybe still watching or on the live feed, so thank you to both brothers for coming on. Very entertaining and top athletes, you know, operating at the top of their game, and it's just great to get them on for a chat. What have we got next? In just under 15 minutes, we have Jenny Faulkner joining us for a quick chat. Then at 5:45, we have Gavin Hastings. And at 6:30, he joined us earlier, Andrew Cotter and his dogs, Olive and Mabel, but he's coming back on for a chat, and he says he'll be on his bike. So it was great to see Andrew Cotter earlier, and we're looking forward to the chat at 6:30. So still lots to come, guys. To everyone that's still on their bike, keep going. This is an amazing effort, everything you're doing. And I'm going through he's back. Can you hear me? Mika, you're still going? Can Dad Alan hear me? Mika, are you there? Ask to unmute. See if I can get a bit of chat. Oh, here we go. This is 10-year-old. To anyone watching on Facebook, Twitter, live, this is 10-year-old Mika. Now he's been.
Sorry.
How are you guys doing? How are you?
How are you? We're fine. We were just remembered that the Women's World Championship cyclocross was on, so we've been trying to flick between the two. And then I can never remember where the mouse is to unmute.
Good stuff. And
doing
Mika,
good stuff.
Mika, how are you doing? Mika, what mileage are you at?
220.
220. Outstanding. Mark, anything on that?
Absolutely fantastic. I mean, I think, Mika, you joined in the ride last year, and you've obviously, you know, got stronger even since then. And if we're allowed out this year, have you got any plans on the road, any adventures, any rides in the diary?
That's what ride you want to do this year? He wanted to be the youngest rider to do Land's End to John O'Groats, but lockdown, during that, he's missed the boat on that now. What are you looking forward to? You want to be
I couldn't do it before lockdown because there was a 7-year-old who did it.
You want to get some racing in, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
Mark, he is in the zone. He's no talking. He's in the zone. He's getting through his miles. Mika, you're an inspiring young man, 10 years old. I hope there's people on Facebook and Twitter just tuning in. We've been checking in with you all day. And congratulations, there's been 13-year-olds involved, there's been 14-year-olds, there's been people from all over the place. But Mika, you've been a wee standout at 10 years old about to do, and you're going to complete 240 miles. So well done you, and well done, Dad. Well done, Alan.
I've got a question for them, Nashi.
Yeah.
Is Mika, is he the Belgium national junior champion or the German one? I can't quite make it out.
I want the Scottish. This is a Belgian kit.
It's a good top.
It's the kits that we wear to go and get the bottles from the riders. So that was to get the bottles from the Belgian team when the European Championships were in Glasgow.
Fantastic. So it's Belgium then.
Well done, guys. Well done.
Which is why you'll be interested in the cyclocross then. That's massive over in Belgium, isn't it?
I'm not sure if they can hear us, Rob. So we'll leave that one there, but keep going, guys. You're almost there. You're almost there. What else? I'm going to have a quick scoot around. I'm just going to check in with the back office team, guys. Keep going. We've got Jenny Faulkner in under 10 minutes.
Sorry, Mark, I had a question for you.
Go for it.
Years ago, I interviewed you for the Glasgow University newspaper. It was just around the time of your first big adventure. And I remember you saying that there's one blot on your copybook as far as success has gone, and that was you. You famously got beaten in the Glasgow University Sports Association election. Do you think that's held you back at all in life?
Honestly, I spent most of my time at university up in the union. University, a pretty phenomenal place to have good students here. Really good students.
5 weeks after that.
If you don't have that opportunity to, for me, if you leave university just with a degree, then you're missing half of what it's about. And that, that interaction and everything that happens on the club side and the unions is phenomenal. So yeah, I was trying to run for president, which I really enjoyed of the Sports Association. Didn't get it. Was gutted. It was such a blow. And then I was trying at the time to, then set out to cycle around the world the first time. So yeah, it's one of those things that was a massive disappointment at the time. But I've stayed really close with sort of the clubs and sort of the colleges and universities in Scotland. I'm still honorary president of furthest, which is Scottish Student Sports, and it's one of those things that I think it's quite good to have some big setbacks earlier on in your career, because it sort of teaches you how to regroup and refocus. So at the time it was gutting, but it probably got me around the world quicker. I probably would have been a year later, and who knows.
I was being a bit silly, but that's actually a really good answer.
See that last bit?
I was just saying I was being a bit silly, but that's actually a good answer.
Yeah, no, it was great. I absolutely loved it. So were you working at Glasgow Uni?
No, I was at the art school, but I edited the uni newspaper.
Yeah.
And we came through Edinburgh and interviewed you just near Haymarket, I think, and we took a picture of you standing in the street on the in the bike lane, and almost got you run over, I remember, but you survived.
So I got an email from the university last week. They've got a very their sports union annual ball is legendary, as most universities are, and the Hilton in Glasgow came up in conversation with Ali McCoist earlier on this morning, and they're planning that for later in the year. So I hope to make it back. I always feel, you feel your age when you suddenly go back and meet students and realize you aren't a student anymore, but it's great to keep in touch, because that's when I think club sport, university teaches you so much.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Okay, guys, 5 minutes, and Jenny Faulkner should probably be with us. Hopefully, all is going well. She did confirm earlier. Then we will head on to Gavin Hastings, 5:45. Andrew Cotter at 6:30, and then we'll hopefully Ali McCoist will be dropping back in if he can. It's just been a fantastic day so far. Keep going, guys. Lots of success stories of people going further than they ever thought, doubling what they'd ever done before. Lots of good stories from throughout the day. A theme of rugby. Good rugby chat throughout the day with the Six Nations coming, something to look forward to. Lions chat, we've had Olympics chat, we've had all sorts going on today, so thank you to everyone that's been involved. Anyone on Facebook, Twitter, worldinaday.com, donate there if you can. Across social media, take the photos, share what you're doing, tag in Doddy Gump. My name is Doddy Foundation, and we'll get things shared across the profiles. But keep going, guys. We have a little bit to go, but you're doing so well. Well done to everybody. Just keeping an eye out here for Jenny coming on for a chat. And Jenny, if obviously TV, radio, she's got her own podcast called The Run Pod. And yeah, there'll be hopefully inspiration on a bit of endurance. Jenny herself run quite a few marathons in her time. Yeah, and we'll get into the chat as soon as she's on.
I saw Ian Rankin pop up there. Is that rugby, Ian Rankin?
I'm not sure. I see Ian Rankin, do we know you?
Hi guys, yes it is. I don't write books.
Do you grow carrots?
Obviously, big sales pitch. Thank you very much for that one. Yeah, what a great effort, guys. It's fantastic. It's just the numbers that it's brought together. All ages, you know, some of the stuff early this morning when I was on, and a 10-year-old riding, I don't know how many 100 kilometers. It's just unbelievable. It's brilliant.
He's the 10-year-old Mika. He's at, what was he at? 200. He's done 220 now, so he's not got far to go.
He's well ahead of me. But I don't think he's fed his cattle yet, so that he maybe hasn't factored that in yet.
You surely counted these miles as well, Rob. I'm sure you did.
Ian, I might be remembering this completely wrong, but were you in that peloton leaving Murrayfield 3 years ago as we pedalled up to Stirling?
Yeah, I did, Mark. I joined in, got as far as Stirling, and enjoyed riding alongside you, which was pretty special. And a big thanks to Rob, who came back to help me when I was struggling a wee bit in the wind and the rain coming back into Stirling. But yeah, that was before you. I think you did a lecture that night at Stirling University as well.
Yeah, it was funny because I had an event to do, and I came off stage. And I said to the rest of the riders who were now heading through another 440 miles of riding, I said, guys and girls, did you enjoy my talk? Did you like it? How was it? And they'd all been in the green room at the back sleeping. So that was it. That set the mood as we set off in the rain and the wind down into the borders. They'd been sleeping. That was how good my talk was.
To be fair, actually, Mark, your talk was quite good and far more interesting than I wanted it to be, because I wanted to just slump in my chair and fall asleep, but I was gripped by the tail, so I never actually got any sleep. That was our sleep for that night. That had been scheduled as our sleep, so that meant we never had any sleep that night, did we? And we got our famous 35 minutes down in Ox Hill in Oxfordshire. That was we climbed into these beautiful linen sheets at Andy McDonald's house, and we were woken up 35 minutes later. In fact, it was even crazier than that, because they made an amazing meal for us, Mark. And we had our dinner when we arrived. We went to bed for 35 minutes, and then they gave us breakfast when we got up again, didn't they? Yeah. So we had 2 meals within an hour, sandwiched around an extremely nice sleep.
Because it was straight through the Thursday night, straight through Friday night, we were meant to arrive at a very civilized time, get a good 5-6 hours sleep, and then ride a civilized final 100 miles into Twickenham. But because we'd had such a howler in terms of the weather through the borders, we'd arrived at Kendal Rugby Club very, very late. We looked after well there. And so, as you say, by the time we arrived, and our hosts, there was a wonderful moment when they stood there and said, when you wake up in the morning, and they were talking about tomorrow and this, that, and next thing, and chatting at length about who was sleeping where, and you or I or somebody piped up and said, when you're talking about the morning, do you mean in 35 minutes time? Can we stop talking about it and just get on with the sleeping bit? And it was brutal, absolutely brutal, but that was one of the events, very much your idea, but one of the events that kicked off the big cycling theme, which is obviously continue to be important for the Doddy fundraising. And it's an interesting connection between rugby players and cyclists, and retired rugby players in particular, who then, with dodgy knees decide to pick up cycling. But it's been a great mechanism for fundraising over the years.
Mark, I'm going to interrupt because I think we've got Jenny Faulkner with us. Jenny, are you there?
Yes, hello there. Are you okay?
Hello, great to see you. How are you?
Oh no, I'm good. Well, I'm not on a bike at the moment. Well done to all of you. My goodness, I've been at work, I've been for a run, I've done loads of stuff today, but I imagine that most of you have just been sat in that saddle. So it's been so impressive. I've been checking in, maybe not from 6 o'clock this morning, maybe a little bit later than that. But how many people have been going since 6? All of you?
there's just now, I can't confess to have done this. I am trying to be here and hold sort of master of ceremonies, but the troops have been going, a lot of them since 6 a.m.
James put his hand up there. James Gregg there. Hello. Well done. You're good. I can't believe I'm just scrolling through. God, there's absolutely tons of you. Well done. Well done to everyone going strong. Linda's looking good there. Caleb and Louise. There we go. Can see you all. And then there's a few videos that are turned off, but well done to everyone. Jack, Alistair, Mark, everyone. God, it's going really well. How's it been, Alan?
There's been people jumping on saying they're going to do 50 miles, and then we get a message saying, guys, I did 100. There's been so many people that have beat their personal bests. They've gone further than they could ever have imagined. And there's people that didn't intend to go all day and are still on now.
Yeah.
So it's been incredible. The guests have been fantastic. The chat's been brilliant throughout the day. It's been pretty constant. I think when Mark and I and the back team are sort of thinking about this, there'll probably be some quiet times and people want to get their heads down. The community and the chat and everyone getting involved throughout the day has been non-stop. So I hope that really helps. And it's a big thanks to you for jumping on and having a bit of a chat. So thank you very much.
No, it's all right. I'm curious how many people have got painful backsides after being on the bike for that long, because I go on a spin bike in front of the telly for like an hour and a half, and I'm in agony. So well done for I hope you've all got cushioned shorts on.
Sore bums have been mentioned quite a few times.
Okay.
We have. And
we've got naturally cushioned bottoms anyway, a lot of us. But I see you haven't got a bike. You can have mine if you want.
I know. Well, I have actually got one. I've got one downstairs, but the reason I'm not on it there is because the entire house is filled with, the dog, my husband, my daughter, and they would have not been quiet at all. So I've left them. Obviously, I'll go on the bike straight after this.
But
Isn't it terrible when a house is full of dogs, husbands, daughters? It sounds like you need to sweep them out.
That'd be nice.
There's been a few dads on here that have certainly admitted that they've been locked away for a day away from the kids.
Yeah, you see, it's a nice little break and you're burning calories. It's a win-win situation. I mean, what a brilliant idea this is. And I honestly can't believe how much you're all, cycling, how much money you're going to have raised by the end of it. Obviously, it's all Mark's fault for doing that massive challenge in the first place and setting this challenge today.
Let's bring him in because he's already blamed his wife, Nikki, that this was her idea.
Nikki takes all the credit. No, actually, I was in trouble for claiming the credit, and then Nikki pointed out quite rightly that it was her idea.
Nikki is regretting this now.
We ran this event 4 or 5 times last year during first lockdown. 4. And then we thought it would be a good idea to bring it back because obviously Doddie's running the whole month. Look at that! Look how we can. We need the Stolten brothers back, and that's glued on. And so everyone's clocking up their miles brilliantly during January, walking the dog, going for runs, going for cycles. But what Rob and I were chatting about was trying to create an event where people could actually clock some miles together at the end of January. And that's where this came about, that idea of can we during lockdown do some miles together? And it's been good fun and amazing how everyone's jumped on the idea.
Jenny, when we spoke a few months ago now, obviously I'm a big fan of the Run Pod. You're a marathon runner yourself, into your fitness, and you've gone long distances running. But you've spoken to some incredible athletes. Is there any sort of hints and tips that you've picked up over the sort of podcasts and interviews that you've done that you can give on to the guys here that are trying to get to the finish line?
Well, I mean, do you know what? The thing is, sometimes it can get hard. I know from when I've done a marathon, it's not quite as far as you guys are going today, but anyone who's run a long distance and set themselves that challenge, whether it's a training run or whether it's this, and you'll know if you've run yourself, it's a pain and it feels like it's never going to come to the end. But actually, once you get to that finish line, you look back and it wasn't as long as you thought. So you're so close to the finish line now. It's just keep going, just dig deep and keep going. I think you can see the end now because there's you've only got about 3 hours to go. Is that right? 8 o'clock you're going to finish?
You might have
I'm almost 3/4 of the way through. I'm only going to have 60 miles left. So, doesn't sound like much, does it?
No, but you know what? You'll keep going and you'll get there. You'll be so proud of yourselves afterwards. And I think that's the thing. When you look back, you'll be so pleased with what you've achieved. And I think that's something to be really proud of.
Yeah, and I see you obviously supporting Doddy Aid, why I reached out. And have you enjoyed the challenge and it's given you something to sort of work through January? I know you do run and train often, but just having Doddy there and the sort of motivation behind that.
It's such a great way to get everyone motivated and get out there for January, isn't it? You know, the time when usually we feel a bit trapped inside and it's a bit miserable. And to be honest, we are all trapped inside at the moment. So to be able to clock the mileage and do something to get active in the coldest, darkest, generally most miserable month of the year has been brilliant and brought us all together. I love the banter online as well. I'm in Team Glasgow. Apologies if you're not, and that doesn't impress you. But, you know, I'm a Glasgow girl. So I joined Team Glasgow, and I've been clocking miles through running. So I'm on 155 miles. So I'm quite pleased with that. I'd only thought I'd get to 150. So I've still got a way to go. So I can do a bit more than that, I think, still.
We've had your captain, Kelly Brown's been on, your team manager was on first thing, giving a
I heard his language was colourful this morning.
We had to calm him down. He was a bit blue. There was kids on early. We had to calm him down. But excited was Ali, and we're hoping he'll make an appearance later. But that's the main thing, the community and the teams that have been created, such personalities, you know, and whether it's rugby, whether it's football, whether it's Davy, who is an MND sufferer who's leading Edinburgh, we've all come together and we've all sort of pushed this in the same direction. And that's something that we've talked about throughout the day, the theme of community, the theme of sort of talking and helping each other get through this difficult month, let alone what the rest of the year is going to look like. And we also had Joe Douglas on, the CEO of the My Name is Doris Foundation. It was just great to hear about where the money's going and what the future looks like and how Doddy is. So again, I feel like my job here is just to thank people. So it's to thank the efforts and from Mark and Rob. But for you, Jenny, you've joined us now, and as we do approach the sort of the dark hours, the finishing legs of everyone's endeavours, your guests that you've had on Roundpot, is there anyone that you can think of that you can turn to that's sort of done something unique? Jason Fox was on earlier. He talked about Tim Peake and marathons in space. Anyone that sort of springs to mind?
Actually, I had Tim Peake on RunPod, and he was fascinating. He gave a really great insight into running in space and how you have to actually be tied down, obviously, onto the treadmill. Otherwise, you'll go floating around. But just the fact that when you sweat running in space, the sweat goes to the top of your head. So, which is a bizarre concept. Literally, it's right up the top. It kind of rises up. And so it was really interesting chatting to him and hearing all about that. I'm trying to think who else. I've got a really great guest out today, actually. She's an NHS intensive care nurse, maybe not someone you'd know the name of. Her name's Olivia Tompkins, but she's just an example of those people that are currently working on the front line. She does minimum 12-hour shifts, 6 days a week. And then she actually has to do exercise at the end of a long shift because it's the only way she can relax and re-energize and kind of give a break to herself. Because sometimes when you're working in these really intense environments and you can't switch off when you get home, and it's so important for your own mental health to do something to reward yourself, you know, with some physical exercise and a little break mentally. And maybe for some people, exercise is a form of meditation as well. You get a chance to have some me time. And so it's been really interesting hearing about her day in intensive care, where all her patients are coronavirus patients, and then she comes home and she works out to kind of have a bit of release. So that was really interesting as well.
What about a friend of Mark's as well, Nick Butter? Ran a marathon.
Nick, yeah, he's great. In fact, he phoned me just the other day. He's got, oh my goodness, he just does not stop with challenges at all. He is the most active guy I know. He's currently in the French Alps, Nick Butter. He's there in the snow. If anyone doesn't know who Nick Butter is, he ran the world. He basically ran his way right around the world. So Mark, you cycled your way around, but he ran. He went to every single country and he did a book. He wrote a book, and it's fascinating hearing all about it. And then just before Christmas, he decided to run across Italy. So he just really likes running.
Yeah, it's fantastic. And there's guys like that out there that push us all along. They push us all a little bit. And I just want to do a little shout out to Nicole. She's put a message here. I know it's nothing compared to what everyone else is doing, but I'm very overweight and I've run 9 miles today, or cycled 9 miles today. Sorry, let me start again. Compared to you all, I'm overweight, but I've done 9 miles walking today. All my friends and family have sponsored me, so hopefully I've raised a lot of money. So that's exactly what we want to see today. That's fantastic. It's inspiring. Brilliant. People are doing what they can. It's all helping Doddy and his foundation, and that's what Mark and Rob have created here. It's
well done to you for doing that as well. It is about just getting up and doing something and being active. Well done, Nicola. It's amazing. Really good. It doesn't matter what you do. It's just putting in the effort. And the fact is that everything everyone's doing for Doddy Aid is raising money, raising awareness for MND research, and which is so important. But also, it's bringing everyone together. I love this. Look how many people you've got cycling on here. It's just fantastic.
Have you got any challenges?
See you, Nicole. I can see you there as well. Thumbs up. Well done.
Have you got any challenges yourself? Any marathons planned or anything this year?
Well, it's a bit weird at the moment because obviously nothing is certain. I did have the marathon. I had about 5 half marathons lined up. I think they're all pretty much on the back burner at the moment. So everything will remain virtual for the meantime. So I guess it's just a case of staying focused. The best thing you can do if you don't have a race to train for is just to keep active, kind of set yourself mini challenges and go with it. Enjoy it. I think that's it. Mark, I don't know if you feel like this ever, but when you don't have an event to compete for, sometimes it's nice to relax a little bit and then just enjoy it for what it is.
Yeah, I guess I've used the last 12 months to not be quite so obsessed about numbers, about pace, about heart rate, about power. I've done a lot more adventure stuff. It's been a good opportunity to go fell running and gravel riding and stuff. Do you know how I describe it? I'm sure you're the same, Jenny. It's just good for the soul. It's not necessarily about fitness and strength and whatnot. It's just go on adventures to get out of the house, and it's just good for the soul and the smiles and the memories. I'm doing quite a lot of night running and night riding, and again, it's just more for the adventure of it. So I think, without the big events, you've just got to have that fix every week of something which creates positive memories.
Yeah, I totally agree. And that's why I think this is really good. It just gives you the chance to do something and be active and kind of set yourself challenges with friends and family. So yeah, it's brilliant. Well done to everyone. You're doing a phenomenal effort.
There is, I think it was Ross, there is a cyclist on here that's going 24 hours, Jenny. And
oh my word. Well done.
I think he's going to keep going and join in with Chris Hoy and the team when they do their event every Sunday morning. So tomorrow morning, Ross is just going to come straight off this event and into that one. So again, another inspiring story of
Alan, are you not on the bike at all throughout this?
I'm not. No, I'm not.
I feel like you're copying out here a little bit.
I'm going to have to go for a big run or something to just sort of make up. And Rob asked me earlier, is my bum okay sitting on a seat all day? And I was like, yes, Rob.
Probably got a nice big cushion under it, haven't you?
I'm absolutely fine.
Alan, by the way, he was telling me that he starts every day when he goes for a run, he gets in the sea. Are you still doing that in this time of year?
Yeah, still doing that. And
really?
I was speaking to the Stoltman brothers on the last interview, and on Monday it starts Freesbury, where you get in the sea every day through February. So that'll be my motivation through February. But that's come up quite a lot, cold water therapy and all these sorts of things. Wim Hof.
Yeah.
I've spoken about that, and it's not for everybody, certainly not. And you see some people jumping in wheelie bins full of ice and all sorts, but I'm fortunate that living on the coast, I've got the sea there, and it works for me, and it works for the community around here. So it's like you say, Mark, with his nighttime riding, gravel riding, finding something at the moment that can keep you going day at a time, hugely important.
I do apologise. My dog is going crazy. He wants in. Can you hear him? He's going nuts.
We had Andrew Cotter popped on earlier. He's coming on again at 6:30, but we met his dogs. All of them.
They're well behaved. I've seen the videos of them. They are actually quite well trained, those dogs. So.
You've not tried to put your dogs on camera and do the voiceover, no?
No, my dog is 13, and my dog is like, I'm like, get off the sofa, and he looks at you and he's like, whatever, I'm 13, leave me alone, I'll do what I want. So, this is him barking, probably because he wants fed. This is him demanding food, but anyway. Awesome. And the door's way over there. But yeah, look, listen, everyone, well done. You're doing a really good job. I've got to say I'm impressed, and I feel like I need to go and do some cycling. I've done a run today, but I feel like that's not really enough compared to you guys. Yeah,
well, thank you for joining us. I did say it'd just be a quick chat, so thank you very much. We're going to keep the guys motivated. We're going to get them through right to the end. Still got a few guests. We've got Gavin Hastings coming up next, then Andrew Cotter. Hopefully Ali McCoy jumps back on, and a couple of the captains. Jenny, thank you very much for joining us.
I'm going to take a quick photo of you all. I'm going to put this online. So look, well done to everyone cycling their hearts out today. There, look at you all. You're doing such a good job there. Danny's waving. Well done. Look, good luck. Enjoy. Well done, Rob, as well. And look, I'll keep watching. You're cycling till 8 o'clock tonight, or some of you crazies are going a bit longer. But look, it's a great cause. Well done.
Thank you very much, Jenny, for coming on, cheering us up.
Cheers. All right. Thank you. See you later.
Bye. Bye. Cheers, and thanks a lot.
Take care.
Bye.
There's a message from Jenny Davidson. She's done 7 miles today walking. Likes to get her miles in, and she's loved everything that's been going on today. So keep going, guys. You're inspiring people to get out and about.
So, Nashi, we've got Andy McDonald here. Who's been who's come over from another Zoom group. But Andy is arguably the funniest man in Scotland. So
where is he? Get him on.
There's nothing like
that's always a pressurized build-up. I think I'm the very challenging mystery guest. It comes on. Am I still live? Everything's frozen.
Putting him a billing that he can back him.
Andy, have you got any good Rob Wainwright stories?
Many, but it would completely shatter the airwaves. What I would say is, what I was most impressed on the ride that they referred to coming down, the first ride down to the Calcutta Cup match, they were due to have 6 hours sleep in Warwickshire, and they arrived so late, it was only about 20 minutes. And what impressed me most about Mark Beaumont's endurance capabilities with the speed he got out of bed and changed after 20 minutes sleep. But it was extraordinary. But I was responsible for part of the route, and they've never forgiven me.
Any comments there, Mark?
Well, I think it was the scenic tour, wasn't it? It was like after
Barons Hill,
400 miles, he thought he would take us up the steepest climbs he could find in Middle England. 15 degrees. It was at one point, I did turn around and say, "Is this the most direct route?" And he said, "No, but it's very beautiful." And I said, "Well, I can't argue with that."
I conveniently got a puncture after 10 miles.
You find one of those potholes, Andy, did you?
Yeah, I aimed for it.
He just undid his valve on his front wheel. Going up a very steep hill.
I was thinking, I've been, we had a crew of folk doing probably about 50, 60 miles this morning as a team, and I had a short Zoom call, and we all couldn't imagine doing 240 miles. But I've been listening a lot during today, and I thought it was probably fairly apt just to say what work Rob has been doing in the background. From the early stage of trying to get this thing going, he's been running about 5 WhatsApp groups and posting to the wrong ones by mistake. But it's been a Herculean effort of persistence, dealing with snoods, cycling, chivvying up celebs, monumental task. And only a man from Cole could have the time to do it. So well done, Rob.
Thanks, Andy. And Andy, we've had the Doddy creative team, which is Andy, Ian, Alex, and they've been putting together these crazy videos that early on was such an important part of getting the message out. And then we kind of got flooded with big names, Jedi warriors, Spartans, etc. And we haven't needed them so much, but they did another one for this event, and Andy is the voice of that. And I'm sure that if we ask him nicely, he could speak like a 1920s newscaster for about a minute would do it.
I have to put my own glasses on, so chaps, keep going. Really great, and Nash, you're doing a fabulous job. We're going to hire you for the Pathé News very soon. Keep going, chaps. Mark, you're sweating a little bit there, but I'm sure you're used to it. So, everyone, great effort.
Yes. And did you fly Spitfires at any stage, Andy, did you?
Yes, some time ago. No, we've had, unfortunately, there's an awful lot that's been left on the cutting room floor. I think two made it onto the airwaves, but there was a few Australian and American trailers that never made the social media.
Well, do you want to tell us one of your Australian stories, Andy?
No, I think there's too many families watching today, so we'll leave those ones out. But
you've got clean ones, haven't you?
Well, the tale of the stack of chairs did make an appearance this morning on the other Zoom channel.
Let's hear it.
Over 18 one.
I'm not sure if it's really appropriate for.
Okay. Andy, I'll just reiterate what you said. The work that's gone in behind the scenes, and obviously we know Rob, Mark, but today, all day behind the scenes, there is a team of guys working away, doing the social media, running the streams, everything. So a shout out to them, Alex, Ben, Keith, Ian. I'll probably be forgetting people, but they're the people that I'm aware of that have brought this together, let alone the wider web of organisers that are involved with My Name is Doddy and Doddy Gump, that everything's been going on. So yes, thank you to everyone that behind the scenes has made this possible. Yeah, we wouldn't be here without you.
And Nashi, your ability to keep a conversation going for that many hours, you might get a job soon as a cricket commentator if you're not careful. So well done. It's been hugely entertaining. Thank you.
I've loved it, but I'm actively looking at the screens and I see Foxy's back on. He is a glutton for the miles today. Foxy, what's happening? How are you? We're checking in.
Yeah, I'm all right. My backside's killing me, to be fair. I'm not cut out for this stuff.
No.
But it's good. It's all good.
It's all good. The guys are still going. It's been continuous. I'm still checking for... Oh, we've got Mel as well. How are you, Mel?
Oh, I'm doing all right, thank you.
Good.
I had a little break, but I'm back.
No, good on you.
How many miles have you done now?
Pseudoprem is my best friend.
What mileage are you at, Mel?
Oh, nowhere near you guys. I'm heading to a couple of 200 kilometres.
Oh,
so I'll see if I can push through that.
Fantastic. Mel, honestly,
sorry, Nashi, it seems like a day or two ago, but I was overtaken a couple of times on the hill this morning by you and your handbike doing up the aqueduct. So very impressive.
I think it's the only time that I'll be able to sort of ride in front of you and Mark, so I was taking it all I could.
Well, it was a pleasure this morning listening to you and Dame Catherine just chat away about the Olympics.
Oh, it was so good. Thanks so much for letting us chat. It was great. It was just like a couple of people in the room together. It was brilliant.
I had my feet.
About London.
That's what Mark and Rob sort of portrayed to me, is this fireside chat, get conversation flowing, keep it going. And when you two just started, it just took off. I was like, I'm going to have to interrupt at some point here to tell everybody what's going on and please donate. But it was just great, and that's what this whole event's been about. And I keep going on about it. The community, people reaching out, and I can see Micah's still going there. He's got his head down. He must be close to 240 now. He's giving us a wave. 10 years old, an inspiration to us all, both him and his dad, for getting through this event today. It's been fantastic. We're now on the charge for Gavin Hastings. He's just sent me a message with a thumbs up that he's on for 5:45, followed by Andrew Cotter, and then, as I keep saying, Mark and Rob will take us through with other folks, hopefully dropping in for chats here and there. So if you are on Facebook, Twitter, social media profiles, worldinaday.com, please do, if you can, donate there. Tag yourself, tag the photos, Doddy Gump, use the hashtags Doddy Aid, the team behind the scenes, they'll share, they'll do what they can to keep up with the volume of sort of communication and traction that's happening across the social media world. I can see you all head down, you're getting through the miles, keep charging. I think Mark...
Nashi, are you eating, Nashi? Are you drinking?
I am. I'm grazing like you guys.
Okay, I'm a bit worried about you because this is an endurance feat on its own. We've got distraction.
Don't worry about me. I'm fine. I've got some supplies here. I'll get to the end, and then I'll have a big feast later.
Good to hear. Good.
No, it's been a pleasure to be involved in this and to speak to so many. I love podcasting. I love interviewing, and to be honest, to get a chance to speak to the guests that we've had on, and the way it's run, and everybody's turned up, and everyone's been on time. It is touch wood. It's gone so well so far.
That's be the longest podcast surely that you've done, isn't it?
Oh yes, I think my longest. It was actually my longest show so far is a mate of Foxy's and a mate of JJ Chalmers, who was mentioned earlier. A guy called Brian Wood, recipient of the Military Cross. My podcast with him, I think that went about an hour and a half, and that was the longest one I've done on my own show. I just got completely immersed in Brian's story, and then I didn't realise that the length of time that it got to. So this certainly trumps that, but it doesn't feel like it for me. It's been a pleasure to try and motivate and help and just try and keep the conversation going. And Mel, you dropping into conversation, Rob, whoever has been up for a chat, me stepping out the way when required to let you guys chat away. It's been great. I've really enjoyed it. So well done, everybody.
Naturally, just to let you know that Woody's actually just done a marathon for this.
I saw it. I tweeted him and I messaged him. I said, mate, jump on the Zoom call if you get a chance, because I know he saw that. He's been inspired by what's going on today. He's an active, he's very fit, he's an active runner, but I saw that it came up and JJ was tweeting about it, that he's been inspired to go and run a marathon. He went out and did it today. So maybe he'll jump on at some point, because his story, Foxy, you'll tell me better than anyone. I mean, his story's inspirational, and what he went through, and the trials and tribulations of coming back out of the military and through court cases and all sorts. He's got a story to tell.
Soon to be a drama, apparently.
Yeah, it's all been made, and I think was it the BBC? I think have taken it up.
Yeah, should be interesting.
Yeah, but that's it. Oh, there he's there. He's just posted 1 hour ago. He did his marathon in 3 hours 47 minutes.
Yeah, should be interesting.
Yeah. 3 hours 47 minutes.
That's it.
Oh, there he's there. He's just posted 1 hour ago. Turn that off. I'm just going to send him a quick message. It'd be quite.
I'm just WhatsApping him. Hang on, mate.
All right, send him the link and see if we can get him on. Keep going, guys. You're all doing a fantastic job.
I've just sent him that link, so he should jump on in a minute. He can talk the hind legs off the bloody.
We'll get him on for sort of 10-15 minutes up to Big Gav when he joins us. But no, Woody's got a good story, and the fact that he wasn't planning a marathon today and he's gone out and done one because of what all you guys are doing on your bikes, and for what this event through January means to everybody, that fair play to Woody. Pulling out a marathon today is a great effort. I'll keep an eye out for him, see if he comes up in the feed. Mark, I don't know if you heard that. We've got a sort of mutual friend of Foxy and myself, someone been on my show, but Brian Wood, ex-military veteran, but he went out and ran a marathon today, inspired by everything that's going on. So he's got a pretty interesting story. And Foxy's just sent him a message. So if we can get him on for a quick chat, we'll see what's going on and see how his body is after 3.5 hour.
He was a great guest on your podcast on the Get After It, and I've just been scrolling through the social media myself, and for everyone that's obviously on the Zoom call, there's a lot of people out there talking up big miles as well, and it's remembering how many people are involved in Doddy 8 this month. And very cool to see. Some other fun things happening next week. Obviously, we've got Chris Hoy's ride tomorrow morning, and then Rob, what's the dog walking? What's it called next week? And then obviously we've got the big final party. But there's for all the dog walkers out there, there's an initiative next week. What's that one?
Well, we've looked after the cyclists this weekend. For the crazies like us, we've had the big event today. Tomorrow we've got. I know this isn't what you want to be telling people who are doing 240 miles, but we've got Cav and Geraint Thomas joining Chris Hoy in the peloton, and Louise Minchin and Laura Winter will be sweeping at the back. So we've got an all-star cast. Actually, while I talk, I'll have a look. It's going to be an absolutely massive event. I'm just seeing how many people are signed up, but it's stupid. So that's the cyclists taken care of. Yeah, there are 1,260 people signed up for tomorrow morning's ride at the moment. So I'm not sure that my internet connection will cope with that many bodies on Swift. But this is for the cyclists. On Wednesday, the dog walkers, because the dog walkers are a massive part of our clientele in this event. And so we're having doggy age. So and how many miles the dog walkers can get in. And I'm hoping the good chaps at the Track for Good app can tell the difference between the different exercises and tell us which district does the most dog walking on Wednesday. So we've got that. And then as a kind of big thank you, and I hope we can get as many people to come along as possible, but on Friday evening, we've all been invited to dinner by Mr. and Mrs. Gump. And we've got an all-star cast. You've got to go and buy the ingredients and cook your meal at home, but Nick Nairn will be taking us through the cooking. And Davey Shiv will be doing the wine tasting, and I think we've now ascertained this morning that Ali McCoyce will be his assistant. I don't know if you want him in a pink leotard, like a proper circus assistant, Davey. That's something we can discuss. But we've got that. We've got whiskey tasting with Alex Bruce. We've got a number of different musicians coming along. Phil Cunningham just confirmed last night that he'll come and do a tune for us. And I'm sure we'll get some of the good Cayley bands from the neighbouring island Tyree along. We'll get some great music. If anyone hasn't seen the Pipers video that's been put out by the Trad Mill, which is the traditional musicians taking exercise in Doddy. They've put a great video out, which will be on the Doddy Gump social media feeds. But Friday night, it's just a big thank you party, and hopefully a celebration of us getting to £1 million, which would just be, now that it's so close, it would be a crime not to get there, wouldn't it? So
absolutely. Rob, I'm going to interrupt you. We've got Brian Wood. Hopefully Brian's got his mute off. He just went out and ran a marathon today. He's been inspired by everything that's been going on through Doddy Gump. Woody, are you there?
I'm here, mate. How are you?
I'm very well. And thank you to Foxy for sending you the message. Just a quick chat. I did message you. We've got Gavin Hastings on in just over 5 minutes. But today you were inspired and out you went for a marathon.
Yeah, if I'm honest, I was actually inspired by the big man Foxy, seeing his recent updates. And to be honest, I watched Rob Burrows' recent documentary, and it was heartbreaking, inspiring. And I've actually been following the big man for a while through what we were doing with Thrifty. And I just wanted to do something. I woke up in the morning and I just thought, I'm going to put my trainers on and I'm going to go. And I haven't obviously been training, but just cracked it out.
Mate, it's brilliant. And that's the kind of theme and vibe that's been going on today. There's been people on this Zoom call all day putting miles in. They've maybe thought they'd do 50 and they end up at 150. They maybe thought they'd do 150 and they're still on now going for 240. There's people that this campaign seems to have pushed into new territory of what they're capable of, because this community has brought people together. So following you on Twitter today and just seeing you interacting with JJ Chalmers, who was on earlier, speaking so incredibly about what he's been through and his journey. And I know you've been on my show. I know your backstory, and you've got the documentary coming and the books out and all sorts of things from your military career. We don't have too much time, but you have battled adversity and you've overcome and you've kept pushing. And it's guys like yourself and Foxy and his story that have come on today that have inspired, and the guys are still going to hit that gold standard of 240. So, mate, thank you for putting in the miles on the road today.
No, mate, it's a pleasure. And, I'm one of many who have met adversity head on, and it's just willing to show up and try and navigate your way around the beaten track. And it definitely can be done. And, it's about time that MND is in a position where everyone really can see and take note, and hopefully, sometime soon we can get a cure. And for me, just putting in some miles, I was a broken man. I had 5 miles left and I was snapped, but I knew, I could keep going because of the cause, because of the awareness, and because of what everyone else is doing. It's really special, and it definitely beats the sort of the dullness of post-production for the drama. So it is very exciting. It just goes to show, though, as well, that if you're willing to hang in, if you're willing to keep moving forward and keep attacking, that anything is possible, because I'm like others are an example of that.
Absolutely, and I like that. That's something you live by. Keep attacking. That's sort of your mantra, your logo, your brand, and it's something that a lot of people follow you for, because you keep attacking, and that's what everyone's done today, and that's what Doddy Weir's doing.
Hey, and before I go, Nashi, I just want to say props to you, also. For doing what you're doing, for racking up the hours and hosting. It's graft, and it goes sometimes unrecognised. So massive chuck up to what you're doing. Everyone on this Zoom call, I've not even had a chance to scroll through, but keep up the incredible work. It's awe-inspiring, and it was, for me, a real honour and a privilege to even be part of it. So crack on, ladies and gentlemen. It's incredible. So, yeah, good on you.
Good on you, mate.
Woody.
Yeah.
Oh, love your hair, mate. Love your hair.
Oi, yours is struggling at the moment.
Modelled on Tim Henman, everyone. Modelled on Tim Henman.
Oi, yours is struggling at the moment, you tie rag.
Foxy, Woody, you'll need to look back on this, because Foxy was talking about spray tan and everything earlier.
I know some stuff about Foxy, let me tell you, but that's over a pint when we meet up. Don't worry.
We won't go there.
We won't go there. No, Foxy, I'm going to go now, but thanks for inspiring me, mate. You always test yourself beyond endurance, and you're a good friend of mine. So cheers for letting me know about it. Like I said, all the best to everyone, and I don't look like Tin Enman.
Good on you, mate. Okay, we'll catch you later.
All the best. Cheers, mate. Thank you. Cheers.
Thank you, Foxy, for making that happen. Good on you. Okay, guys. So next up, we've got Gavin Hastings. To anyone on Facebook, Twitter, on the social media, Gavin Hastings, Andrew Cotter, and just more of the chat that's been going on through the day. It's been fantastic. It's been a full-on day. It's been full of laughs. It's been full of honesty. It's been full of heartfelt stories. And it's hopefully helped the riders get through these miles. A bit more to go, guys. We've broken the back of this. But just keep going. And I'm looking for my main man. Micah is off his bike, so I'm hoping he has completed his journey tenure. Alan, is he all finished?
Not quite, just having dinner now, and then we'll return for a little bit more after. So he's up to 244.
Oh, fantastic. Well, it's incredible. Well done. Keep going. We'll check in at some point, hopefully. And then when you finish, it's a massive congratulations to you both. It's been great following Micah's journey all day.
He's lovely. I mean, I haven't said this whilst he's been here. Mike is on the autistic spectrum, and he doesn't really speak to anyone if they're not on a bike. So when you guys are around, this is more than he says to almost anybody. So yeah, it's brilliant getting to sit alongside him and hearing him chat to you, because he wouldn't say boo to a goose anywhere else. So he loves it. Thanks a lot.
Oh, fantastic, Alan. Well, good on him. Yeah, and good on you. A fantastic effort. Thank you for sharing the day with us. And he's a wee trooper. He's a star of the future. So fantastic. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
There you go. That's quite a moment. Micah has been a bit of a star of the show all day today, as well as the other youngsters that have been on. But to go through the full day at 10 years old with his own challenges, and we had Tom Stoltman talk about his challenges, and it's not going to stop him, and it certainly hasn't getting him to the top of the world in strongman competition. So there's been some real strong messages sent out today. So well done to everybody, especially if you're battling your own challenges. Thank you for stepping up. Not long now until Gavin Hastings. Now, you won't mind me saying this. We'll see how Gav gets on with technology. He should be fine, but I'll keep an eye on the screens and we'll keep scrolling. And I'll keep an eye on all the messages. If anyone is a rugby fan, if you've got questions or anything for Gav, please do get involved throughout the chat. Send me a notification, put something in the comments. I hope I've not missed too many of the comments. Mark's been really good at keeping up to date. And I can see Gav. Gav, you're there.
I am, Nashi. How are you, lad?
I'm good. How are you? Good to see you.
It's nice to be on your show. If it's your show, it must be all about you today, Nashi, is it?
No, I'm the least important on here, Gav. It's great to see you. There's definitely going to be a Mr. Rob Wainwright probably coming in to speak to you at some point. If he's
excellent. I better go and get my Doddy headband. Let me rush back and I'll go and get it.
Gavin, there's no need for that. All I'd advise you, if you just bob your head a wee bit, people will think you're on a bike.
Rob, put your camera on. Are you this again?
Listen, Rob, keep up the good work. Rob, can I just say, I'm sponsoring you for 50 quid. Rob, 50 quid is coming your way, Rob, from me, okay? And Diane, for your great efforts.
Thank you very much. We've been ripping through the fundraising. It's been a fantastic day. 1 week to go. That's it. This time in a week, it'll all be done and dusted. We'll be celebrating a magnificent win against England, and I'll probably be in a terrible drunken state, I would imagine. But
well, you deserve it. Where are you cycling about, Rob? Are you in your garage or something?
No, I'm normally in a kind of cubby hole, but I'm moved into the sunroom, and it's been glorious all day. I've actually had to open the doors right up. It got so hot because we've had a beautiful day. And
fantastic.
Now the sun has gone down. We'll be enjoying the Northern Lights in a few hours, probably.
Well, you always said that you moved to the sunniest part of the UK, didn't you, Rob?
Well, I think I've subsequently found out that when it's sunny, it's very sunny, but it isn't always sunny. But perversely, on a day when I've got to be inside, it's been just glorious today.
Fantastic. And have you had lots of Islanders come in and see you and whatnot? Wish you well.
No, but they've been out getting the miles. I just got a picture of a 67-year-old who cycled the length of the island and back. So he'll have done about 24 miles, which was very impressive. I haven't seen him on the bike very often. And two other guys have done 100 Ks that I know of, and a lot of the kids have done some good rides as well. So Carl has been well represented, thanks.
Well, well done you, and fantastic effort. And you're some machine. I remember seeing you just before the Calcutta Cup match last year, and you'd cycled up from Twickenham with a couple of other likely lads, and you know, you're just a absolute example to everybody, and it's fantastic.
An example of what not to do.
Rob, if only I had your youthful legs and your youthful body, it would be so much better.
Gav, there's some pretty
in the head.
Some pretty important questions coming in, Gav. Gav, we've got a Jenny Davidson asking, in the Hastings family, who's the best and why? Gav in Scotland. Sorry, I'm just unmuting people. Did you get that, Gav?
Say that again. So who's the best in the Hastings family?
Yeah. You, Scott, or Adam? First question up.
Well, what are we talking about? Best at what?
Golf. Who's the best golfer?
I'm the best golfer. Scott's the best rugby player. And Adam's probably got the best beard.
Is that what
the best looks? What about that?
I tell you what, we had Ali McCoist on at 8 o'clock this morning, and I said I went through the run of the day, and I said Gav's coming on at 5:45, and Coisty straight in. Oh, I getting him off the golf course, are you?
You know, I have not played golf for many weeks, and obviously being an Edinburgh boy, we're not allowed to travel down to East Lothian, but that's okay. I've been on my bike a bit over the last number of weeks, but not since the ice and snow has arrived. But you know, nothing to compare with Rob and all the wonderful guys and girls and kids that are all out there doing this magnificent thing and raising all this money for Doddy, and it's just incredible that everyone's behind. Can I just actually make a wee mention to the guys at London Scottish, including Paul Burnell, my fellow 1990 Grand Slam prop, and Nick Grecian and others at London Scottish. They've done tremendously well. They've raised almost £8,500, and you know, that's fantastic. They've had 32 riders from London Scottish, so a big shout out for them. I said I'd sponsor Rob 50 quid. I'm sponsoring the London Scottish boys 50 quid as well, Nashi. So
yeah.
I hope that will go a wee bit, as it will, towards this magnificent total that they're going to raise today from all their great efforts.
I think I've seen the London Scottish boys sort of coming to and fro, and there's been some comments on them as well. So it's a fantastic effort. So well done, guys, to everyone at London Scottish.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, we had Hoggy on this morning, 9 o'clock. Hoggy was on. He had a big day. I don't actually know. Does anyone know if he got through his game against Worcester? Hopefully he's fighting fit.
Let's hope he did. And was
Johnny Gray was playing as well.
Johnny playing as well, was he?
Yeah. So that was a bit of the chat. I can't remember who. Someone came on and said, is it a worry that our captain is playing in England against another English team before we play England next week? And we kind of had a laugh saying, well, Hoggy wasn't thinking about that, but he certainly is now.
Well, to be honest, I mean, I think it's, in a way, I think it's brilliant that they're getting a game before next week, because as we all know, a lot of the players perhaps are maybe going into the Six Nations a little bit undercooked, and you know, that sometimes can be a good thing, but I think in the main, a lot of guys would wish to play, and provided they come through unscathed, then that's very important. And you know, so obviously we wish them all the very best next week. And you know, I have a feeling that if ever there was a time for Scotland to really do something, then maybe this is the time. And you know, we'll just be a wee bit under the radar and not having to play in Twickenham in front of, you know, what, 75,000 mad Englishmen and English supporters and whatever else. So, you know, if ever they can break their duck after 2 years ago and that magnificent comeback, then hopefully they can achieve that next week. And I'm sure that everybody that is supporting Doddy will obviously be supporting the Scotland team next week, and that includes all these wonderful English people that are supporting Doddy. They won't mind us winning for the first time in 38 years, or no, it's more now, isn't it? 41 years or something.
Absolutely, they won't mind at all. And I can see that I think Exeter won 21-17, and Johnny Gray scored a try. So that's a good thing. Good result for the boys. Gav, with Hoggy on this morning, I'm going to ask you, and I know I'm not asking for too much detail at all about the Lions from yourself. I know you are involved with the Lions, but it was interesting to hear Hoggie's chat that if he was lucky enough to be selected, which we all as Scotland supporters think he would be, that he, regardless of where it is, he wants to play for the Lions this year. Now that might be in South Africa, it might be here. Who knows what the prognosis is? And then I took the question to Rob as well, and it's this sort of conundrum of the players. They want to play for the Lions. They might never get an opportunity again through injury or whatever might happen. But also us as fans and people looking for something to look forward to. You, as former Lions captain, your thoughts on sort of the future of the Lions this year and what might progress?
Well, you know, the thing is that, as we all know, we're in unprecedented times, and you know, we're doing things that are going to be very, very unusual, and decisions have to be taken according to what you're able to do at any given time. The one thing that is very clear in all of this is that the rugby calendar, the international rugby calendar, is incredibly congested, Nashi, and to try and find alternative times to play a Lions tour can be very, very difficult. And there are so many commitments that the national unions have made and whatever else. So I guess if you read between the lines of what I'm saying is that, you know, in the ideal world, in the absolute ideal world, you would go for a postponement. There is no question about that. But we're not in the ideal world, and you know, whether we can get to that stage or whether another decision has to be taken, we will see. But that's, I guess, all the time at liberty to say at this moment in time. And you know, I think over the course of the next few weeks, a decision will be taken, given every single consideration that we have to give to the well-being of rugby players. Clearly, a Lions tour without supporters is not a normal Lions tour. So, you know, we just have to consider what the options are. And, you know, that's probably not really answering your question, but it's all I can say probably at this moment in time. And you have got a smile on your face when I'm saying this.
I get it. I understand.
Is that... I don't know how much you're allowed to say. Obviously, it's difficult given your position, but I'm a bit conflicted about the idea of the Lions tour moving to Britain, because it just means instead of disadvantaging our supporters, it's going to disadvantage their supporters. And do you have a view on that? Do you?
Well, I think, Rob, given the COVID situation, both in the UK and Ireland and in South Africa, I think the chances, wherever the games are being played, of having many supporters in the stadiums are, as things stand, probably, you know, there's not a huge prospect of many fans being in the stadiums, whether it is either here in the UK and Ireland or in South Africa. So that's all I would say to that, quite honestly. And you know, we wish it was different, but it's not. And you can't just suddenly magic up, you know, the fact of loads of fans sitting together and whatever else. So, you know, that's where we're at. And, you know, it remains to be seen what decision will be taken. As I said earlier, in the ideal world, if it was the ideal world, you would seek postponement, wouldn't you? And we'd all want that, because then the supporters could plan for going down, and whenever that would be, a postponement, most realistically in 12 months' time. And, you know, that would just allow the Lions to continue, as has been the case for many, many years, with thousands of supporters going from these shores to whichever of the three countries the Lions tour. So, you know, it is what it is. And, you know, you were part of an amazingly successful tour just 2 tours ago to South Africa. And isn't it amazing to think that you were there only 2 Lions tours ago? And that is the magic of the Lions tour. And you imagine that country that is so desperate to have the Lions coming. They've waited 12 years And the prospect of the Lions not coming, it must be just horrendous for South Africans and people of in that country that are just desperate to see the Lions there.
I would agree entirely. And going back to the question, the suggestion that it's held over here didn't seem to have any advantages, full stop, and is just, a slap in the face for the South African supporters that, it is a massive event over there for them. They, almost more than any of the other two countries that we tour, it is huge for them. And the idea that they just say, oh, that's fine, go and have it in the UK, I just can't see that really.
Well, as I said earlier, I think all the decisions, all the options are being considered, and there is no way that whatever decision is taken will not have been just given the biggest amount of thought and whatever else. So that's where we're at. Who knows? I don't think things are going to change massively amount in the next month or so, but we'll wait and see what happens.
Yeah. Gav, how's Adam's injury? How's his injury?
Adam's injury is good. He got the go-ahead from the surgeon last Monday past there, just that he can start training again and whatever else. So as far as the surgeon is concerned, then he is allowed to train and whatever else. So that's good news from his perspective, and it's just a question of him building up the strength in his shoulder, getting the strength back, and I guess whenever the medics deem that he's fit enough to play a game, then then that will happen. And there's clearly a few Glasgow games coming up over the next number of weeks, and hopefully he'll be available for selection for them in one of those games. I mean, I don't know when it will be. It might be in 3 weeks' time. It might be 4 or 5 weeks' time. I really can't say.
Yeah, Gav. Now, the reason we're here, obviously, for Doddy. My name is Doddy and Doddy Gump. Have you got any good Doddy stories? Guests that have been coming on have been telling us sort of stories and funny times they've had with Doddy.
Every time you see Doddy, you just smile and you laugh, and you know that you're going to have a good time with Doddy. And it's interesting. I always say that I played my last game of rugby for Scotland in the '95 World Cup, and we lost to New Zealand. Doddy scored 2 tries that game, but he obviously still didn't work hard enough on the field of play, because him and Wainwright carried me shoulder high I did a bit of a lap of Loftus Versfeld, and I always say that I was very glad that Doddy didn't drop me as we were doing a sort of lap of honour, if you like. And to have 2 such men, and Rob has been synonymous with some of the great sort of fundraising in the Doddy Gump and for all this raising money for Doddy's charity, and 2 brilliant men. And I think that rugby for me is just sort of shown its true metal, and the rugby guys coming together. Done a number of golf days for Doddy, played in a number of taking people to nice golf courses and playing with them who've bid thousands of pounds. And we all love Doddy. We all just want to give Doddy a big hug. I mean, he's a big tall guy, and he's so funny, and he's so natural, and he's so brave, and he's so just thankful for everyone spending so much time and effort and raising this money. And we just wish him and his wonderful family and Kath and the boys all the very best. And people pull together when in times of need, and Doddy has always reciprocated, because he's given far more back to everybody than he's ever taken. And that's a wonderful thing about Doddy. We were lucky enough to be out in Hong Kong a couple of years ago for another wonderful rugby dinner, and Martin Murray out there, Cathay Pacific, and we had the Swire boat, and we were out on the boat one night with Doddy and Billy Connolly, and I have to say, I look back at some of the things that I've done in my life, and that evening with Doddy and Kath and Billy Connolly and you know, his wife, and I was lucky enough to have Dan with me, and you know, other friends as well. It was just a wonderful, wonderful evening that one of these money can't buy. You were just lucky enough to be in that place at that time and to experience and to have 3 or 4 hours on the boat with two such magnificent men as Doddy and Billy. It was a joy to behold, quite honestly. And you know, that's what you have to do. It's tough times for everybody, but you know, you remember the great times that you had. You remember the tours that we've had together, and just all the stupidity and the laughter. But you know, in and amongst all that, you have some really cracking games of rugby, and Doddy scoring 2 tries against the All Blacks. I mean, that's just brilliant. You know, there's not many people on this planet that have scored 2 tries against the All Blacks. And you know, Doddy just sort of shakes it off and says, well, you know, I've done my bit, boys, you know, over to you now. And, you know, we scored 30 points against New Zealand that day. And I think it was the first time that any team had put 30 points in New Zealand. Unfortunately, we let 47 past us. But anyway, it was a good fun. And I'm glad that Doddy didn't drop me, as I say.
Gav, am I right in saying that event you talk about in Hong Kong, did the guests, were they aware that Billy Connolly was going to be there?
I'm not sure actually, but yeah, I think they possibly were. But I may be wrong there.
I'll tell you, the reason I asked that, I had, you know, Gerard M. Burns, who drew.
I do know Gerard M. Burns, who did Doddy's painting.
Yeah, I had him on my podcast, and he talked about when he did the painting of Doddy, and he talked about when he did Billy as well. There's something at the back of my mind that maybe they didn't know if Billy was going to make it, but just having Doddy and Billy there as two presences in that room, in that event, it was one of the craziest auctions that a lot of people have been to, and it just the energy in that room when the two of them sort of got together was incredible.
Well, you know, there's some special people out in Hong Kong, and you know, I've been going out there since 1990 for the sevens, and I haven't missed too many sevens since that time. You know, probably only 5 or 6, and probably lost more nights in my life in Hong Kong than any other place in the world, just simply because, you know, it doesn't matter what age you are there. The Hong Kong Sevens is just a massive party, and you know, you just have fun no matter what. And you know, I've enjoyed being out there and been with Doddy on plenty of times out in Hong Kong, and just had an awful lot of fun. And you know, some of the stuff you're not able to describe on a family show like this, Nashi. So we'll Doddy will know where I'm talking about and whatever else, but that's what it's all about. Rob probably too as well, but Rob's a good guy. Rob's quiet. He wouldn't do any stuff that Doddy would do.
I was taken back to the Cambridge past and present, Joe, to the Hong Kong Tens. Now, Gavin and I both played in the sevens, and when you go over to Hong Kong, they know how to do luxury. And if you just come from Scotland, you're not used to these things, just staying in the team hotel, whichever one it is just unbelievable. And there's all these Welsh guys with their mouths wide open. They've never seen luxury like this. And there's a temptation to just stay in the hotel because it's so luxurious. But when we went over with the past and present, Mark Thomas, our pal, organised the accommodation. It was the worst accommodation you ever come across. There were cockroaches wandering around, bed bugs. And the great thing is, we didn't want to spend any time in it at all, which means that we stayed out every night, all night. And probably far better, but my best experience in Hong Kong, better than going to play at the sevens.
I take it you won the tournament, Rob, did you?
No, we got beaten by the Bahrain Warblers in the final, but it was a fantastic weekend. And as we've said about 3 times already today, put it on your bucket list if you've never done it.
Here, that's for sure. And gosh, we don't know when the Hong Kong Sevens will be back, but It's like everything, you know, people say, oh, put off a Lions tour till the next time. I think if one thing has told us or taught us anything, Rob and Nashi, I'm sure you'll agree that, you know, don't put anything off anymore, guys and girls. It's just like, if you want to plan something, you want to do it. You know, I think COVID has really taught us, let's just go out and do it. And, you know, I remember, well, a year and probably 15 months ago, the Rugby World Cup in Japan. And I hadn't been in Japan since 1987. And I was out there with a Japanese president's 15. And I hooked up with a guy who was our physio that happened to, his name was Bunsan. And, you know, when you haven't seen somebody for what's that, 87, 30 odd years, just fantastic when you had that special time, and we had a week or so together, and it was just brilliant. So, you know, that's my sort of life lesson to everybody, that don't ever give up on going on a Lions tour, a Hong Kong Sevens, and you know, just plan your next trip and make the most of it. It's only money. That is all it is. It's only money. And memories are far more important. And that's what we have been lucky enough. I was actually walking, believe it or not, Nashi, with my son, Adam, earlier, and we're up the Pentlands. And, you know, he was asking me probably for the first time ever about my rugby career. He didn't know half of it. He's never really asked me before. And obviously I've never told him. So that was, you know, it was a nice bonding session that we did today.
Gav, do you remember, it's a good couple of years ago now, probably pushing 3 years, when you and Adam joined me on my show?
I remember that, Nashi.
And you told me it was probably one of the first times you'd had a chance to sit down with Adam in a room and ask him about his future without him being able to get up and just say, bugger off, Dad.
This is a family show, Nashi.
It was really interesting to just to see the dynamics of sort of dad and son chatting away, and son getting a bit fed up with dad's chat and this, that, and the other.
Well, you were sort of giggling away at the same time, were you not? And just doing all that sort of stuff.
I just set up the questions and let you guys go at it.
Well, that's the best way. That's where you're a natural broadcaster, Nashi. You know, as Scott would say, you've got the face for radio and whatnot. You know.
That'll do me. I'll take that. Gav,
have you had Scott on the show today?
Scott's not been on today, no. He's not been on yet.
Who else have you had on? Has Doddy been on today?
Doddy's not, but Coisty was on first thing. Then we had Hoggy, Dame Catherine Granger. We had JJ Chalmers, Jill Douglas popped on. Then we had all the captains, Barclay, Hamilton, Lawson, Brown, Kelly Brown, and Davey was on from Edinburgh. Jason Fox, Luke and Tom Stoltman, Jenny Faulkner, who's just been on before you, and after you is Andrew Cotter.
Fantastic. Saving the best for last, eh?
We've already seen his dogs. He popped on earlier with Olive and Mabel, so we've seen the dogs, and he said he's going to be on his bike later. Gav, though, I remember we were in the office in Edinburgh, and I'd been speaking to a photographer who had been to, you need to correct me, 8 World Cups. And you said, am I right with the figures here? And you said, well, and Nashi, I've been to every single one. That's something I didn't know about you. Am I right in saying you've been to every single World Cup?
I've been to every single Rugby World Cup final since day one. And hopefully I'll keep that record going. And, you know, it's special. It just, I mean, obviously in Japan, I orchestrated to be there for the final, having, you know, no specific reason to be there. But, you know, I'm very, very keen. What my next mission is I want to do a dads and lads club. So, you know, dads and lads that have played in Rugby World Cups, I want to form a club. So that's my mission for 2 years' time, is to get as many dads and their boys together. The dads will meet if the boys are still playing. If the boys aren't playing, then we'll get some of them along. But I want to form that club because, you know, my feeling is that I've tried to jot down a few names over the years and whatever else, and I'm probably up to about 10 or 12 or 15 names. So dads and lads, and so if anybody is out there in the in the wide world, and you have a son, and you've played in the World Cup, and you've had a son that's played in the World Cup, then give me a shout on LinkedIn, and we'll get together and we'll plan a party for France in 2 years' time, and that'll be a cracking thing to do, I reckon.
That sounds like a pretty
and
good.
Doddy can come with us as well. We'll have Doddy as our president. I think that would be good.
Can I ask a question? Just sorry. Yeah, what I love about these conversations is they stir up memories. What was the name of the physio guy in Japan again?
Bunsan.
Well, Bunsan, we went there 2 years after you, and Bunsan was all over us. He's just so hospitable. And Japan is about as alien a culture as you'll ever go to. And you can't say no sometimes, or you deeply offend. Now, Bunsan got very friendly with me, and on the last night, after the test, instead of me going out with the boys, which is what I wanted to do, I was obliged to go out with his two 18-year-old nieces and entertain them on town because he insisted, and there was no way out of it. And you know, they were extremely hospitable, but I did have to kind of deliver them home, you know, slightly reluctantly from them, not from me. But it's one of these bizarre cultural things where he just wanted to make our stay as wonderful as possible, and he wouldn't take no for an answer. But it's just a wee memory that you jogged there.
Well, I have to say, tell you, Rob, just on that, when we were out, JJ was with us in this trip, and we were playing for a Japanese President's 15, and I'd been down in Australia and New Zealand after the first Rugby World Cup, and New Zealand had been invited up for this tour of Japan. And JJ, there was this young girl that took a fancy to JJ. I think it was his skinny legs, his very, very white hair, his absolute pale skin. And JJ, I remember going to Tokyo Disneyland with all the team, and JJ had to sort of escort this young girl that we nicknamed Minnie Mouse. He bought her a sort of Minnie Mouse present, I think, and this girl just followed JJ around the whole time we were in Tokyo Disneyland, and it was very, very amusing. So, you know, it's something about it. Tall, good-looking people like yourself and JJ, Rob, that you know, have to look after these young Japanese girls, and I'm sure you saw some different sights to what the rest of the Scotland team saw, that's for sure.
We had some amazing experiences, particularly the sushi bar, which was quite traumatic. Watching them chopping up these poor fish, which were still alive, which it wasn't quite so keen on. But what was so funny is lads from Gala and Selkirk who'd never been out the borders before, and now they've been transported to a culture, you know, alien for me, but unbelievably alien for them. And this issue of not offending the locals meant they had to go along with everything, and I'm sure it was really good for them.
Hey, well,
I'm sure it was.
Hey, oh.
Rob, how are you getting on? How long have you got to go in your marathon effort here?
I've got 46 miles left. So, and I've lost all my buddies. I'm on my own now. John Hall was with me, but he was a lap ahead of me, and he had to stop for a sleep. Willie Tuller, likewise, fell away. And trouble is, on these circuits, once you get away from these people, there's 25 miles to lose them on. So I'm just on my own at the moment, but rocketing along, quite happy and feeling pretty good. And it's just nice to be distracted and have a chat about the old times and see your cheery face, and remember lifting you up on our shoulders. You weren't quite as heavy then, maybe. I can't remember. But
thank you very much. I thought I'd been looking after myself in COVID, you know, but Rob, every time I see you, you look fitter and stronger than you ever did before. And it just, you know, Damien Cronin and even Chick Chalmers, I mean, you're all just, you guys, I keep saying to Damien, I mean, if Damien had trained as hard when he played rugby, he might have been a decent rugby player instead of, you know, average and whatever else. You know, at least you bloody well did everything, and you know, you were, you know, setting your stall out there, and you didn't leave anything on you know, off the park. Damien, I mean, whatever Damien was, but I mean, he trains and he's fitter now than he ever was when he was a rugby player, wasn't he? And you know, top man, Damien, great guy, and I hope he's been on as well.
I think they were all out on a road ride with all the London Scottish boys today.
Oh, he was there as well. I think Chick was maybe going to join them as well.
So he was out. I've got about 400 WhatsApp messages to troll through to find out what everyone's been up to, but there's been teams all over. Special mention to the Johnsons in Appin, who've been doing a family 240 with the 2 parents and 3 kids. Or is it 4 kids? 4 kids all doing it together, which is fantastic. The Isle of Call, an honourable mention for them, which I think I've already done. John Fraser, 67, cycled down the island and back again. And, oh, I'm not allowed to mention came to the pub at lunch, because that's just a call thing that only we can do. My wife's come back from the pub at lunch as well.
Don't rub it in, Rob. Don't rub it in. Rob, can I do a couple of shout outs? We've got Gareth Milner. He planned on doing 60 miles this morning. He ended up finishing doing 130 at about 4 p.m. today. He loved the event, and thanks to everyone that organised it. And I can see another message here from Liz. Just wanted to congratulate everyone on a wonderful day. She's had a great time, an honour to spend it with everybody. She's only ever done 20 miles on a bike before. She pledged 60 miles and completed 100. So well done to you, Liz.
Fantastic. That's terrific, eh?
Gav, that's been the theme all day. People have been out doing their plans. They've been going further than they thought. They've been doubling it, trebling it, and then ending up staying on all day and finishing 240 miles. So,
but you know what? That's the power of teamwork and everyone pulling for each other. And, you know, so well done everyone that's done even just a tiny little cycle around the block or whatever. And, you know, that's terrific. So absolutely fantastic effort, and really chuffed for you all, and well done.
Yeah, I'm going to keep you on for another couple of minutes. Gav, something that you and I have spoken about before, you do play a lot of golf. You've played a lot of golf in your time, but you've played with some incredible sportsmen, you know, some incredible golfers. And can I throw the name sort of Tiger Woods? Playing with someone like Tiger Woods at top of his game, and just being around Tiger and seeing him hit a golf ball up close and personal.
I beat him.
You beat him?
I beat him in 4 holes. I beat his score on 4 holes. And that was terrific. I remember one, there was a par 4, and I drove the green, and he was going, obviously we were off some forward tees. He was off a back tee, and he cut his drive and he put it into some sort of gully, and he pitched up, and he 2-putted for his par 4, and I drove the back of the green, and I had about I don't know, let's say I was 35 feet, and I left this putt 10 foot short, and I thought, oh no, I've made an absolute dog's breakfast of this. And I managed to hold this 10-footer, and I was chuffed to bits because I got a birdie at this hole. And Tiger said, nice 2-putt, Gav. And because I'd made such a hash of my first putt. But it was a birdie, and I beat him in 3 other holes. So I didn't win much money off him, actually. I just decided that I wasn't going to bet him. But no, I've been lucky. I mean, golf is one of these sports that, you know, as a sportsman, we don't get the opportunity to go and play rugby with Rob Wainwright or Doddy Weir at Murrayfield. We don't get the chance to play tennis with Andy Murray at Wimbledon. We don't get the chance to drive a car with David Coulthard around Brands Hatch. But you get a chance to go and play a round of golf in St Andrews, as I've done with Ernie Els. You know, round Shazan Golf Club, of course, with Tiger Woods, playing with Monte, playing with Sam Torrance, playing with Hale Irwin, playing with Sandy Lyle, playing with just magnificent players. Bernard Langer was a guy that I used to play with quite a lot. And I just, you know, you have to pinch yourself sometimes that you play with these amazing golfers and on some of the best courses in the world. But it's just great fun, and you get a chance every 3 or 4 holes to walk, you know, half the length of the hole with them and share a couple of stories and ask them what they're busy with and whatever else. But it's fantastic, and that's just the beauty of sport, I think, and sports, men and women coming together and sharing each other's experiences.
Fantastic, Gav. It's brilliant stories. I knew you'd have tons of stories for us and you'd keep everyone entertained. Thank you very much for joining.
Well done. And can I just, once again, Nashi, just say huge thanks to everybody that's doing this for Doddy. And, you know, at the end of it all, we all wish that that Doddy didn't have the illness, but he's just shown such tremendous courage. And to Kath and the boys, we wish you all the very best. And to everyone else that's doing this amazing work today, just keep up the good work. There's 50 quid to Doddy via Rob. And Rob, keep going, my friend. We're doing a great job. And also to the London Scottish guys who've done their cycle, 50 quid to them. So thanks very much. And we look forward to hearing the sum total and hoping that they've cycled around the world.
Thank you, Gav. That's brilliant.
Thanks for coming on, Gav. Great to see you. Love to die.
I hope you have a nice meal tonight. I hope Remain's getting you a nice meal, Rob.
She's getting me some toasted cheese to keep me going, and then the end of the night might be messy because Coisty's coming back on to have a cycle and a beer for my last 10 miles.
Good lad. Well, I'll raise my beer to you now and to everyone else. Very best.
Oh, that's painful to see.
Beautiful, dark, nice IPA. Good luck, and thanks, Rob, and well done. You're a tremendous, you're just an example to us all, and keep up the good work. And stop showing off your six-pack. That's just showing off.
It's about a 9-pack now.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Okay, take care, guys. Talk to all right?
See you later.
Cheers, Gav.
Bye.
What a lovely guy.
Top chat, top conversation. Rob, it was great to hear the stories of you two. It was great to hear the stories going back. I'm going to quickly nip off for 2 minutes. We have got Andrew Cotter on at 6:30. It's all still happening. Everyone's still on their bikes across social media. Please do donate. worldinaday.com. Use Doddicump for sharing photos, for keeping in touch with everything that's going on behind the scenes. This is amazing, guys. You're on the home straight. Keep going. Andrew Cotter. And Rob, has that been confirmed? Is Coisty coming on?
Well, if he says he's coming on, he almost certainly will. It's not as if he's going to get caught down in the pub, is it? So I think he'll come back. We'll see how it goes. I've actually got to pop off to another Zoom call for a wee while, so hopefully I'll be back in time to catch Mabel and Olive and Andrew before they're done. But we'll see you in a second.
Perfect. Be right back.
Cheers.
The South, Edinburgh,
Glasgow, North and Mids, Scottish exiles.
Hello everyone from beautiful New Zealand, Happy New Year. Big Jim Hamilton and Johnny Beattie got in touch with me to ask me if I'd support the Doddy Wear Challenge for this January. I didn't even have to think twice about it because the work the great man is doing is making a huge difference to so many people around the world. So I even took it that seriously that I joined the Scottish Exiles to get as fit as I can during January to hopefully raise as much money as we can for Doddy 8. So please sign up, get involved, and I'm sure Doddy and all the Doddy 8 team will do everything they can to make a difference. So cheers Doddy, take care, and as we say in New Zealand, kia kaha.
Hi everybody, just want to say the best of luck and wish you every success as you cycle your world in a day in support of Doddy Aid, supporting the great man Mr Doddy Weir in the campaign to raise awareness and funding for MND. Now, if you're looking for some musical accompaniment, perhaps some musical motivation, then why not get on Doddy Weir's very own playlist, which he recorded with me a couple of years ago. You'll hear music from the likes of Amy MacDonald, Stereophonics, and also Meat Loaf, but best of all, Dignity by Deacon Blue. So, get on the bike, get the tunes on, and let's do this for Doddy Weir. Best of luck, everybody.
Good luck to everybody taking part this Saturday in World in a Day for Doddy Aid, and I gather you are on track to raise £1 million for charity. Many congratulations.
I think he's just tuning. Andrew, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yes.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Well, I'm sorting out everything at the moment. So because I'm on a watt bike, so it's going to be quite loud. Obviously, because I'm putting out about almost 20 or 30 watts. So it's very, very loud indeed. So I'm trying to rig up a microphone that is better. So that's a better microphone, but it might still be a bit noisy. So I'm going to go and try it now. Hang on a second. Before I get in vision, I'm just going to, because nobody wants to see me fiddling around with my equipment. So hang on a second. Right. Good. Look at all these people cycling. Oh my God. I was listening to Rob as you disappeared. Rob holding the fort very badly. Terrible interviewer. But he was all the people who finished their 240 miles and are coming back on for more. I mean, that's just either keen and eager or just quite lonely existences looking for some human company, which I understand at the moment, or dog company. Hang on a second. Oh God, listen to me try and clip in. All right, I mean, obviously I have actually done something just before I switch on. All right. Oh God, is that microphone going to stay there? Can you hear me okay then?
I can, yeah, I can.
Is it a loud whirring? Because that's me going at a very low speed at the moment.
It's not too bad. It's not too bad. I'll let you know if it takes so.
If it's unusable, it might be very annoying for people. If I sort of get out and get close to a microphone like that, that's just weird because a strange pose. Anyway, hang on a second. I'll switch on the microphone. Oh God, the monitor. Looks like a biscuit. Just not a wee nose down. Right. Hello. Oh God, that's terrible. Look at terrible framing. Here we are. So yeah, first of all, I'm glad the Wi-Fi reaches the garage. That's a good thing. So I've just been powering around Zwift. I basically live in Watopia now. It's I'm looking to see what house prices are like in Watopia and see if I can move there. So yes, here we are. Here's everybody. I'm just looking at everybody on my. So how many people are with us just now?
We've got just over 100 people on Zoom, and there will certainly be a couple of hundred probably sitting on Facebook, social media, Twitter, watching the live feed. So thank you very much for joining us, and thank you for agreeing to come on.
No worries.
Yeah.
No worries. I just if everybody could just tell me if it's annoying, if the whirring is too annoying. See, I'm out in a freezing garage. I can see people there who are like Rob Wainwright, semi-naked, which is all very entertaining. But
Rob's been teasing us all day. There's been a top off, top on. He's been mixing it up between feeding his cattle in the field and all sorts. But he's still here, and he's got about 40 miles to go. I think that'll be about right for Rob. So,
well, I'm just going to. The endurance test for me is I've got to try and flex in this light for about an hour and pretend that I'm not flexing. And also, I do tend to cough quite a bit when I'm cycling, so that's going to be good fun. Loud whirring and coughing. Enjoy this, everyone.
It's great, but how are things at the moment for you? Obviously, there's not the usual amount of sporting events and things going on. The calendar's probably all over the place.
I mean, I'm a freelance sports broadcaster, even though I work mostly for the BBC. I did from March until December last year. I'm not out of breath, by the way. I'm really, really fit. From March until December last year, I did 12 days sports broadcasting. So it wasn't the fullest year. Well, it was the fullest year actually, but for other reasons, obviously. But yeah, things are slowly coming back. I did some very poor athletics commentary last night, but everything's done from Salford now in terms of BBC work. We're not going to be going to events, except in the Six Nations we have special dispensation to go to matches that we're doing live commentary on. So that's coming up, obviously. So looking forward to that just happening, even though it's with no fans. It'll still be pretty good, I think.
Yeah, we've covered today with guests that have been on. We've talked about the Lions, we've talked about the Olympics, we've talked about all these things. And you'll have Wimbledon on your mind and all sorts of events.
Well, Wimbledon will happen this year. It just will happen because it has to happen for a number of reasons. Which I've got to be careful here because I'll get oxygen deprived and I'll start saying things that I shouldn't be saying. So a little exclusive. But Wimbledon will happen, but it'll happen probably with very few fans or no fans. But a certain event on the Open Championship, I'm pretty certain will happen. The Olympics, I don't know. Obviously I don't know. So, but I'm hoping that obviously happens as well. But how it's covered at the moment, we're supposed to still be going out there. But everything is subject to change.
Now, as everyone will know, and quite rightly, you're saying that the sporting events have been cancelled, but you turned your attentions to I was going to say to other things, but to two other things.
Two other things. That's what they are. Things. Furry things. Hang on a second. I'm just logging into my watt bike as well. Might as well log these miles. Yes. And they will probably turn up at some point, but I'm in the garage now, so that was the thing. You can either have me on a bike, have me on a sofa with the dogs, or have me on a bike. And you said bike, so the dogs will make a brief appearance, and that's all people want to see now. Hey, dog guy. So yes, I did a bit of dog stuff. I did a bit of dog stuff. Sounds bad. Let's scratch that. Yes, obviously I did some commentary on my dogs and then took it on to making little sketches with my dogs and Olive and Mabel, and then wrote a book about them, and they've pretty much taken over my life really for the last 10 months, and it goes on. So it's been interesting to say the least. I mean, beyond interesting. But as I said, if I hadn't done that, and it wasn't the reason I did it, but if I hadn't done the Olive and Mabel thing, then I wouldn't have done any work. It wasn't done for that reason, but it has turned into a sort of side venture, I think, is sort of carrying on. But it's been very strange. I've needed my dogs like a lot of people have needed their dogs or pets during this time, just for their company. So yeah, it's oh god, I didn't start the thing. Anyway, I've already done about 50 miles. Yeah, so I just can't begin to explain the strangeness of it, but it's been very odd, but quite good fun at times. But yeah, I can't deny it's been odd.
When I spoke to you many months ago, I mean, I was going to say the phenomenon, what you'd created with commentating on your dogs had already started, and it completely gone viral. But how have things really progressed? You've got the book now. What kind of things are people asking you to commentate on now? Do you get many requests?
Yes, still, yes, absolutely. And I'm resolute in turning down everything pretty much, except for like doing a book. But commentating on, I mean, so many pet food manufacturers, which is nice. It's nice to, especially when you're not working, to be offered these things to say Olive and Mabel, Joy, Super Chow, dog food, yum, yum, yum. But that was them saying that, not me, although I do quite like Super Chow dog food. But I didn't want it to be seen to be like that, and it loses all its charm and innocence if you suddenly do that. So yeah, so many people coming in saying, could you do a comedy commentary for this first of all, or could you get Olive and Mabel to endorse this product? The little influencers. But Olive and Mabel are influencers. They could go to Dubai and sit on a camel and it would be fine. They're perfectly entitled to do that, have work permits. But I didn't want to. The other thing I really didn't want to do was carry on doing jokey parody commentary, because even though it was really, what was popular, the first 3 videos I've had about, and just on their own, those first 3 videos have had about 40 million views. So people were saying, "Can you do more commentary?" But then you become the joke commentator, as if I wasn't already. But you've got to go back and do Wimbledon or the Olympics or whatever it might be, or 6 Nations, and you can't be making a joke of yourself and trying to describe Scotland's 7th try against England. It's just not feasible. So so you have to make a decision. Say, like, it was good to do it was funny to do the parody commentary at the time because that's what it was, but you can't do it forever.
But have you had you must have had the instances where people have heard your voice and said, "Are you the guy that does them?" You must get that regularly.
Yeah, more often it's the fact that people recognise Olive and Mabel out on a walk and say, well, I mean, because there are a lot of black and yellow lads out there. They say, is that Olive and Mabel? And I say, yes, it is, Jonathan. And people then just, they don't know what to say. It's like they ask for a photo with them. And I say, absolutely, yep, fine. And I sort of wander on and they get the photos with Olive and Mabel who are sitting there going, I have no clue what's going on. So it's that's again, very, very strange, but it's nice. It's nice to see all the sort of positive stuff coming back during this time. Oh God, they're really stepping on it on the bikes there. Alan and Micah. Is it Mika or Micah? Is that Mika or Micah stepping on it? God, he's up out of the pedals. Hang on a second. Up on his toes. I'm going to do a bit of that as well.
Andrew, I'm going to introduce Mika and Alan because we've been with them and following them all day. And Mika is 10. Am I pronouncing his name right? Your name right, Mika? Is that right, Mika? Micah. Andrew, Micah's 10. And what mileage are you on just now, Micah?
256. I'm stopping.
256. 256. Yeah, a big round of applause for Micah. So I'm sort of getting up out of the pedals here. That makes it less noisy as well. That's quite good. Yeah, that's amazing. What an amazing effort.
Keep going. But he's not alone. There's others that have been here all day, and we're going to get everybody through to the end. I've got Ross Duncan as well. If you find him, Andrew, Ross, you maybe say hi. Ross is just going through the night. He's going 24 hours. The guy doesn't stop. He knows how to go without sleep.
Right? Does he have his camera on all the time, or does his camera go off for about 4 hours at a time, and he just makes whirring noises?
I think he's all good. Mark Beaumont can vouch for him. I think Ross is quite experienced in going for many 24-hour races. So there's all kinds of people been involved today, Andrew. It's been an inspirational day.
I'm in zone 4 wattage at the moment, so whoa.
You keep going. But yeah, you must be missing, obviously, getting behind the microphone at the major sporting events, and you'll be longing for it to come back. And I've asked you before, and you'll get asked a lot, but can you just sort of share some of your finest memories? I know Andy Murray's first commentary effort, you were there beside him when he was at Wimbledon doing his first commentary, things like that, and experiences.
Well, first of all, I mean, the commentary that we've done coming back, it's really important that it happens for people at the moment to be able to see sport. But it is sport without all the layers of the noise and the excitement and the atmosphere. It's happening and we need it, but it's definitely not sport as we know it or appreciate it, because sport has to have that, and not the canned roar of the crowd, but the real roar of the crowd, or whatever, the reaction of the fans. So when that comes back properly, that'll be when sport is truly back. But yeah, I've been lucky to do big events, and there are lots of them that stick in the memory. I mean, my favourite commentary was actually, in rugby terms, was when, one where Scotland lost. Take your pick. 2010, I think it was, the Millennium Stadium, as it was, an extraordinary game against Wales, where Scotland led by 10 points with 4 minutes to go and managed to lose by 7, which is quite something. But it was just an extraordinary game. It was the game where mean, Chris Patterson's career was nearly finished. Tom Evans broke his neck very sadly. It's fine now, but it just had everything in it. And the atmosphere in the Millennium Stadium, talking about atmospheres of crowd and spectators, the Principality Stadium as it is now, when it gets going, and when Wales were in the comeback and chasing down an unlikely victory, the noise inside the stadium that day was extraordinary. The only other atmosphere in rugby terms that I've had that's been close to that has been in Yokohama for Japan against Scotland, where Scotland generously let the hosts win for the tournament's sake. But the noise inside that stadium that day and the atmosphere for the whole game and the actual entertainment of the game as well was something else. But I think in broadcasting terms, sometimes the events themselves are amazing like that, but sometimes it's just the occasion. It's being there for the opening ceremony in Rio or for doing a Wimbledon final, and then you're sitting there thinking, and you can't help but think, even though you've done it for years and you're supposed to be professional, you're still thinking, my goodness, I'm sitting here in the centre court commentary box for a Wimbledon final. So those occasions, and I remember the first time sitting in the commentary seat at Murrayfield as well, because I had grown up going to Murrayfield to watch Scotland play and sitting in the old West Stand, and I used to watch Bill McLaren go up the steps into the gantry. The commentary gantry sort of hung from the roof in the old West Stand. And I remember saying, nudging my dad and saying, there's Bill McLaren going up to do his commentary. And so to then commentate, to follow him and sit in his seat in various stadiums was something. It was the same with Peter Allis, working with Peter Allis. Oh, hello, hang on a second. Let me just move that there briefly as I interrupt my chat about Peter Allis. God, there they are, right. Mabel, what is it? So yeah, to work alongside Peter Allis was a thrill, and it was, I'm very sad to lose him recently because he was just a joy to work with, and to commentate with somebody who you have listened to and watched and admired for years. It's a very strange experience, but it's so gratifying as well. So they're just pottering around now. You see them, I don't know what they're going to do now. There we are, as long as you can see them. What are you doing? You're doing nothing at all. Excellent. Are you stretching? You are actually doing some yoga. Well done. Tremendous. Yeah, so it's a tremendously privileged job to do. And you never take it for granted. You never sit there thinking, yeah, this is what I do. It's every time I do it, I still think of all the people who have gone before doing that job. And, I watched them growing up. And so to be able to do that and try and bring these big events to people who are sitting watching at home is a real privilege. Now you're just looking at my thighs. That's just wrong. So I'm going to just... Or is it? Mabel, come here.
Andrew, what about when you're in the commentary booth and you have a pro sportsman beside you commentating with you? An enjoyable experience when you've got someone with their knowledge that's been there, they've been in the battle before, and you can sort of listen to them putting their knowledge into the commentary.
Yeah, it is, and it's very interesting, that dynamic, because in British sports broadcasting certainly we still mostly have a lead commentator alongside a co-commentator, and the lead commentator doesn't have to have been an ex-sports person, because I'm not a former golfer or rugby player or tennis player. So I'm supposed to be there just as the broadcaster alongside the expert. Now those lines sometimes become loud. I can see Rory Lawson's with us. Rory Lawson's a great commentator. He's commentating as a lead commentator sometimes, and he commentates as a co-commentator sometimes. Eddie Butler's a former, captain of Wales. So Steve Cram, who I commentate with in the athletics, one of the greatest athletes the country's produced. So sometimes those lines become blurred. Peter Allis as well, but I'm there to sort of describe, and they're there to explain. So you've got to make sure that dynamic works, and they're all fantastic. They really are wonderful to work with. So it's it's a privilege to sort of sit alongside them and do these commentaries, but sort of bask in their knowledge as well. And you have people who you sit alongside and well and are comfortable with and are very friendly with. So that comes across. But then sometimes, if I'm sitting there alongside John McEnroe, he just terrifies me. So I just nod in agreement with anything he says. and just hope not to get in the way. So every co-commentator is different, but I enjoy working with them all.
That was a man I wanted to ask about, John McEnroe. So that's an entertaining experience, is it, when you're in the commentator?
Well, I'll tell you what happens at Wimbledon is that between matches, all the commentators sit in the commentators' restroom, not restroom, again, it sounds weird, in the green room where you sit there doing your notes and preparing for your next match and chatting about any old nonsense. And every commentator really is in there. But John McEnroe, because he's working for the ESPN as well, or American television, I can't remember who it is, he'll be away working for them. And then he's working, doing so many matches a day, so he'll work for them when he's not working for the BBC, and then he'll come in and join you at the very last minute. He'll appear in the centre court commentary box just as you're getting ready to go, or he'll have been doing a chat with Sue Barker down courtside. So you don't really get a chance to talk to him between matches. So it's difficult to get to know him as well. Even Boris Becker comes in and just sort of lounges around in the green room occasion. You can sit and chat to him about anything. So very entertaining it is as well. But you get to establish a relationship with them off the mic, so that by the time you switch the mic on, there's a relaxed air about it. And it's supposed to be like, if you're watching at home, you're watching two friends talking about the tennis or the golf or the rugby or whatever. So, but with McEnroe, he's the alpha. So you just let him talk. And I just pop up occasionally and go, great stuff, John. Or, make some sort of noise of exclamation at a passing forehand or something. So he's then there to explain and say, well, you're absolutely wrong, Andrew. And I go, you're so right, John. I'm very wrong. I agree with everything you say. So it's different. Each co-commentator is different.
When you mention, I've just seen Ali McCoist has joined the chat.
Oh, God.
But can I just ask, you mentioned Boris Becker, obviously John McEnroe, we know he's in the commentary booth and Becker does some commentary, but if you're a former Wimbledon champion, do you have a sort of free reign of Wimbledon? Are you able to sort of go into the Green Room press office when the events are happening? How does that work for former champions?
Well, when Boris Becker was coaching Djokovic, he only had a pass to get him everywhere the coaches could get, and the broadcast building was actually technically off limits to him. And I remember there was a security guard as I was walking with Boris, the good blonde Boris, not anyway, politics. So we're walking together to go into the broadcast studio, and he was stopped by a security guard because he had a coach's badge. And I said, oh, you've made a powerful enemy. This is Boris Becker. Now, the guy didn't know who Boris Becker was. Not everybody does. And time passes quickly. So we got him in eventually, obviously. But no, they don't. You can't. But you can get pretty much Boris can get pretty much anywhere at Wimbledon. So one of the dogs is sneezing. What is he doing? I'm just going to get again. People don't want to see me. They want to see these two just doing nothing. These two doing nothing. There we are. Knees and dogs. Welcome to Knees and Dogs on Zoom. Yes. So, but it's, as I say, it's great fun working with all, and that's kind of what you miss about the job as well. The job is much harder work, I think, than some people imagine. You're not just turning up to talk about sport. You've got to do all the work to get ready for it. And actually, over the summer, it is relentless, but it's fun as well at the same time. And you enjoy the trips and you enjoy seeing these people and chatting to these people. Mabel's trying to start a fight just now with Olive, and I think it's going to happen. Imagine if I commentated on that. So there we go.
Behind the scenes, did the dogs ever have fallouts?
No fallouts, just play fights. Just constantly. And it's usually Mabel starting it and Olive reluctant initially, but then she gets going as well.
So on the dogs, Andrew, you're going on tour. How's that going to work? Are the dogs going anywhere?
Going on tour. Look, it's a silhouette of Ali McCoist. So the dogs. Yeah, so we did an appearance at the Cheltenham Literary Festival on stage at the theatre there. And it was weird because there were people waiting, lots of people waiting for them at the stage door when we came out. But then we had this appearance at the London Palladium booked. And again, it's just me chatting to somebody with the dogs on stage doing absolutely bugger all. But people like to see the dogs in the flesh. So yes, we've got, I think, 5 or 6 dates booked in September. Oh God, it is happening. The event that everyone wanted to see. the youngster taking on the master and making a fool of himself. This is going to kick off in a minute here, so I'm not going to commentate on this because that's just nonsense. So there will be a mini tour in September. What strange days we live in.
Here we go. It's getting a bit feisty. It's getting a bit feisty.
I would do commentary on it, but I haven't done my prep for it. I haven't done all the notes on their season so far and things like that. So
don't worry. I'm going to bring in Andrew if it's okay. You know Ali McCoist?
You know what? I don't know Ali because our paths haven't crossed. I've never done, talking about Sue Barker earlier, I've never, in these question of sport days, and I've never done football. So our paths have not crossed, but I'm an admirer of Ali for a long time. What a goal against Switzerland.
Coisty, how are you?
We're doing very well. Great to meet you, Andrew, and great to listen to you. I hope you're
We're
well.
meeting over Zoom. I'm all right. You're not too bad. I'm going to pick up the pace now as you do a bit of talking. I'm going to mute myself so that I don't put anybody off with this.
Coisty, how's your day unfolded? It's great to have you back.
Thanks, Nash. Everything's good. Yeah, had a good day. I was in working Sky. I did an amazing game, believe it or not. Amazing game. I did Brentford versus Wickham, which at 10 o'clock this morning, when I was leaving the house, or I beg your pardon, maybe about 12 o'clock, it wasn't the most appealing of games. But after watching it unfold into a 7-2 victory for Brentford, I've got to say, I had a very entertaining afternoon.
That's good. I'm going to keep Andrew on because a 7-2 game, Andrew must have commentated on quite a few epic encounters. Andrew, I know you've just jumped off, but I do want to keep you on.
No, I'm here. I was just, Mabel was just being stupid. Sorry, go on.
Hoisted a 7-2 game there today. What are the memorable games that that you've commentated on, or matches that you maybe thought, oh God, I'm going to go into this one. Let's.
I said I hadn't done football, but I remember. But I started at Scott FM radio in Edinburgh, which is no more, but we used to go out and cover, obviously it was Old Firm dominated and Hearts Hibs dominated, but I remember doing, because it was 97, 98, it was Dick Advocat, it was Wim Janssen, it was Joseph Venglos. Remember Joseph Venglos?
I did.
And I remember doing some cracking games at both Ibrox and Celtic Park. There was one Old Firm game where Hugh Dallas was hitting the head referee. I don't say it's a cracking game because the referee was hitting the head by a coin, but it was just the atmosphere of the Old Firm games in the 1990s in particular, as Rangers were going for 9 in a row, but Celtic were getting themselves together. And the atmosphere there, Celtic Park had just been built the new bit, and I remember a fan falling from the top tier onto the bottom tier. Again, these don't sound like funny stories, but he was carried off on a stretcher, but he was still singing as he went. I think he had a good day. And I remember that game. I also remember when Liverpool came up with McManaman and Michael Owen to play Celtic, the UEFA Cup, maybe, and there's guys like Morten Weghorst, and who's the big Swedish defender for Celtic?
Mjällby.
Oh, God.
Mjällby.
Some people are shouting it at me. Mjällby, Johan Mjällby, yeah. And I just remember those games for a sort of formative sports broadcaster. I just remember the atmosphere and thinking, this is, being at the heart of it. And then Scotland qualifying for the 1998, Kevin Gallagher scoring, was it, at Celtic Park for the 98 World Cup. So some of my, most formative memories in terms of the atmosphere and thinking, this is a job I really want to do. We're actually football games. And there were some great occasions at both, it was at Ibrox and Celtic Park. So, but then going on, I had to leave Scotland to do sports because I wasn't born and brought up, with football. It was more golf, and it was rugby, because rugby was big in the family, and to do those sports, you couldn't do them in Scotland at the time because sports broadcasting was just dominated by, no matter how well Rob Wainwright played against France in 95, 96, it was to broadcast in those sports, you had to go down to London at the time. So that's why I made the decision to go down to London, because I'm a sort of a fan of all sports, but not not necessarily a massive football fan. They really are going for it now. So, just what's that?
And Andrew, you mentioned Bill McLaren, seeing him at Murrayfield going up the stairs. Was he an inspiration to you to sort of getting into broadcasting?
No, I wasn't one of those who was, actually, I'll leave it on there. There we go. I wasn't one who was from a young age thinking I really want to be a sports broadcaster, sports commentator. But I sort of fell into it a little bit and then discovered that A, I really enjoyed it, and B, I, could do it. So it sort of became a career, not by default, but, I graduated from university. I didn't know what I wanted to do. So, but I'd always grown up, as I said earlier, watching the rugby, listening to Bill McLaren, listening to Peter Alice. And I met Bill for the first time when I was working for Scott FM. And actually, yeah, that's probably more entertaining. This happens every 20 minutes. And so I remember meeting Bill for the first time at Murrayfield. And I no one's listening to my story here at all. And I came down the stairs at Murrayfield.
Into him.
The screen grab's being taken at the moment. Just seeing it. Oh God. Look at it. I mean, this is right for commentary. I should stop and just commentate on this. No, but I remember meeting Bill for the first time, and my grandfather played for Scotland a couple of times in the 30s. And I introduced myself and said, "Hello, I'm Andrew Cotter. I work for Scott FM Radio." And he said, "Yeah, you're JL Cotter." He was a standoff in the 1930s, and he named him and told who he played. He said 2 caps, and he had an amazing. I mean, he was just a rugby aficionado, and his research and his prep was extraordinary. And he was a lovely man though as well, just a lovely, kind, generous man. And it's again, no one's listening to what I'm saying because they're just watching this standoff. So talking about standoffs, but yeah, so he was kind of an inspiration in meeting him because he was such a nice man, but also in the way he worked, the preparation that he did with his commentary notes, his commentary sheets, his big sheets as they were called, were just phenomenal, works of art. I mean, Rory could tell you all about that, and people who've seen them, they are something else. So yeah, he was an inspiration in that way.
Rory, are you there? Are you still with us? It would be good to hear about your papa, if you're still...
I know, see, that's the thing. He's done that thing. He said, I've done 24 hours of cycling. My monitor has gone off, strangely enough. I don't know what's happening. Some sort of technical glitch, but I was definitely there for the whole thing.
Someone just said it.
Coisty, I'll bring you back in.
Of course.
Ali, working with Sky Sports behind the microphone, you enjoy that world? You've been doing it for a long time now, but any howlers, anything that's ever come out that you think, that's not going to go down with social media?
Absolutely. There's been numerous. But one of my favourites was in one of the Euros. We did the Euros over in Portugal. And I was paired at the time with Sir Bobby Robson. Sir Bobby and I were doing work together. And we were up north in Porto. And let me tell you, Sir Bobby's loved all over the world. But he managed in Porto, Bobby Robson. And they treated him like a lord. Oh, dear me. And I was the best man-for-man marker that Sir Bobby ever had. I never left his shoulder. And I was getting the best of wine, you name it. The best of grub Portugal could offer. It was brilliant. So we do the Sir Bobby's legendary for getting people's names mixed up. And he'd done it for years and years. Mark Haitley would call Tony because Tony was Mark's dad. Alan Shearer would be Bob, all that kind of stuff, So I think Sweden were playing Denmark in the quarterfinals. And I'm in the studio with Des Lynham, Sir Bobby and Terry Venables. And the studio is absolutely boiling, like you've no idea. I remember referring it to Des. He said, "It's warm in here." I said, "It's like Base Camp 7 in Krakatoa, east of Java." It was volcanic like the studio. It was unbelievably warm. So Sir Bobby hadn't come in because he was outside cooling down. And he walked into the studio maybe 10 minutes before we went in air. And then he came. And I said to him, "Hi, Bobby, good to see you." I said, "Good game this, Sweden, Denmark." I said, "You were looking forward to it?" And he looked at me in all sincerity. And he said, "You know something, Alfie?" He said, "I'm really looking forward to this one, son." So he calls me Alfie. So I'm thinking to myself, have I got away with this? Anyway, I lift my head and I look over and I see Lynham and Venables in hysterics, like you've no idea. So I don't need to tell you. It's Alfie this and Alfie that and Alfie the next thing. The next trip, the next day, I'm Alfie McCoy's Alfie. So the next game, I think the Italians were playing. Don't need to tell you, there is a God. Sir Bobby walked into the studio and Des says to him, he said, Sir Bobby, will come to you. He said, Bobby, will come to you for the first piece of analysis. Bobby looked at Des Lynham and said, smashing Les, just give me the nod. And I thought to myself, there is a God. So it was Alfie and Les for the rest of the Euros in 2000 in Portugal. Brilliant, absolutely phenomenal. What a man he was. One of the best. Oh, and that time, because at that Porto, when he was in Porto, I think he had Ronaldo, the Brazilian Ronaldo. He had a proper side, proper team. And boy, did they love him. And as I say, I was just walking about like a wee, but one of your dogs, Andrew, I was just following him about everywhere. And I was getting the best of grub and the best of wine. So
Yeah,
great,
exactly.
brilliant time. Brilliant time.
He was one I never met, but he was supposed to be just the most lovely man, Bobby Robson.
Oh yeah, absolute gentleman, a great man. So very fortunate. Same as yourself, Andrew. You know, I was lucky enough to be involved in playing one or two of the big tournaments, but since I stopped, I think I've been to about 4 or 5 World Cups and
the
same European Championships. Just brilliant. I mean, Russia was fantastic. What a trip! What a World Cup that was. It was just brilliant.
Yeah, that's what you do hope that, when they. That's why I'm not actually. I just want to quickly say, Alan and Micah. So that's you've passed 600k together, 600 kilometers together. So that's you calling it a day. I think that deserves a round of applause.
Saw that, yeah, Micah, fantastic. They have gone. He's been incredible all day, Micah. An inspiration,
amazing,
as everyone else has been fantastic. If I can just take this moment.
Could you give us those figures again, please?
Micah, who's 10 years old. Coyce, did you remember we spoke to him this morning? He was 10 with his dad.
Yes, that's what I was thinking.
He's been on all day, and between him and his dad, they've both covered 600 kilometres between them.
What?
They've just finished, yeah. It's an inspirational story, and I'll say this because Micah went away and his dad came on the microphone and spoke to us and said that Micah's autistic and it's cycling that brings everything out of him, and he rarely speaks to people, but as everyone will have seen today, he spoke to me several times. He told us what he was doing, he told us about his passion, and the little 10-year-old Micah, Mark Beaumont behind the scenes has said that Micah's been involved actually in a couple of events that we've done. He's a keen cyclist, and let's see how far he can go. I mean, the kid's an inspiration. So, incredible. And there's people just...
That's fantastic. And how's my cycling partner, Mark Beaumont, getting on? Did he lose any shape or any form when I left him this morning, or did he handle it okay, Nashi?
I think he's been all right. He's not struggled. His daughters have been with him. His daughters have been on for a chat. Nikki, who do you remember were you on? It was Nikki's idea that this day should go ahead. So she's had a bit of stick throughout the day. But Mark has been leading from the front as always. So's Rob, and there's been some fantastic guests just dropping in. Ali,
look at Mark though. So Mark's got an aero position inside. There's no point, Mark. Make yourself comfortable. Just bit of that. Just hold yourself up. Save your hips. He's going aero indoors.
Fantastic. It's been fantastic all day.
Fantastic job. I should say another comment there from somebody. I don't know whether they've finished or not, but there was a Nick who's done a massive mileage and raised 1,500 quid. So, the hope and the dream was a £1 a mile. I don't think they've gone 1,500 miles, so that's smashing out of the park with the fundraising and. Top effort.
Brilliant. Absolutely.
Across the board, if I can just do a shout out, just Facebook, anyone that's watching us live on Facebook, Twitter, the social media profiles, thank you for the support throughout the day. This is the last feed. There won't be any more cut-offs. For everything that you've done, the messages, the behind-the-scenes work from the team involved in My Name is Doddy, everyone that's been a part of this day, it's been fantastic. Delighted to still have Coiste and Andrew Cotter with us. Mark is still here. Rob is still here. Mel Nichols is still here. Hope you're doing well, Mel. And to everyone that's dropped in, thank you.
Can I ask a question to Andrew? So Nashi's been on the mic since 6 o'clock this morning.
Yeah.
What's your biggest feat of commentating endurance?
So the old days of the Open Championship used to be long, but you would have half an hour off. You'd be on for 45 and then off for half an hour, or on for maybe an hour and a half and off for an hour. But that would start at about 6:30 in the morning and go through to 10 at night. But not continuously, obviously. I remember Ron McIntosh, who's a commentator, huge guy, lovely guy, and he's one of the commentators at Wimbledon, and he commentated on John Isner against Nicolas Mahut, which was it 70-68 in the final set. So that match went on for 3.5 months, and he stayed there and commentated on the whole thing, and that was an extraordinary feat because he genuinely didn't leave once to go to the bathroom or anything, but didn't use. There are commentators who have used in endurance tests, I'm not going to name them, who have used bottles, but Ron never needed that iron constitution and just kept on going through the whole thing. So that would be the most admirable one. I'd say the opening ceremony at the Olympics goes on a long time. That's about 5 hours of coverage as well, and that's solid coverage. But the one you mentioned, actually, the Andy Murray first commentary. So when he was really struggling with his hip, before he'd had his fight, the big operation, we were doing Nadal against Del Potro, and it was up against England-Croatia. So it didn't get seen by that many people. I think about 1.5 million people watched it because it was on the other channel. But it was one of the best matches I've ever seen. In fact, Andy Murray. So this is the first commentary, I think the only commentary he's ever done, because Tim Henman persuaded him to do it. And he came in and sat in there. And the centre court commentary box is tiny. And we sat there and commentated. And at the start, he was really loving it and enthusiastic. And then after a while, he was still loving the match. I mean, he said, "This is the best tennis match I've ever seen." But by the end of it, he says, "Never again." Because it was 5 hours. It was 5 hours of sitting there, and you're cramped, like you're bent over. You can't stand up in the centre court commentary box. And so I think that was the end of things for him. But he really enjoyed it, and he's great. Anybody who thinks that Andy Murray, based on his sort of public imagery, is a bit of a dour Scot, we know as Scots, for him, as far as Scots go, he's considered one of the cheery ones. But he's great. He's great company, and he's a real stats guy as well. He knows tennis, inside out. Some sports people would surprise you, just do it, but they don't know the intricacies and the details and the stats and the numbers involved. But he knows everything about everybody involved in the sport. So that was great. But that was a long matches at Wimbledon. So if you're doing a men's singles match at Wimbledon and somebody goes 2 sets to love up, that person might be the Antichrist themselves, but you're still, as a commentator, inwardly cheering them on in the third set to get it done so you can go and have lunch. And then the other person takes the next set, and outwardly you're going, "Wow, what a match we have in our hands here. Fantastic comeback from X." Inwardly you're going, "Oh, for God's sake." You can never make any plans during Wimbledon for anything in the evening because you don't know if you're going to be working until 10 at night or if you're going to be finishing at 7. It just depends what your final match does.
Andrew, you mentioned the Olympics there. Did you host or commentate the opening ceremony at London?
No, so I did. I came in to do Rio. No, it was I took Trevor Nelson's job basically.
Okay. What was that experience?
No, London would have been. That's a very stressful experience because if you're commentating on 206 countries coming into the stadium, so the way we divided it was, Hazel Irvin would do the sporting prowess of the country coming in, and I would do a little bit about the history of the country, the geography of the country, social political situation of the country. So I was kind of given that hospital pass to say the things that would probably upset some people in the world. So yeah, when I switched on Twitter after that, you're never going to win because you're going to upset somebody with something you've said about a country, even if it's just factual. You say, you would say something like, for example, Angola didn't compete in the Olympics until 1972, I think it was, because until then they had still been a de facto colony of Portugal. And then, of course, Twitter lights up, Andrew Cotter longs for the days of empire. No, you're just trying to give facts. And but anyway, Twitter has never been a place for subtle nuances. So that's stressful as well, because you go to a rehearsal on the day before, you go to a full dress rehearsal of the opening ceremony. But opening ceremonies don't make any sense except to the country involved. Like somebody who's not from Britain, if they'd watched the London opening ceremony, which was superb, if they'd watched that, they'd have gone, what's going on? Why is that actor in a top hat? I don't understand what's happening here. But to us, it makes perfect sense because it's the history of our country. But so a lot of the Brazilian stuff was very Brazilian, as it should be, but trying to explain that is a little bit complicated. So I was looking forward to doing Tokyo, and hopefully we're still down to do Tokyo, the opening ceremony there. But I think that will be, I really hope the Tokyo Olympics happens, because having been at the Rugby World Cup last year and just knowing the way the Japanese love and get into their sport and get behind it, it could be one of the greatest Olympics of all time. And especially if it's after this and we're coming out of all this horrendous stuff, the whole world is starting to emerge into the light, and we have this Olympics where everybody in the world comes together. And whatever you think about the Olympics, and people say it's a waste of money, or the sports, or that sport shouldn't be in, or this sport shouldn't be in, it is genuinely the coming together of the world to celebrate something. And you see countries that don't get on in many other aspects coming together and competing in Greco-Roman wrestling or weightlifting or whatever it might be. And so it's far more special than a lot of people think, the Olympics. And yes, it costs a huge amount of money, but it's probably worth it. And I think this Olympics could be, if it happens, touch wood, one of the most special of all.
Ali, you talked about you had your Lions tickets booked and all that this morning. Have you ever been to an Olympics?
No, I haven't. Do you know something? No, I haven't. And there's no excuse really, because I could have and should have, and regret not going to London. But I did have other things on which kind of made it difficult for me. But I mean, it's the greatest sport occasion in our planet, so it's something clearly we speak about having to tick boxes. You know, as I said, I wanted to go to an Fest in Australia. Wanted to go to Lions tour. Fingers crossed that'll still be. I've been fortunate enough to go to World Cup finals, Champions League finals. But there's something about the Olympics, 100 meters final at the Olympics, and probably a world heavyweight boxing bout. That's two things that I would love to go. I've been lucky. I enjoy my boxing as well, and I've saw some great fights in Vegas. But I would love to see a heavyweight fight for the championship of the world, for the world title. And you know something, maybe this year we'll get the one that everybody wants to see, and that'll be Fury versus AJ. And it might just be one of the biggest sporting events, certainly one of the best boxing bouts in history. And with fingers crossed, you know, we can have two Brits slugging that out. But then again, it's a bit like all the massive sporting occasions. I mean, you'd want a crowd there. You'd want 100,000 there at Wembley or wherever it may be. Same as you want to hear the roar of the crowd at the starter's pistol going off in 100 metres. So, yeah, I'd definitely like to tick that box of the Olympics, and as yet haven't been there, sadly.
Who's your money on?
Yeah, it's the same with the Ryder Cup, isn't it? And you talk about that happening later this year, and it needs to happen with fans because it's one of those events. It's a different feel in golf. Golf is usually reasonably sedate. Our board and Ashley's gone. It's usually reasonably sedate, but then the Ryder Cup comes along and it's an entirely different thing.
Absolutely.
And it is an entirely different thing because it's it's one-on-one or two-on-two confrontational, but it's because of the fans. It's because the atmosphere they generate, and it's an entirely different thing. So, I mean, some of the Alan was asking about some of the favourite events I've been to, and I forgot to mention the Ryder Cup. And the Ryder Cup is just extraordinary because you're right down there amongst it. At Celtic Manor, I was commentating on the Graham McDowell Hunter Mahan match, which it came down to. I was there on the 17th green, and you're right there beside the. That is the one event where you are that close. You're actually sort of. It's the equivalent of being on the pitch. I was sitting there beside the 17th green as Hunter Mahan fluffed his chip, bless him. But you're then, because you're trying to get interviews afterwards, you're then in amongst it. You're as everyone runs onto the green, you're right there. So it's the one event where you are at the heart of the action, as close as you can be to playing. And so I hope that I think the fans will be back for that one at Whistling Straits in September. But again,
Andrew, can I ask you, would there be one sporting event that, and you don't necessarily have to have been there, although sometimes it does help, I appreciate that you've watched and thought, wow, that was just something else?
Yeah. The events that really stick in the mind that I haven't done are football matches. And I talk about not being a football person, but everybody's really a bit of a football person, because you just watch, like, the formative matches for me as a youngster at the '82 World Cup.
Yeah.
And watching Scotland against Brazil, and the old David Nery just getting them angry. And Zico and that Brazilian side was just, and you wanted to, not at that time, I didn't say I want to be there. I was 9 years old, but looking back, you think, oh, I wish I could have been at those events, because they seem so special. I mean, a lot of the World Cup finals themselves, the actual finals are but some of the games en route are just brilliant. I mean, the World Cup I remember in the US in '94. Who was it? Romania against Argentina. Who was the game that was 3-2? They all did their hair, but it was a brilliant game. It was Georgie Hadji.
Yeah.
And it was 3-2. Was it Romania against Argentina? And it was an amazing game of football. And if every game of football were like that, you think, oh, that's it. I'm a football fan through and through. But I think when you want to be there for the big occasions, you want to be there when great moments happen. So there's so many through history. I'd like to have been there watching Alan Wells win gold in 1980. But yeah.
Andrew, can I ask, just on the Olympics with Usain Bolt in 100 meters or 2, have you commentated on Bolt before?
So no, basically no, because Steve Cram is the main guy in athletics, and so when I come in, I commentate on. We sort of alternate commentaries, but he's always going to do the men's 100 meters. I might do a men's 200 meters, and things have changed now that Bolt's gone. But whenever he raced, I would have commentated on him through the heats of the semi-final. But when it came to the final, Steve does it brilliantly. But he was one of those guys that there are certain guys like Usain Bolt or Tiger Woods. They're beyond their sport, and people who are not athletics fans or not golf fans want to see them, to see what they're doing, because they're just stars. And athletics is very lucky to have him for a while, and you've got to try and but you can't try and find someone like that. It's not an easy thing to do. They just come along. That's why tennis has been so fortunate on the men's side of things, in particular with Nadal, Federer, and Djokovic. And the guys coming up behind them, Dominic Thiem or Zverev, they're great players, but they're not going to be quite as enticing for people to watch as a Federer and Nadal, in particular those two, and Djokovic, the other member of the big three.
Absolutely. Now, this is an opportunity just for me to say that we've got over 400 people watching live across the social profiles. So thank you to everybody that's tuning in. We do still have Andrew Cotter here. Ali McCoist is on. Mark Beaumont cycling away, leading the charge. And there are, how many people still on the Zoom? There's 83 still on the Zoom. Still a lot of people trying to get to the gold standard of 240 miles. So please do keep donations coming in if you can at worldinaday.com. Follow us on Doddygum. Use the hashtag WorldInAday. There is lots going on, guys. Please do keep supporting. Let's get everyone to the finish line. It's been an inspiring day, and still I am delighted to have Ali McCoist and Andrew Cotter with us.
Can I check in and see how Davey's doing? I'm intrigued how Edinburgh captain's doing. Davey, how you doing? He's peering closely at his screen. The biggest mileage he's ever done before was 130, and You must have knocked out the park. You must be over 200 miles now. David, can you hear us?
I'll try and unmute him. I'll try and alert him.
Is Rob Wainwright even on a bike, or is he just dancing in his room?
There he is. David's in. David's in. How you doing, mate?
Hi, Mark. How you doing?
How are you feeling?
I've got a question for Davey. How do you pronounce your surname, Davey? Ziv.
All right. Andrew, what's your reckon?
I reckon Davey Ziv.
You're quite close. It's Davey Ziv.
Ziv.
Best way to remember is think about Dr. Zhivago.
Zhivago.
I'll think about Dr. Well, then I'll just call you David Omar Sharif. So, is it where's Ziv from? Is that Polish?
My grandfather was Polish.
Polish, yeah. They are the so when you're doing commentary, certain countries are quite easy because they are pretty much as you see them. But the Polish names, I've got a Polish, or I had in the days when such things were allowed, a Polish physio. And every time I would doing athletics, because there were quite a few good athletes, the Poles, I would phone her up and say, how on earth do you pronounce this one? Because you remember who was the great Polish football? Zbigniew. Was it Zbigniew in the 70s or 80s? And nobody got anywhere near the pronunciation of his name. But that was like, so do you remember Peter Unlove, who played for Coventry?
Yeah.
So I think Barry Davis was the only one who actually tried to pronounce his name correctly, because actually it's Nshovu, or closer to that. It certainly wasn't Unlove, but as soon as he became Peter Unlove, and it's an interesting point, or is it? I don't know. Probably not. I'm probably oxygen deprived again, but it's an interesting point in terms of when you're pronouncing a foreign player's name. Do you pronounce it as they would pronounce it, or do you pronounce it with the anglicized form? And I always try to do some sort of hybrid. But like you would go, but if you say Retief Husten, you just sound like an idiot. And he always said, don't even try. Or Louis Westhuizen. I mean, it would be Sergio Garcia if you went full out with that. So you always compromise on it. And that's what we find at Wimbledon as well with a lot of Eastern Europeans. So all the Russian women players like to have the anglicized version of their name, the Americanized version, because Maria Sharapova, for example, should be Sharapova, but she wants to be Sharapova because they think it sounds more exotic and more Western to have that pronunciation. So just from the letters ZYW, I've gone off on a rant there, but Davy Zhu,
But equally, Andrew, for every one of them, thankfully there's a Tom Smith.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, Tom Smith. I love Tom Smith. Wishing him all the best. Oh, what a player. What a player.
Is it Andrew Cotter or Andrew Cooter?
It's Cote, actually. But actually, your name, it would look pretty difficult to a lot of foreigners. Rob, for example. No, Wainwright would look pretty difficult to a lot of foreign people. What on earth is this? There are redundant letters. You're just wasting time with that G and that H there. So yes, a lot of foreign commentators have as much trouble with our names as we do with theirs.
So here's a question for Davey. If Wainwright was Polish, how would you say it?
Well, the W is a V.
It would end up Novsky anyway.
Yeah. So Wainwright, I'm not sure. My grand, sadly, rightly or wrongly, my granddad never taught my dad or uncle Polish. So it's a language which is left with my granddad, sadly. But coming back to the pronunciation, I've had many fantastic fails over the years, but my favorite one when I was running late for a flight in Gatwick, when you did that novelty thing like flying a few years ago.
Yeah.
And I was running late for a flight, and over the tannoy, can Mr. Davey, long pause, ZYW, please come up to the EasyJet desk.
Davey, Scrabble champion, come up to the desk, please. Davey, missing some vowels, come to the desk, please.
You are flying.
Yeah, exactly.
That should be your nickname, Davey. What I would do, if you were in my dressing room I'd get the total amount of the value of your letters in Scrabble. You'd be known as Davy 53 or Davy 76, whatever it was.
Hey, I like that, Ali. That could stick.
I like the sound of that, mate.
I noticed there's a Pete Farker here as well, though. So that's a name that just gets Urquhart and Farker just get absolutely ruined by people who don't know such things. So yeah, good score in Scrabble as well, Farker.
Guys, I want to jump on and just keep on with the success stories of today. We've got Ian Clark, who's written on the message board, the furthest he's ever gone on the road is 150 miles and 64 miles on the turbo 6 years ago. He was still walking with elbow crutches after a failed knee replacement 10 years ago. Today he's gone further than he expected. He was aiming for 150 miles. He hit his brick wall, but in 8 miles' time, he'll have hit 240 miles.
Gee whiz, man.
Well done, Ian. Congratulations.
Excellent.
That's cruel that was finished by actually hitting a brick wall. I mean, that's the end of it all, but well done until that point. So,
I'm happy to say that we've just burnt up M. Beaumont. We were just sailed past him like we were pros. I think he's so busy texting.
So are you Zwifting as well at the moment?
Yeah. I'm with Willie Tuller. One of these.
How can your bandwidth cope? My bandwidth couldn't cope with that. Zooming and Zwifting. How do you do that?
I have 7 different appliances connected. I have an EE phone and a Vodafone phone.
All right, product placement.
Andrew, Rob's shift today is extremely important because he's powering all the electricity on call. We discovered that this morning.
Probably is, genuinely. Oh, dear.
Oh, what a day it's been. It's been fantastic. So thank you guys for sticking with us. There's some great stories coming in. Everyone on social media, please do as we sort of get to the end of this, as guys are pushing to...
Got Bippity. What are you doing?
Don't know who that was.
I'll tell you something quickly.
Sadly, that might have been wrong.
When I was doing a chat with after all the book stuff, I was doing people have had so know it's all about publicity, and I was doing an interview. I was doing an interview with an American, small country American bookstore, lovely people, and it was an online chat that was organised through Zoom. Yeah. And as we were doing this chat, all these names started appearing, people joining. We were talking about the people there sipping wine and talking about writing a book and the lovely dogs and whatever it might be. And all these names started appearing, which were probably further right than far right. And then suddenly, somebody appeared as well on the screen, entirely naked and enjoying the book chat far too much. And the poor woman hosting the book chat just had kittens, which is appropriate. But she said, "Oh my goodness me!" And so I just carried on talking about Oliver Nabel and how I'd struggled with the 3rd chapter or whatever. But whenever you put an open Zoom link, and that's why I was delighted to see that this one was, you had to sign up for it. If you advertise an open Zoom link on Twitter, then you're heading for trouble. So I'm hoping that, all we've had today is a topless Rob Wainwright, so which is bad enough. But.
And it wasn't Rob that appeared on that Zoom, no?
Well, it might have been actually, because the face wasn't in shot. So
Andrew, you've just blown my finale for the last 5 minutes.
What's that?
You've just blown my finale for the last 5 minutes.
Oh no! I'm gonna bow out as well. I'm gonna do a hard final 2 minutes to take me up to the 4 kilometre mark, and then I've got to head off. So, but I'm impressed with you, Nashi, as well. This is some effort from you over the day. It's incredible. So it's not when you're sitting there cycling, it's hard, of course, physically, but when you've got to think constantly and say, how do you keep this going? How do I keep the chat going? God, Rob Wainwright's a terrible guest. How do I do this? When you look at the chat function, you're thinking of things to say. It is not easy. So kudos to you, as they say in Strava world. So well done, and thanks for being the host.
Thank you very much. That's very kind. But no, Mark was kind enough to ask me to tell my backstory earlier. I love this, so it's been a pleasure to be involved. Podcasting, hosting, it's something that's come into my world only within the last couple of years, but I enjoy it. And Andrew, obviously, you joined me on my 100th podcast episode, so thank you very much for that when you did, and thank you for joining us.
Okay, no problem. Was that the 100th? I'm sorry to have ruined the century one. I didn't realise it was the 100th. That was anyway. It was a good chat in the summer. Check it out, folks. Have a listen to Nash's podcast. Yeah, I'm going to head off now and feed the dogs.
Thanks.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, Monsieur Couture.
All the best, Andrew.
Cheers, Dan. Great chat.
All right, cheers. And David Giv. All right, cheers, everyone. Keep going.
Thank you.
Cheers, Andrew.
Thanks, Andrew. So,
Actually, can I ask Rob a question?
Crack on.
Rob, you promised me that you and I would be sharing a beer in the last 10 minutes of my cycle. I've got just about 20, just under 20 to go. Can I order my beer for 5 minutes from the end?
I was just literally, as you started, about to say, Coisty, the bad news is I've got an hour and a quarter still left on it, but I'll start drinking quite close to the end. But if you want to go and have your dinner or walk the dog and come back, that would be fully understandable. You've just come in a wee bit early. I thought we'd agreed you'd be in at about 8 o'clock, 8:30 you'd be here.
You've put me under pressure, but I'm not succumbing to it. I'm going for a beer in 10 minutes.
Well, I hope you'll come back in an hour to celebrate Willie Tulloch and me coming over the line. We're working as a team at the moment.
I certainly will, pal. Promise you that.
Yeah. And it would be very uplifting for our morale if you were to come back with your beer quite soon. Just put it in front of the camera so that we can just look at it. Gav had one earlier on and it looked amazing. It was a rich IPA colour. Oh, beautiful.
One of our friends, her good friend Charlie's cold ones, will be go down in 17 minutes or 15 minutes.
Ali, can I ask you, when you used to be a player back in the day and you'd come off the pitch and there would be a microphone thrust into your hand for an interview, were you good at recording the game there and then? Or were you one of these players that was like, oh, did I do that? What?
Oh, yeah. My post-match chat really diverted away from how good I was or how good I thought I was. And then I'd go and watch the game and realise it had been something different to what I saw immediately after the final whistle. So I always cut players and particularly managers and coaches a little bit of slack when they've got a microphone thrust in them immediately after a game. Nash, it's difficult.
Yeah. What about as a player? Were you a talker? When I've been in a lot of rugby changing rooms, and there's usually a captain, a big talker, or there's someone in the team. What were you like as a player in the changing room pre-match? Were you noisy? Were you quiet? Would you keep yourself to yourself, or what were you like?
No. We had noisy dressing rooms with a lot of very fortunate, actually really, really strong characters. Great captains, Butcher, Goff, brilliant captains, but also within the teams, real strong characters, guys like Ray Wilkins, God bless him, a leader as well, John Brown, Trevor Stephen, Gary Stevens, Mark Haitley, all really strong individual characters, that you knew you could rely on. There wasn't too many quiet ones, to be honest with you. With a pretty vocal dressing room, but I do appreciate everybody's different, Nashy,
Yeah.
The one thing I don't understand, it'd be interesting to hear Rob's opinion. I don't understand the lads, particularly footballers now in the bus, headphones, barely communicate with each other. I find that amazing. I mean, when we were going to away games, we'd have music on, we'd have 2 or 3 card schools going. There was always a hub of activity. But the music was always a general thing to be on the bus. Whereas I look at some of the guys now, I find it a little bit strange, to be honest with you. But maybe that's just me being a dinosaur again, I don't know.
I suspect it is a generational thing. Everyone's got their own gadgets, go into their own bubble. But I'd agree. There was so much that was good about being really amateur, even though we were professional. 20 years ago. And it was really important for the team. I remember having big arguments with Jim Telfer. We went to New Zealand in '96. It was the first professional tour for Scotland. And I was a captain. Jim had just been appointed manager. And he announced to the press that none of the Scotland players would be drinking throughout the course of the tour. It was going to be a dry tour. And then he announced it to me and the team as a fait accompli, which got us off to a bad start, shall we say. But I find alcohol, it can be a terrible thing, but it can be a wonderful team building tool. And particularly for when you bring national squads in, and a lot of people coming from different clubs haven't played together, and they've got no common history. And a night out is a great way to produce common history and bond people together off the pitch. And such an important part. And I hope, well, I've seen the pictures, so it does still happen. Gregor lets the boys off the leash every so often, and by God, they really do go off the leash, don't they? But it is an important part of it. It's quite a Scottish thing to a degree. We revere drinking in our culture, which is probably a very negative thing in many ways, but at its very best, it's wonderful. And so Jim Telfer's wish that it was a dry tour didn't last very long, put it that way.
Ali, when we had Gavin Hastings on earlier, and I know you had a wee joke about Gav on the golf course, but it was quite entertaining when Gav talked about the people and inspirational or world famous or top of their game athletes that Gav had played golf with. Now, I know you're a bit of a golfer, but you also mentioned this morning you'd been in the movies. Who is it that's in your mind that sort of left a lasting impression, whether it be someone from another sport or movies or sort of a different world that you weren't brought up with?
I'd have to say, Nashi, I mentioned.
Oh, I don't know. Is it just me or Ali? We've lost you a wee bit there.
Listen. Sorry, mate. Is that any better?
We didn't get any of that, Ali. Sorry.
Okay. I did mention him this morning, Nashi, and it would be Robert Duvall.
Yeah.
I mean, I've got to say, the first time I met him, I'm not embarrassed to tell you I was in awe. I mean, we are talking about a man here. If we asked everybody in this Zoom call to name their top 10 favourite actors of all time, there's a chance that Robert Duvall would be in everybody's top 10. Everybody certainly of a vintage and age. And I've got to tell you, what a human being, And what I loved about him, Nashi, was how down to earth, and it's a ridiculous thing to say, how human he was. And he used to sit for hours and watch us, because whenever there was a break in a scene or the weather or something wasn't right, I think I said to you, with a great squad of lads doing the film, we would just set up a heady tennis net and we'd have a six-a-side game of heady tennis, no matter where it was. Out in the country, a car park, it didn't matter. And he used to pull up a seat. Oh, and he loved it. He absolutely loved the crack, the wind-up, the determination to win the game of heady tennis. And in the final night, he took us all for dinner to the top floor of the old course at St Andrews. And he actually said it was one of the most enjoyable experiences of his life, because he just loved the company that he was in. And of course, we were made up, and I remember him getting a standing ovation off all the lads. And as I said, I did a Zoom call with him maybe 3 months ago, and he's 90, must be coming up 90 years of age. A lot of people don't realise, a brilliant dancer. Married the most beautiful Argentinian girl, and he danced to keep himself fit. And I think he only gave up horse riding ridiculously about 8 or 9 years ago. Just a wonderful, wonderful human being. And as I say, you think of a lot more important people than ourselves, but I still value getting a Christmas card from him every year. And it might be a small thing to a lot of people, but it's great. Just very fortunate, just a brilliant human being. And obviously you meet guys in sport, but away from sport, away from on field, I probably see he'd be the one that had the biggest effect on me.
It's amazing that one opportunity to go into a movie and you meet a guy like that that sticks with you and pushes you on for the rest of your life. Someone that had an impact. You something. I mean, you can't buy these experiences, or you never know when these people are going to cross your path. But it's a great story.
It's bizarre. I'm sitting looking at it and I'm thinking, Jesus, that's a lawyer. You know what I mean? And it's amazing. It's just he was in True Grit. You know what I mean? He was in True Grit with John Wayne. He was obviously with Brando. Just amazing, absolutely amazing. But people say to me, "What is he like?" And I say, "I'll tell you what he's like. He's a great human being. You know, somebody you'd love to be in their company." And as we all know, that's the most important thing.
Absolutely. Well, about some good news here. Louis Parkinson made it to 240 miles. Well done, Louis. Inspirational. You certainly are, my man. He's enjoyed the Zoom all day and he's raised £820. Well done.
Excellent.
Ross Duncan, he's our 24-hour man. He's just past 12 hours, 445 kilometres done. And Mita 461 kilometres. Well done. Fantastic effort. A lot of people signing off now, but they've loved it today. There's a lot of money being raised. Everyone for their efforts. It's been fantastic. It's been absolutely fantastic. Hope I've not missed too many. I know I've tried to keep up with everything that's going on, but guys, keep the chat coming in. Let's get everyone.
1.7 miles, 13 hours, 42 minutes. Wow.
It's been great to see the live streams to the other social media platforms working so well today. And I know there's less people on the Zoom now maybe than there were earlier because some of the big mile hunters have finished, but we've actually got more people than we did at lunchtime on the live streams. So people enjoying their Saturday evening, and rather than watching Netflix, they're watching a bunch of 20 cyclists. So take that as a compliment.
Mark, you yourself, is this unfolded as you hoped? Obviously, a lot of planning's gone into this. You did it through first lockdown, so you had the sort of the template for the day. But your own efforts are outstanding. But you're going through the miles yourself. You've been doing social media along the way. You've been speaking to us behind the scenes. You've been doing a lot. It's been great to see your kids chatting to JJ Chalmers. They've had their faces painted in Doris Tartan. It's been a big day for the Beaumont family. Are you pleased with how it's sort of unfolded?
Oh, it's gone an absolute dream. It's been absolutely superb. We ran this event 5 times last spring. We did it every Thursday during lockdown number 1. And there was a really cool community there of people who got involved. I think there was about 450 people on the newsletter list. But when we announced this last week, and we only had like a week's long run into this, it just went nuts. You know, there was nearly 1,000 people hit register. And obviously they've come and gone during the day. There's been the big mile hunters, but there's been people pushing their miles wherever they could. And yeah, I just had no idea. I was nervous last night, actually. I was nervous. You know, you just don't know whether people are going to turn up and get it and understand the purpose of it. And it'll be interesting to do a mop-up afterwards and see how many times we've been around the world. I think safe to say we've absolutely done the 18,000 miles. So 18,000 miles is what it takes to get around planet Earth. I wouldn't be surprised once you add it up if we've done that a couple of times. But, you know, it's the community today that's impressed me, and I've loved it. It's exceeded my expectations. And, you know, all the guests have made it, for sure. But all the riders, you can see, and they've soaked up the atmosphere of the event, which is what we hope. So, no, I loved it. Absolutely loved it. And as you say, my kids have loved it. It's great for them to see stuff like this. You know, family life in lockdown. Bit crazy.
Absolutely. Well done, Mark. Thank you for putting this together. And Rob, yourself, and I've said it already many times today, but behind the scenes, everybody that's been involved, and that stretches to everyone that My Name is Doddy, to all the live shows that have gone on, to all the podcasts that the captains have appeared on, the time that's been given. There's been so much going on just through this month, let alone what goes on all year for My Name is Doddy. It is all for such a great cause to help the foundation find a cure ultimately, but just improve research and awareness as they go. So well done to everybody. We are definitely, as I keep saying, on the home straight. So keep looking at it, guys. Keep putting the miles in. Ali, you okay? You still with us? There you go.
4 minutes.
4 minutes. What an effort. What an effort.
Great. I've listened. And I was just going to say, Rob, just to back up what Mark was saying there, it's a quite unbelievable effort. It really is. You know, particularly for the top athletes, guys that are doing 200 miles and all that. But again, and I know you'll back me up, the people that are doing 10 miles, 15 miles, 20 miles, out walking 5 miles, as you say, it's brought this whole thing's brought everybody together. It's been magic, and it's been great to be part of it. It really is. So well done to everybody.
Yeah. Ali, I just had a friend WhatsApp me. He's jumped on to watch some of this, and he said, "Wow, is McCoist done the full 240?" and I said, "Don't laugh." I said yes. So if you keep your poker face, we'll keep amongst us, all right?
Ali, I've not mentioned to you that we had on earlier. Do you know that the Stoltman brothers, the world's strongest brothers?
Oh yeah.
Well, Big Tom.
I know of them, obviously.
Big Tom is a big Rangers fan, and he was extremely excited to hear that you were coming on. So he sends all his best.
Oh, that's magic. That's great. But isn't it amazing the people we've been on? Guys like that, and Catherine Granger, and it's just been, when you think about it, JJ, everybody, it's just been brilliant. Absolutely. Hoggy this morning coming on before his game. Excellent.
It was great. And another man I interviewed this week from Florida was the guy Drew McIntyre, a WWE wrestler. He's asking after you. He's asking after you.
I know Big Drew well. What a story he had, by the way.
Oh.
We had him on the show. He was telling us as a wee boy, he jumped in the bus and the train, go down, I think it was Portsmouth or something.
That's it, 12 hours.
Southampton.
Yep.
Aye. And that's where it all started for him.
I'm muted just now.
Brilliant story.
I've talked about it.
We've got a lot of great guys and girls, haven't we?
Yeah, I've talked about it throughout. There's people been on here. There's been people on here throughout the day from all over the world and checking in and saying hello. But this has been a real celebration of Scotland for the people that have been on and what we're doing here. And guys like Drew, we talked about his story right at the start of the day that he had a dream as a wee boy and he never gave it up. He's got that belt that he dreamed of. And Tom Stoltman and Luke as well, they know that they're strong guys. They've got a passion and they follow it. And let's be honest, Tom, second in the world's strongest man event this year. There's every chance, last year, there's every chance that he'll go one better. And it all comes down to when they came on and when they chatted, they all know about Doddy. They've come together for Doddy. They've got involved for Doddy in the community that's a rugby fraternity, a rugby foundation. And it's for the greater good to find a cure and research for MND. But the people that have got involved with this from all over the world, it's just been incredible. It's been incredible. And it's been a pleasure to be involved today with everything that's going on.
Yeah, I cannot have. Here.
So keep going.
Nashi, a big shout out for your backroom team. Keith, Ben, don't know if Greg is involved. Alex, Ian. We can see you sitting here, but I think Keith's been sitting in the background, working away as well. Well done, him.
That's Keith. Shout out for Keith at at Whoosh. He's produced every single one of my podcast episodes. He produces Mark's podcast. He's a hard worker, to say the least. The amount of times I've done a show and I've said, Keith, any chance we can get that out and ready for tomorrow morning? And he steps up every time. So he's behind the scenes. He's been doing a lot of the feeds and working out everything that made the run so smoothly. Same with Ben and Alex, Ian Foster, the team behind the scenes that we know they do so much. Thank you to everybody for your contribution. It's been fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's a ton of volunteers throughout the Doddy Aid month who are putting in some hard miles to make it all work. But there's a bunch of them that this is their day job. So like Keith, he's a professional. And so it's not like we're just looking for volunteers to do this on the side. We're actually saying, look, can you do your day job pro bono for the charity? And they've all said yes. You know, website design, PR. There's a lot of work behind the scenes. Oh, there's Willis saying hello. So yeah, good effort, everyone.
Guys, aye, that's me. So I'll come back. What, another Robin C to finish, mate?
I'm back in about 3/4 of an hour, and I'll crack a beer over open and drink in the last 5 miles.
Brilliant. Nashi, top drawer. Mark, brilliant. Well done, everybody, guys. Thanks a lot for your time and your efforts. Superb effort, everybody. Well done.
Thank you, Ali. Well done to you.
See you soon, guys.
And 240, amazing, Ali. Who'd have thought?
It's amazing, isn't it? Yeah. I didn't think I had it in me, to be honest, Rob, but there you go. Never stop surprising myself. See you soon, guys.
Well, Ali,
see you later.
Ali, it's fantastic. People like Ali coming along. They've just kept us entertained. They kept the hours zipping past as our legs go round and round. Some of us stare at an avatar going ever more slowly around a course on Zwift. So it's been great to have not just the distraction, but the inspiration. There's been some fantastic people on today. And huge thank you for them giving their time to be with us and make our day bearable.
Absolutely. I can see Paul there, 240 miles done. So another gold standard hit. Well done, Paul. And thank you for your comments. We've enjoyed putting today together.
How many kilometres has Davey got to go?
About an hour behind. Had some technical issues I needed to sort out on my bike, sadly.
I heard you broke both your pedals.
Both my pedals came off in my cleats at separate times. So I got that sorted. Had to go with pedal spanners, so I had to nip to a neighbour to get a spanner. I'm back on now, and only 45k to go.
Superb, absolutely superb.
Not too long now.
There's a lot of people who finished who are still with us, which is so kind. Mark, you must be pretty much done now, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm about 10k to go.
Yeah, and the Johnson family in Appin over on our side of the country, they've completed. I think they've been doing spells on the trainer, and Andrew is now in, even though they've completed, just to escort us to the line. And I hope you've got a beer ready, Andrew, for about half an hour's time, maybe 40 minutes, and have a wee celebration. Have a great day and a job well done.
There's a lot of familiar names, maybe some. I think Dean and Gillian, I think you guys have been going a long, long time. How are you guys?
We're doing good, Nashi. We've just got 5 miles to go and we're going for 200.
Well done. Fantastic.
Well done. Fantastic.
Well done. Who else can I see? Mel's still with us. Mel, all well? You going okay?
Oh, well, thank you. Yeah. Getting a bit of a second wind, so just warming up now.
Well done, Mel. It's been brilliant. And as I said earlier, anyone that missed it, 2 Olympians chatting earlier was just fantastic.
It's been a great day, hasn't it? Been so much great chat, and it's tough, but actually the time does relatively fly by, doesn't it?
Exactly.
Yeah, it does.
And
well.
tell me, can you do that one-handed and hold a drink with your other hand in about 40 minutes?
Well, I've discovered I need to keep drinking my tea, so I found straw works, and maybe if I put beer in my tea mug, that will work.
Fantastic. Great thinking.
Giles Houston, you've been on for a long time today. How are you doing?
I'm good, thanks. Yeah, starting at 6. Can I just ask Rob and others to give a shout out to a great friend of mine, a guy called Rob Johnson, who is an MND sufferer. He lives in France. He's watching this on one of the live feeds. He's been flat on his back in bed for 10 years with MND, being looked after by his saint of a wife and family. Lovely guy, and would be here with us doing this if he could. So, the guy's Rob Johnson, and he's my inspiration really for doing these rides. And Rob, I joined you guys from Twickenham last year up to Northampton, was hoping to do the whole thing this year, but obviously not happening.
And I've drafted behind you for quite a while today as well, I think. So in the middle of the day, I was on your part of the course, and it's good to see you there. And a big mention for Rob Johnson. It's for the future. It's for the Rob Johnsons of tomorrow. Sadly, I wish it could be for the people of today, but to try and find a way to prevent a life being so constrained as you've just described.
Yeah. Cheers.
Giles, well done, and yeah, all the best to Rob. Thank you for getting involved with this. Can I get a shout out? Is it Caleb and Louise? How are you guys doing? I've just seen that you guys have been on all day. How are you?
We're good. We've got 320 miles between us, and we've still got how much to go?
I don't know.
I reckon you'd like to snuggle into these. Okay.
Yeah. Well done, guys. And where are you based? That's it. Is that the Edinburgh?
We're in Edinburgh. Yeah.
Edinburgh.
Rob is a nurse, so I look after an MND patient. We look after ventilating patients at home. So to me, this is just an incredible cause. Just my heart goes out to this cause, and it's been such a privilege to be part of it. It really has.
Fantastic. Thank you for joining us and for everything you've done.
And thank you for putting it on.
Well done.
Well done.
My voice is getting a wee bit crackly now. I've only got about 10 miles till I'm going to crack open a can of Genius.
So it sounds like you need a beer.
Ian Stanger. I think I recognise that name all day. Have you been on all day, Ian, or you been putting a shift in? Not sure if you can get to that. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I've been on all day. Oh,
how are you?
Just struggling a bit now. It's, front row not really built for these endurance events, but nah, I got about 19 left to go. Thought I'd do 120, but I've stuck with it. So yeah.
Well done. Well done. I've noticed you all day.
Well done.
And Alistair Lawton, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
How's your
missing the Strathpuffer this year, unfortunately.
Sorry, I missed that. Sorry, what did you say?
We're missing the Strathpuffer this year.
I know. It's
normally I organise a wee cycle event in the Highlands called the Strathpuffer.
Ah.
But COVID dealt us a fatal blow. So I've done a couple of shifts, and between hand I've split boarded for Monroe, then came back, did some more.
Fantastic.
As a bit of context, Ashley and everyone else, the Strathpuffer, I should say, is a legendary 24-hour event that happens in the village or outside the village of Strathpeffer near Inverness. And they decide to hold it in January, where you basically get 17 hours of darkness. And it's brutal and wonderful, and it's one of those bucket list events for cyclists that like to suffer.
The loonies like us, just designed for Egypts like us. And Alistair, it's great to have you supporting us. I know that you put the word out among your extensive cycling networks to get people involved with Doddy Aid, and that's much appreciated. And it's just all these links that grow up through exercise that allow us to spread these events. And you've done your bit in that, and we do thank you.
The least I could do, Rob, absolute least I could do. I'm a huge fan of Doddy and the charity, so if ever you need any help, I just shout.
People are already talking about Doddy Aid 2020, whatever year it is, 22. I'm just not sure I'm ready to do that, but we'll see what happens. Let's get 21 out of the way first.
How do we get, Rob, how do we get a fundraising tally? I know it was sitting at 870 last night. Do we have a running tally?
I've got to get off my bike and tot it up. I tot it up every evening at 6 o'clock normally, but obviously I've missed it, and it'll be very interesting to see how today has contributed to that. I'm pretty confident that we will be over 900,000 now, and for a home straight final 100,000, any other event, 100,000 would be fantastic in itself. But I think we'd all love to hit that target, and I'm sure that's not just me, but everyone involved. Be involved in an event that hits this iconic number. £1 million would be fantastic. It would be if we did it in euros, we've already got there.
So,
we could cheat like that.
Can I ask a question? Ian, who's one of your absolute, Ian's been WhatsApping and saying, "I will very soon. I have a slide coming in soon." Has he got? Is it possible he's doing the tally?
He may. Is that miles or pounds he's talking about?
He's just WhatsApped me. I'm trying to make sense of his. Leave it with me. Okay, right. 29,400 miles recorded. So that won't be all told. That's a running tally, and I'm sure we need to check that. 2,300 gumpers have been active today. There's loads of other stats on here, but pretty impressive. That's phenomenal. There's not a fundraising tally on that. It's all around. Oh, hang on a second. That was a 3 o'clock update.
Yeah.
So at that point, so at 3 o'clock this afternoon, we'd already done 29,400 miles between us, which, considering the world's 18,000, I think we're well on track to do a double lap of the planet today.
I think, Mark, it might be bigger than that, because if you think that everyone that's here and all the 240 people, none of them will have finished by then. So those figures there are all from the early legs of team events, and we've still got everyone that's done it in bigger increments still to go on that. So it'll be very interesting to see. Those figures are from Tony Bishop at Track for Good, who's analysing all the cycling that's come in today on the 5 teams. And I may have to go and catch up with WhatsApp before I hit the beer. But as soon as I'm off, I'll go and do the maths on the money as well.
Whatever the tally, it's looking mighty impressive, and I think that's the cool thing about an event like this, a collective, a community, because everyone can own that. Everyone's chipped away at that, and such a simple concept. Can you get around the planet? And yeah, of course. And what I think will have happened as well on top of that is that aspiration of £1 a mile. We've seen, even in the chat function, individual fundraisers smashing it out the park. So I'm quietly confident that ratio of pounds to miles will be significantly skewed to the fundraising. So yeah, it'll be good to get a mop up at the end of the day and see how far we've gone and what it's done in terms of denting on that fundraising tally. But whatever it is, it's been a massive shift and just awesome.
Well, I might get my beautiful assistant to start downloading figures now, and I'll go off the feed for a while, and I'll have a chat with various people and see if they can do the maths for me. And I'll certainly. There's no point in us finalising our miles one until kind of 8:30. 9 o'clock earliest. If you think of, there's a number of people here still to log their miles, and if you think that quite a few of us are going to be 240 milers, and we've actually got to stick it on Track for Good yet, so there's a lot of miles to come.
It's a good point. It's a good point, actually, for everyone watching this, both on the Zoom feed and on the live feed elsewhere. If you've done miles today, and it's not automatically syncing because it's hard to do that on a static trainer, go and plug it into the app, Track for Good. Plug it into it, and if you're not on the app, because some people have just joined for today's event, they've not been clocking miles the rest of the month, then email your miles across to hello@worldinaday.com, hello@worldinaday.com, and we can add it up. We want to make sure we can count everyone's miles and get a proper total at the end of it. So yeah, well, I mean, I think we'll have a rough tally by the end of play, but we'll definitely let you know on social media tomorrow.
Absolutely. I see some other familiar faces. Keith Oddie. Keith, how are you doing?
Hi, Alan. Yeah, I was struggling, but the last 20 miles have been a bit better. Tremendous effort by everybody, and yeah, I feel a little bit better now. I'm about 4 miles away from a beer, and I'll maybe hang around for my front row pal, Stangy, as well.
What rugby club's that you're from?
Aberdeen Grammar. Well, that's a long time ago, but well, yeah, northeast and a wee bit of Orkney. So yeah, we can see the end almost now.
Well, maybe know Stuart Corser and a few of those guys.
We do, yeah. A little bit younger maybe, but yes, absolutely.
Good. No, I know Corser and a couple of guys from up there. Good times. Well, thank you for doing this. It's been fantastic to just try and keep you guys going throughout the day.
You've done a great job. Thank you very much.
It's been great. Who else have we got? I'm trying to see this name. What am I seeing there? Haggis Butson Francisco. Am I saying that right? He's not unmuting.
Yeah, we're here. Hiya.
Oh, hello. Hi. How are you?
We're good. So we joined the party a bit late. We're an ex-Butte Rugby Club captain from the 80s, so that's put some age on me.
Okay.
We've been out in San Francisco the last 3 or 4 years, so just loving the event, guys, and loving the chat and the patter. So it's been good fun.
Oh, good on you. Thank you for joining in, and your name caught my attention. So yeah, thank you. And it makes sense now you've explained it.
The dog's called Haggis, so he's the star of the show. So
okay. Did you catch Andrew Cotter and his dogs?
Aye, fantastic. What a guy. I mean, yeah, he makes Andy Murray look like the funniest guy in the world. So he's droll as a Scotsman. So, but yeah, great to get his chat as well, and Melly McCoist and hey, big shout out to Rob. I've got my snood, so I don't know what everybody's complaining about. They got it all the way to San Francisco, so well done.
Good on you. Thank you very much for taking part. Great to speak to you.
Cheers, guys.
Caleb and Louise here was
that latest comment. We plan to do 170. We've done 340 and raised 645 pounds. Amazing. I mean, those are big miles.
Just before that, just finished 186 miles, living more than planned, and 80 miles longer than my longest ride. That was Mark. Well done. Fantastic. Yep, there's some big numbers coming in. There was one I saw earlier. Rolled over 250 miles with a cool down. What a great day. Thanks to everybody for organising, the backroom team for keeping everything running on Zoom. Great guests and the banter throughout the day. Massive kudos to all the riders. That's from Stephen Robinson. So thank you, Stephen, and well done to yourself. It's just been incredible, guys. And I'm sure there's still people watching live on the social media accounts. So I'm going to just keep trying to push. If you're sitting at home, if you're watching this, I know you'll be out doing your miles, you'll be on the roars, and all things will be happening in your own life. But if you can, let's donate. Let's help this trust. Let's help these guys get to £1 million. And for the work that's been put in today by the cyclists, it's just fantastic and inspirational. So worldinaday.com. Please do keep using Doddy Gump throughout the rest of the week up to the Calcutta Cup. This challenge is not over today. It rolls on tomorrow with Chris Hoy and other cyclists that will be up. Mark, what time's that tomorrow morning?
9:45. So you can go on the companion app on Zwift and register for the event. Over 1,000 people already riding on that. And, what a lineup with Sir Chris Hoy, Cavendish, and Geraint Thomas. So that's not one to miss. And hey, after today, you can treat a 50k as a recovery ride. You can just tap the legs over for a mere hour and quarter, hour and a half. So it's not one to be missed, I would say. And honestly, I mean, the reason that the guys have been talking about having a Genius is because Genius sponsor and support the foundation in a big way. 5 pence every time goes to the foundation. But joking apart, obviously enjoy a beer at the end of this, but recovery, not to sound like a bore, but recovery on the end. If you've done a 240 miler today, be kind to yourself. The event doesn't finish when you stop turning the pedals. You're going to hurt like hell tomorrow. And yeah, have a bath, hydrate, get some food in you, look after yourself, because you'll feel it tomorrow.
Mark, come on then. How did you do 240 for 80 days straight?
Well, I mean, I'm wondering that myself. I've got 3.6k to go, and the idea of having 5 hours sleep and doing it again, honestly. So the idea was doing this 240 miles, 5 hours sleep, up at 3:30, repeat every single day for 2.5 months. It was not the most fun thing I've ever done. You know, people often ask me. It was my pinnacle as an athlete, as a bike rider. It was my Everest, but that level of sleep deprivation, and you know that, how do you recover with 5 hours sleep? Imagine that you've just done today, and then you get in your scratcher, alarm goes off at 3:30, back on the bike, and you've got to do it again. And the adrenaline of day 1, 2, 3 might see you through, but then you get to week 2, month 2, and you're still going. It really is a mental game. The legs will learn to cope with it, but as you're probably feeling even from today's ride, it's the conditioning. By conditioning, I mean your neck. So you've seen me on the time trial bars like this. By the time I'd made it past Paris around the planet, I'd been doing this for 1,200 hours, 240 miles a day for 2.5 months. And your contact points, your under your cleats, your backside, your shoulders, your neck, that's probably more painful than the muscles. And I mean, I relied heavily on the wisdom and support of Laura Penhall and my performance team to see me through, but we knew it was a big step into the unknown. You know, the previous world record was 123 days, so going sub 80, doing this for 2.5 months was, you know, nobody had tried it before.
Yeah, I mean, having watched what you guys have gone through today, and like you say, to get up tomorrow and do it again, it's mind-boggling, Mark, what you achieved. And what's it? Is anyone who's gone for your record since?
Nobody.
Nobody's even attempted it.
No, I'd like to see how. I'm not being big-headed, but I'd like to. I've always said I'm not the world's best bike rider. You know, I'm 6'3", 90 kilos. I'm an absolute diesel engine. But what worked for our trip was not really just the athletic endeavor. It was the logistics. It was the complexity of that trip. You know, we crossed Europe in less than a week. We got to, cleared the length of New Zealand in 5 days, which is not far off the world record for, it's 5,500 miles from Anchorage to Halifax. You know, sprint finish from Lisbon through Madrid and back to Paris. It's 1,100 miles in the last 4 days. And, you know, the logistics, the border crossings, the planning around that is what I'm really proud of in terms of that team. So my point is, to break the record, yeah, of course you need to be able to ride the bike, but it's so much more than that. And it's the ultimate. You know, I grew up inspired as a kid by Ellen MacArthur sailing around the world. That was really what captured my imagination as a kid. And I always wondered, when I first spotted it in my early 20s, why the round the world cycling record wasn't as coveted and as professional as the round the world sailing record. And, you know, it's getting there now. 78 days, 14 hours and 40 minutes for the record. And I'll be fascinated to see. It will get broken. Records are there to be broken. But how you do that, you're going to have to chip away, be even more sleep deprived, or just ride that wee bit quicker. You don't need to be that much better, because over that extraordinary duration on the bike, you only need to be half a mile an hour quicker all the way, or sleep half an hour less every night, and you're going to take another week off the record. So over such a duration, 18,000 miles, you could take another chunk off it, but you're going to have to go deep. I mean, you're going to have to go so deep, right? That's the thing I'm most proud of with that trip, just how the team suffered, how we just buried ourselves for 2.5 months. So it'll be broken, but I'll be fascinated to see how.
Mark, see when you did it and you achieved it, was there times that were nerve-wracking? And I mean like at border control or passport control, where if you get the wrong person behind the barrier or behind the counter that doesn't like something they see, that could have taken up hours of time. Did you kind of, I don't want to say luck, but did you kind of get the right person where you needed to, the stars aligned to just to make this happen and you got through?
I mean, you could always say there's luck, but I mean, really, we did our best to not rely on luck.
Yeah.
You know, we worked very, very hard to have the inside man everywhere we went. So, you know, everyone always worries about Russia and Mongolia and China. Well, I recruited onto our team the honorary consul of Mongolia. He's the guy that issues the visas, has the sign off and is friends with the top, you know, Russian police. We knew we weren't going to be stopped. You know, we had all the border crossings sorted. We got on board with the team Menzies Aviation. We were ground handlers at all the airports we went through. So here's an example. When I flew out from Shanghai to Perth, Australia, everyone else that was on that flight transiting through Singapore missed the transit because the plane sat on the runway in Shanghai and there was no way once we landed to make the transit. But because we had the inside man, they met us, you know, on the golf buggy, raced through the airport. They held it so I would make that flight. From the plane touching down in Perth, Australia, to me being on the bike and racing out of the airport was 35 minutes. I mean, it was dialed. It was absolutely dialed. So call it luck, or just call it a team working to minute detail to make sure we didn't get unlucky.
Yeah, you're prepared. You prepared for it. Yeah, and you put the planning in. What was that like? Is it the kind of thing that you were getting dressed on the plane, ready to go as soon as you got off? You were cleats on, everything, shoes on.
You know, it's funny to compare my first time around the world to the second time. The first time I was sleeping in mosques, you know, with, you know, under police escort going around the Helmand province and just completely wild man style. Second time, I had this amazing team and I had one job and that was race the bike. So, you know, I got woken up 25 minutes from touchdown in Perth, Australia or wherever it was, you know, each continent. And it was a case of get your kit on, literally walk off the plane in my Lycra. The team have been in the new continent, building up the bike and prepping for a week each time when I landed. I stepped on the bike and the race started again. I mean, that's the thing which I think you miss because it just looks like one guy on his push bike. But the complexity of a race like that is really trying to make it look that simple. Whereas, you know, you only know it's complicated when it goes wrong, and suddenly, you know, everyone's running around trying to sort it. It should look simple. It should look seamless. It should just look like a well-oiled machine.
Just to keep some housekeeping going, anyone that's watching live on Twitter, we're going to lose the feed. That'll be the final time we're on Twitter today, just with the length of broadcasting, but it will still be going on YouTube and Facebook. So thank you to everybody that's tuning in to the live feeds. Mark, you must be proud though that, I mean, that the event you did and you completed and you've got the world record, but to still have it is so important to so many people now. And what you've done today, the world in a day, the record that you've got, it's still so much yours. A lot of people will break records and they might not ever meet it again, if you know what I mean. Whereas it's still so current. You've enabled it to sort of benefit so many people. What you did those years ago, there's so many people benefiting from it now. And like you did through the first lockdown, and like you're doing right now, it's amazing.
Yeah, it's great. And I mean, it's funny because like a century cycling is a thing, 100 miles. A double century is a thing. 240 miles, what's that? You know, it's not a nice round number. It's not nothing obvious. It's not like a 400k, which would be 250 miles. You know, the concept of 240 miles is such an odd target. So now that's sort of become a thing for endurance cyclists is something I'm actually quietly proud of. It's quite funny that that's a target. But the concept and what it's become with World in a Day is great fun. And it's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people have now gone out there and done a world in a day. through last year and this year, that daft concept of can you do one day of what it takes to break the round the world cycling record is a nice thing to say you've taken on and completed. So yeah, chuffed to bits. It's great to see that live on and benefit a number of different charities. Last year, it raised 230,000 for NHS charities together, and then today we've made a serious dent on the Doddy fundraising tally. So for everyone involved, I'm delighted that you've got to experience one of these days, and don't feel the need to do it again.
I'll call out Stephen. You've been with us since the start. We had a chat with you at the start, Stephen. How are you?
Good, mate. I've just done the 240, but like Mark said earlier, I've got a pass, so staying on for a wee bit.
Well done.
I have to go and get a beer though and join you as well, Rob.
I can see Rob's just joined us. He's back.
I'm back. I've got someone adding up the money. We're going to get a miles total from about now, which will go up, and that'll be all the cycled miles. It's interesting. I just got a video from Dougie Vipon and Nick Nairn, who walked 26 miles today, which is quite a trudge, and I'll bet you they loved it. They did have a laugh about us sitting inside on our turbos, dripping sweat when they were out in Scottish weather at its very best. And I know Scotland can be a pretty miserable place on occasions, but when it turns itself on like that, it's the best country in the world, as we all know.
I was WhatsApping Dougie earlier, and I was genuinely trying to get him to come on and do a drum solo. He said he'd bring his spoons, but he's I don't know if he's on the call. But we're waiting for our spoons drumming solo.
That would be good. That would be
All
great.
right, I'll give him a bell now.
Who else have we got? Is there anyone that wants to chat? Anyone? How's everyone doing?
Is Lawson still on?
Rory.
Yeah.
Rory around? I might be. I can see him. I'll ask to unmute.
So I'm putting Dougie on speaker. All 53 of us that are left on the Zoom call still cycling. And I've only to go. My beer delivered in 4 miles, and we're still with the drum solo.
Oh, I thought you were finishing at 8 o'clock.
Well, it's just run up. I had to wait for a couple of people.
Ah, right. That could often happen.
So
how are you all feeling? You all doing well?
I think we're all feeling okay. I doubt technically you can be heard by everyone else on the Zoom, but I doubt you can.
We can.
But,
we can hear him, Rob.
You can. So I think there's a few sore asses, there's a few tired legs, there's a few croaky voices, but we're going to crack the beers in 4 or 5 miles.
I'm incredibly impressed with everyone who's doing the full thing, because it's a Herculean effort to do 240 miles in a day, and also to do it indoors as well, because you've actually not got any kind of moments of reprieve and downhill or any of that stuff. You have to let go of it. So I mean, it's amazing to do that. So I doff my cap at every one of you. It's amazing effort, and you deserve all the beer you can possibly get.
Well, that's extremely kind. We welcome your cap doffing, and we wonder whether you'll do some drumming for us.
I don't have a drum kit set up in the house, unfortunately.
Okay,
that's
what's in plan?
Brugabal and neighbour relationship. So sadly, I could have tapped you at a rhythm you could all go into. We could probably all shout. We could go too fast and getting faster. Because the rest of the band generally do that as well.
Oh well, if you sounds like you've got a really good excuse, so we'll let you off.
But only 9 miles to go. Well, probably only 8 miles to go now. That was
Correct.
probably a mile we played for.
That's it. I'm getting towed round by Willie Tuller. We had to stop with beer time coming up. We had to have a toilet break. 10 miles to go. So we're all set and ready now to crack that can, which I'm very much looking forward to.
Amazing effort, everyone. Brilliant effort. Well done. It's truly sensational. And you don't have to go on the ride tomorrow with Chris after this. You get off that.
No, we do. Chris, Cav, and G, this doesn't happen every week. You get a chance to do that.
That's true.
So I think.
I managed to go out today for a few miles with Nick. Gloriously freezing, and we were at points the boundary. I almost hit the tarmac because of the ice around. So it was a very different experience from yours. A much shorter one as well.
Well, I gather you did 26 miles. I said walking, but I got it wrong. It was mountain biking, was it?
It was actually on Nick's. Nick hasn't really been riding very much recently. I went to go off on it, but it's kind of. It's 52. It's added together. Yeah, we took a while, and it was fine. But I wish I'd gone a bit further. I'm glad to go a bit further.
Oh well, that's great. We'll speak to you tomorrow.
Keep going. Well done, everybody. Amazing effort, and congratulations. You're almost there.
We are. Thanks, Doogie.
Well done.
Cheers, then.
Oh, well, there he is. Doogie off
Did you hear him?
Yeah, we heard him perfectly. There's a great comment here from Marcia saying, "I'm no stranger to long outdoor miles, but that was 9 hours longer than my previous indoor. I'm not sure I'd do it again, but thanks to everyone."
Well done, him.
I think I'm right in saying Rory Lawson. I think he's on. Rory, how are you? You still with us?
I'm here, Nashi. I'm actually sat feeling pretty guilty, seeing those slogging away, and feeling incredibly inferior to all of these dafty monsters that have done 240 miles. I mean, it is ridiculous.
Well, we've got Stephen. I was just speaking to. He's done the 240, but he seems to be cracking on. Oh, there he is. He's got his jacket on now, but he pushed through the 240. We've got Ross, who's going for 24 hours. There are some crazy folk on here, let alone the 240 milers. Mark, did you have something you wanted to ask, Rory? You were asking.
No, I was just seeing if he was alive, really.
Yeah, he's there. Rory, did you catch any of Andrew Cotter?
I did.
You did, because he was talking about your granddad. You know.
No, I didn't see that. I heard him talk about. Actually, I did. I heard him talk about sitting in the stand as a youngster and watching Papa walk up to the gantry and do the commentary, with little knowledge that he was going to follow in the footsteps. And his memories of Peter Alice and the likes, just brilliant stuff. And lovely for him to suggest that I'm okay at doing the co-commentary as well. Mind you, he did say everybody is. So
he did say that. No,
I'll take it.
Quote it. Yeah. We'll get a copy to you.
I was in Yokohama with him actually for that Japan-Scotland game, so I can certainly second that. There's been a fair bit of noise at Murrayfield on a few occasions, whether playing or spectating, but yeah, that Yokohama crowd was just absolutely bonkers.
How your family must be proud the way you're following in your papa's footsteps. I mean, you're commentating all over the place, well respected. I've been at many dinners that you've hosted and things like that. You obviously enjoy that world, and it's something that. What was it like growing up knowing that your papa was Bill McLaren and everything he achieved?
Yeah, I guess the coolest thing would be playing on Joe Nolomu Rugby while he was commentating. I mean, ultimately,
legendary.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Actually, I've got one of my most recent memories about Papa, because let's not forget his last commentary was 2002, so almost 20 years ago now. So there is now a generation of people who wouldn't have a clue unless they watch some of the build up towards Six Nations games and stuff now, whereby they go back to some of those great matches with his voice over it. But I was in with the Barbarians squad. You've got to say that quietly after November. But I was in the Barbarians squad as I'm on the committee, and that was a couple of years ago. And I think John Spencer, who's president, introduced me to the playing group and mentioned Papa. there were a lot of sort of confused faces or blank faces, but then Quaid Cooper actually sat there and he was like, "Oh yeah, China line with rugby," and that was the sign. But yeah, the family are all very proud. I think they're all fully aware that while I fill the seat in the lead comms, I will never. I take great comfort in the fact that I will never emulate the great man, because if there was a hope of that, then I would be worried about the comparison. But the fact that he is the best that there's ever been, I'm fully aware that while I will continue to push my standards as high as possible, I will never have his turn of phrase or his voice or his ability to inform, entertain, and educate along the way. It's just he was unique at what he did. And I spoke to Andrew, I spoke to Nick Mullins, I spoke to Miles Harrison, I spoke to a number of the commentators prior to taking the main seat as lead commentator, and asked what their advice would be. And to a man, they said they did the same with Papa. And he just said to them, "You've just got to be yourself. Don't try and be anybody else, because you're best at being yourself." So yeah, I love it. I'm really fortunate to do it. It's something that I'm fully aware is a competitive space, and the nature of sports broadcasting now is so disjointed that I certainly can't hang my hat on it and say that that's going to be my career. I've got to have another career alongside that pays for Freddie to eat and drink and keep a roof over their heads.
Especially when you steal his food.
Well, exactly. When I steal his porridge, he almost headbutted me earlier on. I think he maybe heard me suggesting that I would do that and said, "Don't even think about it ever."
Rory, do you remember?
Do you think working on feigning a bit more Hoik in your accent would help your commentating career?
Possibly, Rob. I've often thought, do I need to go and spend a few months in Hoik and try and pick up a bit of the brogue? I guess potentially one of the challenges that you found throughout your career as well, those Glenalmond days didn't shape your tones to rally the Scottish troops in the middle of that huddle.
Well, it was interesting. I came back up from Cambridge, extremely plummy, and that soon got kicked out of me pretty sharpish. But your grandfather was such an amazing man. He was an amazing commentator, but he was just a lovely guy. And if I think of all the great milestones in my rugby career, getting my first blue at Cambridge, getting picked for the Barbarians for the first time was a massive thing, because we'd all been brought up with the fantastic commentary of the 1971 Barbarians All Blacks, was it? One side set to Cliff Morgan, another great commentator. So playing for the Barbarians, and then I remember warming up my first season of internationals, and I was with Craig, and we were just going off after warm up, and he said, "Come and meet Bill." And I went, "Bill who?" "Bill McLaren," and it was like, "Oh my God, wow!" And you'll know exactly what happened when I got to him. Tell me what he did.
Well, he would have pulled a poker face out his pocket and probably presented you with, I'd guess, a Hoik ball. He sometimes had an array, but I was about to say, have you got any Hoik ball stories? But then for those who maybe weren't aware that that's a suite, might have been a few furrowed brows.
Nah, he had a wee chat and wished me luck, made a few observations on the game, and just as I was about to go, he said, "Hang about, son," and pulled a packet of sweets out of his raincoat pocket. All sounds a bit dodgy when you say it like that, doesn't it?
Did you and you kept your full gob of teeth off the back of it, did you?
I did.
It's one of the stories I tell when people ask about them and so on, is that, and it's always to do with Hoik balls, whether it's Scots or whether it's Aussies or South Africans or Kiwis or Englishmen, he'd always offer the sweets. And So he'd go up to, you know, pretty much anybody that came across them and say, "Go on, have one of those. It'll give you an extra yard of pace in the game." And then some of the front rowers would come across and say, "You should maybe have two." So yeah, never far from sweets, but he had a very sweet tooth, Papa.
Yeah. Well, I think you were talking about, you know, commentary styles, and I think his great strength was he was conversational. You know.
Yeah.
A bit like we had with Mel and Catherine earlier on. It's just great to listen to people talking very relaxed and comfortably about what they did, what happened, or what they're seeing. And he was so good at that. He just pulled us into the game. And I remember some funny memories with him. In the '95 World Cup, ITV got the gig. So he was on BBC. So he was doing radio, which was a foreign medium to him. So he was extremely nervous. And just before the France-Tonga game, the first match they played, he was commentating on it. The French backline all shaved their hair off.
Yeah.
Off of it.
That's
and
right.
He was in a total funk because there was no way to tell Manel from Lacroix, from the winger.
Yeah.
They all looked exactly the same. And with radio and his need to get things correct, he found it very difficult.
Yeah, I totally. Thankfully for him, I guess, not too many people watch the television with the radio on, so they would be none the wiser. But when Nashi asked me about, you know, what the family think, while out in Japan at the World Cup doing BBC Radio 5 Live, they sat at home with the television on and the radio on mute, radio in the background. And I think they were willing to put up with the 2 or 3 second delay in action, but they are certainly in the minority.
Well, during that one we had Brune from Troon was the co-commentator on ITV, and he was super wonderful, fantastic, and he was immensely positive, and he was just one big superlative. Everything was a superlative.
Really?
Nothing was ever boring with him. It was always a superlative.
Well, you know, you talk about Papa in his day being conversational, but of course that was the day whereby, you know, if you speak to Bill Beaumont or Jonathan Davis or anything and ask them about their experiences, they would typically, Papa would talk and talk and talk until they tugged on his sleeve or tugged on his jacket, and only then would they come in. Whereas now, obviously, the dynamic of commentary is you have a lead commentator and then you have, you know, at least one, if not two, co-commentators, and it becomes a conversation a lot of the time. But, you know, with Papa, and actually, you know, Andrew, when I worked with Andrew, I was very aware that he carries forward a lot of those traditions, in that when the ball's in play, he's commentating. When the ball's out of play, and there's that is the opportunity for a co-commentator to add the colour and the insight to what's already happened, and reacts to it. And I still think that's out with the times whereby the ball's in play or there's a break, the ball's in play for a few minutes and you need somebody else to take over while you have a glug of water. I still think that works very well.
Isn't it? I just love the way that the chat has gone here, there, and everywhere. Who'd have thought this morning we'd be talking about the intricacies of commentary, knocking on 8:40 at night. But I tell you, I'm going to have very sore legs and quite sore bum in the morning. But I'm also going to have quite sore cheeks because I've been smiling for 50% of the last 16 hours because there's been so many happy memories and so many things to entertain. It's been a very happy day. It's been a bizarre day, but it's been wonderful.
I think to all of you who have been part of organising it, I've had a couple of people message me, whether on Twitter or Instagram or directly via WhatsApp, saying that, you know, they set out to do a distance and then they've done more than it. And a lot of it coming down to the chat genuinely got them through. And I think I managed to get on for Hoggy this morning, and then from there it's been non-stop. And as you mentioned, listening to Catherine and Mel talking, listening to Coisty through the whole day, or his couple of hours non-stop, just the input across the board has been hilarious. But it does make a mockery of the ability to keep going when you're being entertained, because I've never sat on I've done a few long distance cycles, but I've always got bored, and just had to keep going, and it was the boredom more than the fatigue on occasion. But today it's just been absolutely class. It's been great to be a part of, and congrats to all of you and the team. Well, it's all down to Nikki Bowman. It's her fault, lest there be any doubt. Oh, look, they're on the beers already. Right, this is the big moment. I've got 2.5 miles to go, and I've got an aero helmet. Swift people will know what that means. And Willie Tulloch won't let me pass, so that's great. I'm just getting dragged along, and I'm going to crack the beer. Yeah, I've been waiting for this for hours. It's probably going to spray all over me now. No, it's fine. It's obviously one of my older ones that's out of date. The joys of stockpiling things on an island. Oh, Rob, guys. Rob, hang on a second.
On the beers. Oh, look, Linda's on the wine. Well done.
Cheers, Rob. Fantastic effort to everybody today.
Cheers. Fantastic. Well done yourself. And let's spare thought for Ross, who's only halfway through his spell.
Catch you in the morning, Ross.
Okay?
On cool.
Rob, I can't believe a man of your experience would buffalo your first drink of the night. It's absolutely incredible.
Yeah. If I was to do that, it would probably come straight back up again, I think. So it's quite fizzy. But I'm sure Linda Penhall, who was on earlier on, Laura Penhall, who was on earlier on, Mark's performance coach, would not be advising what I'm doing now, but needs must sometimes. Mark could probably tell us what we should be doing now, because I'm very salt depleted. I've got quite a lot of cramp, and it can take me. Well, I usually can't sleep after these big events because my legs are just dancing all over the shop. What's the advice, Mark?
Everyone, almost everyone riding with black lycra shorts today, which I assume most of you are, will see the salt marks. You don't really get that out on the road. That's just big miles indoor training. It's just a phenomenal amount of sweat and mess you make. So you need to put that back in somehow. But I'm not going to coach you right now because I've got a pizza with garlic dip and a genius beer here. So no wisdom coming from this corner, I'm afraid.
Rob, have you watched Greg Wright's Norseman film? When he finishes that, then at top of the mountain, he's got a beer. So if the prof can do it, then we can do it.
You'll have to say that again. Sorry, Mel.
I said, if you want, Professor Greg Wright, have you seen his film, The Norseman? Well, I think it's called Black and White or something, but it's when he did The Norseman year before last. Yeah. And at the end of his film, he celebrated at the finish with a beer, and he said that was the best thing. So, who are we to argue?
I mean, Professor Greg White, he's the guy who's done supported David Walliams and Davina McCall and all these big charity challenges. So there's nothing he doesn't know about supporting endurance athletes. I think a huge part of that, joking apart, is just the psychology of looking forward to a treat. So, we can geek out on all the recovery drinks we should be having, and I'll get there at some point. But do you know what? As a target at the end of a big ride, I'm never going to stop anyone having a beer and whatever they want, because it's important to look forward to it, isn't it? I mean, it's such an important trick to get you through the sufferfest.
Sorry.
You all deserve it. The effort you guys have put in today, watching you all, listening to you all, interacting with everybody, you deserve a beer, a pint, whatever you can get your hands on, guys, and enjoy it. And
Nashi, I think it's almost easier to be on a bike moving, I say, as I'm sat on the sofa. But for you, having basically sat in that chair for the bones of 14 hours, fair play to you as well.
Thanks, mate. But no, I've enjoyed it. I've enjoyed the whole thing.
How's it compared to expectations? I mean, you didn't really know what you were getting yourself into.
I didn't at all. But you know what I did? I don't know. I split it up like you guys maybe did it one interview at a time, one conversation at a time. I did my research. I had all my notes. I rarely looked at my notes throughout the day. The conversation just flowed. And the guests, fair play to them, they're all very experienced. They've got stories to tell. They're good talkers. So we did have a good lineup. So today it's been fantastic, and I've just tried to just keep the energy flowing. And when I see someone's a bit tired, maybe give them a rallying call or bring the right person on at the right time. So, no, Mark, thank you for this opportunity. Thank you for getting me involved. But no, it's unfolded so well, and that's down to your planning and everyone behind the scenes. So, congrats to everyone.
I think the truth is on an endurance set like this, whether you're in the hosting chair or you're riding the miles, you go through such a psychological roller coaster. Like nobody's breezed it today. You're going to have hours where you're dipping, and you're going to have hours when you are finding it easier. And you know, imagine doing a day like today without the Zoom call. And I mean, you say to a lot of working people, do you want to jump on a 14-hour Zoom call on a Saturday? And I mean, that's the last thing you want to do. So, you know, I had to explain that to a few people and say, actually, because everyone gets obsessed with Zwift, and I get it, Zwift's good, but to create a community, a virtual peloton, it would be so much harder without it. So much harder without it.
Sorry, I just wanted to say, like you say, the difference this has made today to being able to stick it out and carry on and just keep pedaling has been absolutely unreal. Like the bit with when Mel was chatting with Catherine Granger for like, I don't know how long that was. It was awesome. It was just so fascinating to hear all that.
It was brilliant.
And then just everyone constantly changing and Ali coming in and shouting all the time. And it was just great. It just really kind of broke up the day. And like you say on Zwift, you're staring at a screen and going, oh, do I go left or right this time? It's kind of, it's an amazing thing, but it's not the same as having actual people kind of driving you forwards. And I set out today to do 200K, and I'm just about to do 300. So it's really made that difference.
Amazing. Well done.
I don't think I've ever been on a ride, hardly been on a ride full stop indoors where I haven't listened to music. And I find music, as Mel was saying earlier on, such an important driver, the beat, the tempo, keeping you going. It can really lift you. A new song comes on. I haven't needed it today. It's just been great chat. And one of the highlights will be us eavesdropping on Mel and Catherine's reminiscences about London 2012. I mean, you can't buy stuff like that. It was absolutely unique. And it had a Zen-like quality as we just pedaled away, turned everything else off in our brains and just let these wonderful memories flow through our brain cells. It was wonderful.
Oh, I have to say that's what I love about it. When we did it summer, I just loved hearing the stories of everyone who was joining in. And it's actually the hardest part for me or whoever's supporting the person doing the ride is going about our normal life, i.e. looking after the children or the food or blah, blah, but also wanting to get involved and listen and hear and support. And it's amazing just to be on the sideline listening in and hearing everyone doing it.
Well, it's been fantastic for us, and a big shout out to you. We've still got 48 people here. Many of them have finished and are sitting watching us. I'm happy to say I only have half a kilometre left to go, but I'll ride a wee bit further because Willie Tullis got a mile and a half more than me to do. So we'll bring you in, Willie. How are you feeling? I've made you stop. I've lost you now.
We can't really hear you, Willie, unfortunately. But keep going. You're almost there. You're almost there.
We can hear your horn.
He's got a horn. He's in traffic.
Maybe that's Doogie Vipon come to entertain us.
Now, at least expected some air drumming.
The pots
I can do that.
Yeah, that's it.
All right. Doogie would be better.
Rory, something. Remember remember the dinner last year, the Bill McLaren dinner? You were hosting it. John Smith was the main guest, but you found BBC health reporter Hugh Pimp in a table.
Oh,
remember you found him, and
yeah,
COVID was on its way, and we knew about it. Oh, excuse me, I'm losing my voice. We knew about it, and it wasn't really on our shores yet. But you got him up. He stood in his seat. I think you were standing on a seat as well because he wasn't on stage, and he, I can still remember that. He's like, the worst is yet to come.
Oh, it's mad, isn't it?
How right was he when we didn't know what to expect as yet with COVID?
No, it's. I think he stood on a chair so everyone could see him. I think I had to stand on 2 or 3 chairs because he's about 6'3" or so, 6'4". But he's a lovely bloke, and I went across and chatted to him just while everyone was having dinner, and then I asked if he'd be comfortable giving a bit of insight to him. Obviously, at that stage, the COVID was a thing, faraway land, and a few cases in the UK, or certainly growing cases in the UK. But then that was on the Friday before the France game, and the following weekend was going to be the last game of the Six Nations in Cardiff, and that was postponed. And from there, I mean, it's absolutely bonkers to think that that was less than a year ago now, 11 months ago now, and what we've all been through has been ridiculous. We could never have seen it coming. We didn't think it'd be anything like it is now, but I guess hopefully we're closer to the end than we are to the beginning now. I guess that's the big thing that I think we're all holding on to now. But yeah, certainly I think about it all the time because I wonder whether I should ever have done that, and how many people would have been at that dinner. There were 350 at that dinner, probably thinking, remember that time that Rory stood on 3 chairs and interviewed Hugh Pym, and he told us about coronavirus. Mad.
Yeah, crazy times.
So just a wee bit of admin. I've just been thinking, I haven't actually done any rides over 50 miles in the last month, but one thing you all need to do to get our totals before close of play is enter your miles into Track for Good. Unfortunately, you're going to have to enter them in 50-mile increments. 50 miles to a manual entry, because last time we did this, one of the neighbour's kids put 13.5 million miles in, and he was playing his mum's phone, and we couldn't get rid of it.
Rob, could I just say, I think that's within Beaumont's capabilities, by the way. I think everyone had it a bit early.
Wasted back.
The man of his word, he's back. He's here.
I need another beer.
Well, apart from today, 50 is a reasonable max, isn't it? I mean, 50 is quite a good target.
So yeah, if you could all go on Track for Good, and you'll have to do 5 entries to get it all in. Those of you that have done the full whack, and then we'll have an idea on the miles. It'd be lovely to be able to tell everyone when they wake up in the morning how many miles we did, and I'll check and see if the money calculations have been done. And a big shout out to Willie Tulloch, who's only got 0.2 of a mile to go.
Ali, come on, tell us what's been on the menu since you've been off the bike.
Do you know something? you want me to be? I need to be brutally honest with you here, and you'll think I've gone big time on you, but it was lobster this evening. You know that?
Stop it!
I know. There's part of me wishes it was fish and chips, but you know something? It was lobster this evening because we've got a wee pal down the west coast, and I went down and we got some lobsters the other day there, and we do them every once in a while. He's from Tarbert, the wee fella's from Tarbert, and as you probably all aware, they're having a wee tough time of it down there just now, as everybody is. You know, we're getting rid of their produce and all that stuff. So we spoiled ourselves rotten this evening with lobster. So have some of that. A young boy from Eastbourne Bride that couldn't spell a lobster. And look at me now drinking wine and lobster. That's the circles I'm moving in, guys.
Robert Duval, your best pal, and now you're eating lobster. What a day! What's the story?
I don't think Robert saw a king prawn till he was 47. And look at me now, lobsters. I don't know what's happened to me.
Oh, bro, Ali, you've helped immensely today. It's been brilliant having you on and dipping in and out of the conversations. Thanks so much for joining us throughout the day.
Okay, it's been great. I take it you're going for a well-earned beer after this, and I lie down in a straitjacket for about 3 days.
I can hear my kids crying upstairs. I'm going to have to jump into that. What you don't know is where I am here is in my kids' playroom. I've got a sofa barricaded against the door, just so they don't get in and all that. They've been in several times. I've been going on mute, running off this, that, and the other. It's been awesome throughout the day. That there's been so much going on, and God bless my wife. She has been a star today. You know, it's all the wives and partners. There was someone who said that earlier that have supported the riders and everyone that's been involved today that has made this possible. A big shout out to them for the time and the commitment they've put into today as well.
Yeah. Listen, mate, I think it was, I don't know who it was. I think it might have been Andrew that said it, or Rob. You've done unbelievable yourself. That's some achievement. You've kept that going. It is absolutely, honestly, it's remarkable. So well done, you. But some of the efforts for the boys and girls today, I mean, it's amazing, isn't it? You hear some of the, what makes it brilliant is you hear some of the individual stories, the little gems you told us about the wee autistic boy there. That's what it's all about, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I get lost in the stories, and I love speaking to people and interviewing, and the podcast journey I've got and things like that. It's been a pleasure. You know, it has been a pleasure, and for me, it's nothing compared to what the guys have put in on the bike. So, you know, it's something I've just been here to just try and guide them through it. And obviously Mark's done his thing and Rob's done his thing, and it's been a pleasure. It's been fantastic.
Excellent.
We've got some interesting lobster question mark. I'm still on the Haribo this evening. So we've got some fine dining going on for the group. Haribo for dinner. I love it.
That's where I'm going wrong, Mark. I knew it. When I was 15 miles in, all I could think about was my lobster. It should have been Haribo. I knew it.
That sounds like a Glasgow delicacy. Maybe it's lobster with Haribo. I'm sure that would make a killer combination.
Battered Haribo.
So listen, tell me, I'm dying to know, Mark, how are you feeling right now?
I'm happy to be finished. Honestly, I said it first thing. I think it was one of the first things we said at 6 o'clock this morning. There's no easy 240. No, you can't wing it. You cannot wing it. And it's been, Vicky will tell you, I had a slump. I had a slump about 120 miles in. I just wasn't feeling good. But it's been a cracking day, but it's hard. You know, it's hard. I don't want to take away from, you know, the miles that people have done. It has been great entertainment. It's gone as well as I could have ever dreamt, but you cannot take away from the physicality, the suffering mentality of the rider. It all helps, but you still got to turn the pedals. And yeah, I'm feeling good. I'm glad to be done.
Excellent. Some achievement. Really is.
Ali, Robert Semple. Never watched a game of football in my life, but Ali is the king.
I think that's backed up with the fact. Backed up with the fact that he never watched a game of football in his life. That's very kind of him. Very kind of you, Robert. Very kind indeed. So what about Rob Wainwright? Come on, Rob, you've gone all quiet on us. What have you got to go, mate?
I think he's finished. I think he's checking.
Have we lost him?
I think he's checking figures and totals of what's been raised. But I think
Calculator out.
Yeah, he's gone for his lobster. So I think they've got a whiskey tasting this week as part of the, and that sounds like an endurance challenge I want to be involved in. But the guy who's running that is the head guy at the Ardnamurchan Distillery. And one of the only lockdown adventures I got to do was cycling along the Ardnamurchan Peninsula and stopping at the distillery there and then rowing over to Mull. And that night, Rob and I wild camped. We slept out on Sana Beach, overlooking the west coast there, and we cooked up lobster on the beach.
Wow,
good food setting, isn't it? And there's something about Chef Rob on the beach cooking up 3 lobsters after a tough day on the bike, and he brought so they'd given us this first taste out of the cask, Rob's cask there. So it's like 60-something% whiskey. 60-something% whiskey as a nip to go alongside lobster. And as they sitting out under the stars on the west coast of Scotland, it's a memory that will last with me for a very long time. So that's your lobster story reminded me of the last time I enjoyed riding a bike with Mr. Rob Wainwright.
I like to think that Rob caught the lobster.
That was beautiful.
Sorry, I was just saying, I like to think that Rob caught the lobster with his bare hands earlier in the day. Kind of guy he is.
Oh yeah, that must have been amazing though, Mark. I can imagine the West. There's nothing more beautiful than the West Coast, I've got to say. I know I'm slightly biased, and I don't want to offend any of our East Coast brothers and sisters over there, but I do love. My father's from away down the West Coast, so it is a place I hold dearly myself. So we go down there quite often, and it's stunning, Mark. It's just absolutely beautiful, it really is.
Lots of love for Tina Brook and Otter Bay and Portavadie and Tarbet.
Well, that's where I was. I was at Tinnabrook, and the boys stuck the lobsters on the ferry from Tarbert, and I picked it up at Portavadie. So I know all the guys down there, and that's where I was. And Colin Tribe.
And I know the little shack that they sell it just by the pier on Tarbert. Fresh seafood. If you ever get a chance, it's a great place to stop off. But
it really is.
But it's funny.
It really is.
Rob was quite excited because it was the first time he got to sort of dip into this cast that he'd shared with friends. And we tried a wee bit when we were in the distillery, and then they gave him away just a small, like a really small, well, it wasn't that small, it's quite a generous little glass bottle. And they said, I'll take that for my friends because it's not fair that I get a nip and my friends don't. So I'll take that away for them. But obviously that evening, you know, let's try a wee bit. Let's just have another wee little taste. Just check we were right the first time. And then, of course, by the time we got through the lobsters, the whiskey had gone. And, you know, Rob had to do this little piece to camera apologising to his friends and fellow investors that the good news was that the whiskey was phenomenal. The bad news was they weren't going to taste it for another 6 years or something. Because they just drunk their share, which was good.
You know what's funny about this? That I've just been informed that as we talk about lobsters and sort of chilling out now and getting everyone over the line, there's still over 200 people watching live on Facebook.
That's brilliant. They've not half stuck with everybody, haven't they? They've been brilliant last year. They've stuck by everybody.
It's been incredible. The whole community of Doddy Gump and this My Name is Doddy has been outstanding. It's been brilliant throughout the day, and there's still comments coming in. And yeah, what else is there to do in lockdown? This is good entertainment for folk. Yeah, well done, everyone. Who have we still got? Is there still a few people to get over the line? Have we heard from Rob? Where's Rob? I think he's still counting figures. Tasha Wainwright, obviously Rob's daughter. What was it like growing up in that household with Rob?
Well, where to start? Yeah. No, yeah, it's been interesting the last few years since he took up cycling. Yeah,
he's a man possessed.
Well, he disappeared quite a lot, and the farm. When I was at home, we'd be going, right, you're at home. Could you just watch the farm while I go and cycle this weekend? and he'd be off on the Thursday boat, and he'd be back on the Tuesday boat following.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, it's yeah, interesting, because on call it's very isolated. So we never really understood growing up what rugby meant until we actually got old enough to start watching it and went, "Really, you played this? Are you sure? You sure this is what you were doing?"
You must be proud. He's achieved so much in what he's doing in these events and setting them up with Mark and the Doddy Foundation. You must be proud of him, that the way he sort of throws everything at it and sort of engulfs himself in it. There's no stone unturned, and he's constantly on people to try and help and do good things. So it's fantastic.
Oh yeah, really, yeah. He works hard for it, yeah. Especially when the headbands all started. I was living in Edinburgh, and when we were selling the headbands, my bed was held up with boxes of headbands. We just had about 5,000 of them just stuck under my bed in all these tight packages, and I'd be sending them off to Jill every other weekend.
Yesterday, there's half a ton of them somewhere in containers, being said 20 odd thousand. So yeah, things have escalated. It was interesting chatting to Doddy. He was saying the same thing. His sons never knew him as a rugby player. That's an interesting concept. You know, athletes who are in their prime in their 20s and 30s, and then you have a family, and you've got this whole life and profile. There he is, Rob. Look at that grin.
So, we've been doing some maths, and Ian Fraser's done the maths, so it's deeply suspect.
Rob, this is where we should have a VAR. We should bring in VAR for maths if you're involved. I want it double checked, triple checked, and quadruple checked.
Well, this could be a Bearings Bank moment, this, but we think with all the stuff that we've got in, we're probably, I won't be able to put this on the website yet because there's some bequests to come in. There's Graham Smith who cycled with us on the 500 last year. He's got 6,500 to add from London. London Scottish raised best part of 10,000 today.
Wow.
And
wow.
It looks like we're probably sitting about 940 at the moment, which really is an unbelievable springboard into the last week.
Fantastic.
Amazing.
We'd really have to screw it up if we didn't find a way to reach the million before next
Amazing.
Saturday. So well done, everyone.
Oh, well done, you. That's fantastic.
That's fantastic. Rob, the best bit is the last 60,000 we fundraised by drinking whiskey, and taking our dog for a walk. I mean,
I think we could raise another million doing that. I'm playing my joker there. We get double points for that.
I think if Coisty puts out a Just Giving kit page for the Rangers supporters, we'd nail it in 12 hours, wouldn't we?
Well, they're certainly in a good mood tonight, so I can imagine we might get a few quid out of them, Rob.
So, oh well, what a sweet taste this beer is. This is proper carbo loading or whatever it is. It's rehydration, it's replacing my glycogen reserves, etc. Cheers, everyone. What an epic
Cheers,
day.
Rob. Well done, mate. Good health to everybody. Good health to everybody. Brilliant effort.
Well done.
So I tell you, the really sad thing is that I've turned off my ride and everything, but my legs are still going round. I don't seem to be able to turn them off.
Rob, it's Graham. I have a question for you.
Graham, there you are. Well done.
We're here.
Were you here when we mentioned your amazing fundraising? Well done.
That's not me. That's you. Good work. I have a question for you. So I'm on 2 WhatsApp groups with you, and you also messaged me directly. Like, do you have an assistant who does all the texting? Because either that or who's feeding the cows? Because you're always online. It's incredible.
Well, I don't, and because of that, I've got 500 WhatsApps to catch up with, which may have to be. A lot of them will be redundant. People wanting information today that they haven't got from me, but I've had a day off, and But I think today's been an exceptional day. Normally I wouldn't have 500, but it has been busy, and I quite like being at the hub of it. So I've enjoyed it, and it's been mainly gratifying. There've been a few irritations, as anyone that follows the social media will be aware. Snoods more recently, and early on the app. And the simple fact with the app is that it just doesn't work on certain older Android phones. And I've done 2 events with the app now, and I've never managed to record a mile on my phone just because there's something that it doesn't work with certain phones. But I can always, most of us log on miles by other means, and it's very easy to just to load them in afterwards. And the app's been working perfectly for me, and the complaints haven't been coming in, I don't think, in the last wee while, unless it's a new person who doesn't know how to use it. Would that be feedback from you lot?
Not us. Rob,
I'll just say I've never used the app to track my miles. I use Strava and add it manually. It's so much easier than having 2 apps doing the same thing. You have done a fantastic effort, and people don't realise that it's a small percentage dealing with thousands of people. So well done.
Well, thank you. The thing that I really like, the whole principle of the idea is that it's obvious that Doddy is so loved around Scotland and beyond. And the principle is, if you can get everyone to give £1 from all those people, that's a lot of money. And I remember, this is a funny story. Tash, my daughter's here, and I think she was here. And she was with me when we were in Murrayfield, and Doddy pulled us up on the stage. And we'd spent the whole day selling headbands and snoods at the South Africa match. And we'd made quite an impressive amount of money. And Doddy held a picture up and said to the Thistle Suite at Murrayfield, "Could everyone stand up? Now, if you're not prepared to pay £1,000 for this picture, sit down." And a lot of people sat down, but lots of people didn't. And then he said, "If you're not prepared to pay £2,000 for this picture." And at the end of it, at 5,000, there were 10 people still standing up. And Doddy made 50,000 in about 3 minutes. And we'd bust the gut for the last 48 hours selling snoots. And we'd made the same amount of money. So, but sorry, I've got a call coming in. I don't know how to get rid of it.
Boris Johnson, maybe answer that one.
Have you thought about changing your ringtone ever, Rob, recently, no? That might be the worst I've heard in a long, long time. What was that? Was that Miami Vice or something on there? That was a 70s TV show or something.
Excuse me 1 second. I've just...
No, you're excused. Anything to take that ringtone away.
Guys, can I just sort of check in? Have we got maybe raise hands or put a reaction up? Who's still going for the 240? What's the sort of... Where is everybody on mileage, and who's still going, and who have we got?
Nice, yeah, got 4K left.
4K, Davey.
Brilliant, Davey.
Fantastic. Anyone else? A lot of people sort of on the warm down or just through the 240. Is everyone else okay?
No.
I'm going because David's going.
You'll keep going until Davey?
Yeah.
Fantastic, Mel. Well done. Everyone else, Ross, we obviously know you're going to go straight through the night.
Going to go through the night. The joys.
Well done, Ross.
Oh, very good cause, though.
What's Ross doing, Natty?
Pardon?
What is Ross doing? Excuse my ignorance.
Ross
He's the biggest lunatic.
He's going right through. Ross, you tell Ali. You tell Ali what you're up to.
Basically, Ali, I started riding at 7:30 this morning, and I'm not going to stop riding, apart from breaks, until 7:30 tomorrow morning.
Oh, mate.
24 hours.
That's unbelievable. That's Beaumont-esque. I mean, that's tremendous. That's tremendous. I wish you all the very, very best, mate, because, frankly, I'll be disappearing in 10 minutes to watch the last 20 minutes of Southampton Aston Villa, and my conscience will be killing me watching that last 20 minutes with a beer, thinking you've got another 10 hours to go. That is incredible, mate. Good on you. I wish you all the very best and well done, mate.
Cool.
These people walk amongst us, Ali. They walk amongst us. These people that can go the endurance.
Oh, it's incredible. That's unbelievable, Nash.
It's actually a short ride for me because 2 years ago, I was the first ever person in the world to triple Everest on Swift. So basically taking the height of Everest and times it against like 3. So Everest is what, 8848 meters? I times that by 3. I did that one hill over 3 days. Set world record.
With no sleep?
How long did you stop for between?
What?
I think I had like 4 hours sleep.
Whew.
I
You're the first person to do it. And how
First
many
ever
people have
person
done
to do
it
it.
since?
1.
Really? Wow.
I did that.
And
I did the hill coming out of Tinnabrook, and I was in my bed for 4 days.
Get you in there.
And I'm not joking. That's unbelievable.
Oh man.
I know.
Ali, you were talking this morning, Ali. I think Hoggy got through the game okay today and they won. So he should be all good for the Scotland game against England.
So the great news is no reaction. The wee hamstring tweak.
Don't think so. Don't think so. I think he's
selfishly, I was more interested in that. Clearly, I wanted Hoggy to win, but I wanted them to come through unscathed more than anything. I can't lie to you, because these wee hamstring things can be a nightmare, as you know. Never been quick enough to have a problem like that myself, but I appreciate Hoggy's a little bit nippier, so got to look after the hamstrings. That's great news. He came through it unscathed. Brilliant.
That's it. So
was it not one of the highlights of today when one of our members here pointed out that the English might be gunning for him and give him a good kicking and try and injure him during the game? It's one of those comments you think, God, you got to think before you speak sometimes, haven't you?
straight to the straight question to the Scotland captain.
I actually thought it might have been one of the forwards for Worcester. Was he playing Worcester today? I actually thought it might have been one of the forwards in disguise, hitting him with a kind of warning, you know. David, how long have you got to go, mate?
Davey, what we on mileage or Ks? How much?
I got 1.5k to go, boys.
1.5.
I'm refusing to move until you do it, mate.
I'm on a beer too. Cheers, guys.
Hey. Oh, he's jumped the gun. Superb. So, well done, Davey. That's epic. Have you strapped into just under the cranks? Have you got any pedals anymore?
Yeah, so I'll be honest, I struggle getting the pedals in. So they both have come off multiple times throughout. So my heavily pregnant wife had to help me attach them back on. So I was about an hour behind. So very pleased to be approaching the finish line with all of you guys.
Well, here's to our very supportive wives. I can see Ethel there, Ethel Johnson, part of the Johnson family that did it today. Well done, Ethel. She didn't just support the family, she had to ride on the bike as well. So she's my wife's cousin. So I've got family. I've got 2 family in here then. I've got a daughter and a wife's cousin. Well done, Ethel.
Well done. Well done.
Well done, Ethel. Great effort.
If Andrew lets you unmute, you could say something to us.
Where is she?
I don't know if my children are still speaking to me.
Well done. Epic. I tried to get some money out of my insurance broker, but he said, I've already I've already sponsored the Johnsons in Appin, so you've obviously, the whole of Argyll has been tapped for your effort.
Brilliant.
They're struggling with the mute button there. It's like having Ali twice.
I had a problem.
There's been a few. There's been a few.
I wasn't.
Absolutely.
I had one or two problems this morning, as you're aware, Nashy, Rob, with my mute button and my video button and every button going, but we got there in the end, didn't we? We got there.
We certainly did.
I'd love to know what story you told. You gave about a 5-minute tale, and we were all talking among ourselves because we couldn't hear you.
You were laughing away. You were giving it big licks and all that. You were like waving at the screen.
Nashi, can I ask a question to Rob and Ali?
Of course, yeah. Go.
Okay, for the two of you, which three people, dead or alive, would you choose for a night out?
Oh, what a great question.
Doddy with Ali McCoy, I just need to find one more.
Rob, I'm right here.
Rob, I'll happily come and host it. I'll come and host it.
So, well, they actually, you know, these top trump cards. Somebody in Edinburgh a few years ago produced. I can't remember what the expression. It was a very Scottish expression about a top guy to go out with or a top girl to go out with, and I can't remember what it was called. But there were top trumps, and only 2 people got 10 points. I think it was JJ and Doddy got 10 points. They were the highest skite value. That's what it was called. Skite value, 10 points. I hit the heady heights of 9 points, but I couldn't break into that top barrier. But well, Ali, you've been thinking. Ali's got a huge choice because with Question of Sport, he's been drinking with thousands of people over the years, and the group of Question of Sport was legendary, particularly when Coleman was in charge, and he forced you to drink, didn't he?
He did. He used to tie me to a chair, strap my arms in, and pour copious amounts of red wine down my throat. But that was one of the perks of the job. No, Coleman was brilliant. He was absolutely brilliant. But that's a great question. I mean, that is a great question. One you have to think about. But I think Billy Connolly would be certainly one of the people I would be first in many people's invite list. Because you want somebody that makes you laugh over dinner. And he would be sensational. We've been lucky enough, we went to see him a few times. And we saw him in New York. And we went backstage after the show. Vivian and I, and we had a drink with him, and it was amazing. You tell people you're actually splitting your sides laughing, you know, when he's just having a general conversation with you. He's just hilarious, absolutely hilarious. So I think he would certainly be number one in my list. But I told you this morning, guys, one of the best nights ever was the Grand Slam night. You know, when Steindale Tony went in the corner. And I went out with the boys after it. I went out with the lads after it, Rob, in Edinburgh. Me and my best mate from primary school, Noxie, we got in tow with the Scotland boys after it. And that was one of the great nights. Great nights.
I think we all had a good night. I can't even remember. I think I was in Deacon Brody's. You were all down at the Tron, weren't you?
Yeah, that's right.
Bottom of the Royal Mile. And actually, I had a text from Chick. Craig Chalmers earlier on today. He's great. He's been really behind this, and he'd heard that you were talking about in one of the podcasts that we've done about going to the Grand Slam, and he said he got the tickets for you.
He did. He absolutely did. He did. And I told you the story. I told the story in the podcast. He got us the tickets. Now I don't know where the tickets were specifically planned or the people around us get sabotaged, because Noxie and I watched the game. And we were surrounded by this entire rugby club from Oxford. And they were brilliant. The boys were brilliant. And of course, the first time that we get some points on the board, this big, rough English Oxford rugby player pulled a hip flask out of his pocket, opened the top off it, thrust it in my face, and said, "Get into that, jock," you know. And I looked at it, and there was smoke billowing out the top of this hip flask, right? And I took a drink of it. And it was one of those moments, you know, the hairs in my chest started coming out my chest and all that. It was horrendous. It was absolutely horrendous. But thankfully, the day was unbelievable. What a day. One of my greatest sport memories, Rob. It really was. Just very, very proud. And Chick got us the tickets. He really did. He came up trumps because you can imagine the amount of people that were trying to get tickets for that game, man. Dear me.
Ali, that's a great way. I'm going to dive in here, but that's a great story to finish on because it looks like Davey is finished now. Davey's finished. What we're going to do, guys, we're going to leave the feed open until 10 o'clock for anyone to stay on and support, but the chat and us and the entertainment will finish that now. And it's a pleasure for me just to say a well done to everybody that's been involved, to everybody that's covered so many miles throughout the day, to Rob, to Mark, to everybody that's joined us, the guests. They've all turned up. They've all been on time. They've all been fantastic. Ali, you've dropped in throughout the day. It's been brilliant to speak to you. Thank you for bringing the laughter, for bringing the noise, for bringing the muted conversations when we couldn't hear a word you were saying. It's been absolutely fantastic. I know everyone on the bikes will have been going through highs and lows all day, but you got there. A special mention to Mika, the effort he put in today. There's so many people that I could mention. There's so many people I could name, and I'm probably going to forget you all. My voice is starting to go. I'm sure your legs are in bits. Your bums will be in bits. There's all sorts of problems. There'll be sore legs in the morning, but well done to you all. A lot of money has been raised. Rob Wainwright did mention there's a combined total for the month that's sitting around 940,000, which is so very much on the way to $1 million.
Well done,
to everybody behind the scenes for today. I can congratulate everyone. I could do it all night, but I'm going to leave it there. Thank you so much for letting me host today. I have loved it. It has been a pleasure. And congratulations to everybody.
Thank you, Nasty. What a
guys.
Thanks, all.
You've been a star.
Well done,
Big
Mark.
well done,
Well done,
guys.
Well done, David.
Well done.
Cheers, Ali.
Well done, team.
Night, guys. Well done.
Southampton, Aston Villa, here we come.